Yeah, Namaskar. Are you able to hear me properly?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
But some echo was there, right, honey? Dr. Manisha, can you speak again, please?
Vishwa, are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You hear something from her background. Okay.
Welcome, one and all. It's nice to see so many of you joining. We'll be adhering strictly to the time schedule and we'll start at 3 p.m. sharp. In the meantime, please do use the chat box to network and connect with one another. Thank you.
Vaishak, some of the participants would like to network with each other, might need some promotion to the panel. Can you look into the technical things? Thank you.
Thank you. I am now able to unmute my video and microphone. Thank you very much.
Welcome one and all. It is nice to see so many of you. On behalf of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, Amrita School for Sustainable Development, and Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, we would like to welcome you to this International Symposium on Multi-Hazard Warnings and Community Resilience, MWCR 2022. My name is Hari Chandana, and it's my honor to welcome everybody present.
Thank you, Hari. And my name is Debashish, and it is indeed a pleasure to host this event. Guided by our Chancellor, Srimata Amritanandamai Devi, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham has been at the forefront of disaster risk reduction and mitigation initiatives by bringing in an unique blend of technological solutions based on compassion-driven research. We hope to further build on our strengths and gain from the research and practical experiences of other local and global leaders while we continue the conversations on the effective adoption of multi-hazard and early warning systems and on community resilience. The symposium's objectives are to explore the state of the art in dealing with multi-hazard and to integrate technological solutions with indigenous local knowledge. Renowned speakers shall be presenting keynote addresses in the areas of multi-hazard challenges, requirements, and multi-stakeholder solutions for risk reduction and resilience, followed by panel discussions to deliberate on the various multi-hazard frameworks and solutions.
As is custom in India, we start every important endeavor with a prayer. I now request Ms. Amrita Sindhu to kindly lead us in the prayer.
Om Dhyayamo Dhavalavagundanavati Tejomayim Naishtikim Snigdha Pangavilokinim Bhagavatim Mantasmita Srimukhi Vatsalyamritavarshinim Sumadhuram Sankirtanalapinim Shamankim Madhusikta Suktim Amritanandatmikam Ishwari.
Thank you, Amrita Sindhu. It is with utmost pleasure I would now like to introduce Professor Manisha V. Ramesh. She is the Provost of Strategic Initiatives Research and Innovation, AI plus X. She is the Dean of Amrita School for Sustainable Development and the Director of Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. She is also the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. In a subject-wise analysis carried out by Stanford University in the USA, Dr. Ramesh has been cited amongst the top 2% of scientists in the world based on the publication lists available on Scopus, She has more than 160 publications to her credit and 15 patents. Dr. Manisha heads the Live in Labs program, which provides an opportunity for students and faculty to work extensively in more than 100 villages in India, focusing on building sustainable solutions using experiential learning approaches. Her research work was instrumental in developing the first ever wireless sensor network system capable of issuing real-time landslide warnings. For this, she's also been awarded a patent titled Network-Based Systems for Predicting Landslides and Providing Early Warnings. She is the editor of the Ad Hoc Networks Journal published by Elsevier. With utmost honor, ma'am, may I please request you to deliver the welcome address and give the details of the symposium.
Thank you, Hari. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Om Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshware Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshware Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshware Namaha. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all. Indeed, it is a very happy moment to have world-renowned people gathering together to solve one of the most challenging factors, which is prevalent globally, the multi-hazards. This is one of the challenges which is providing worry to each and every person, each and every stakeholder. This has made us to think through what we could do. As you all know that Amrita Vidyapeetham has been in the forefront in looking at the challenges faced by the society and providing solution, with special focus on disaster management, directed by our Chancellor Sri Mata Amrita Devi, starting from Gujarat earthquake to tsunami disaster. In multiple types of disaster, this organization, the parent organization of Amrita Vidyapeetham Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt, was in the forefront in preparedness, in recovery, in rescue, recovery, relief, rehabilitation, etc. So it has gone through a multi-dimensional approach in each and every factor, and there has been a lot of lessons learned, and over time this practical knowledge have been passed into the university also. This has helped at the university to look at the different factors of what we need to solve and what are the gaps prevalent, and that helped us to actually look into entering into the world of disaster management and build solutions which will help us to solve the major challenges. And this effort has helped us to look into the specific area of multi-hazards and the gaps there. This has forced us to actually initiate a joint collaborative effort by all the stakeholders so that we can identify what are the challenges prevalent in this world. In this regard, I would like to extend my warm welcome to each and everyone present here at this prestigious international symposium on multi-hazards, warning and community resilience, which is jointly organized by Amrita School for Sustainable Development, UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, and Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. If you all look at in the recent years, we have witnessed a drastic increase in the number of extreme weather related events. And globally, it has increased so much that it is impacting lives, livelihood, and ecosystems around the world. Specifically, we are able to see that there is a large variation from the year 2018 onwards, especially we are witnessing in the country India and the state where I belong to, which is the state of Kerala. And if you just take the statistics of 2021 alone, we have 432 disastrous events related to natural hazards worldwide, with an estimated $252 billion of economic damage being reported. While analyzing these details, we are able to see the different gaps which is there at the scientific level, the implementation level, the community engagement level. And we are also able to see that the studies which are initiated by United Nations says that if we could actually early warn at least by 24 hours, we could actually reduce the damage by 30%. So that is a very striking feature, and that is the hope for us. Can we contribute? Can we develop solutions? Can we develop interventions which will help us to bring in early warnings so that we can at least save the lives? And this month is particularly the month in which the United Nations celebrate the International Day of Disaster Risk Reduction, which is observed normally on October 30. And for this particular year, UN has decided to focus on Target G of the Sendai framework to substantially increase the availability of and access to multi-hazard early warning systems and disaster risk information and assessments to the people by 2030. So this particular symposium, MWCR 2022, aims to reimagine the conversations around multi-hazard early warning systems and community-based disaster risk resilience by showcasing the efforts made by various state and national disaster management authorities from India and other countries, disaster researchers, as well as UN experts working in the domain of multi-hazard early warning system. Through this impetus, we hope to bridge the gap between academicians, weather experts, geospatial analysts, computer scientists, communication specialists, disaster scholars, and communities at large in working on raising awareness to risk and improving warning dissemination to the general population. We wholeheartedly welcome each of you to be part of the International Symposium on Multi-Hazards Warning and Community Resilience. The symposium, spanning 2 days, will showcase the following. It has put an in-depth effort to bring in the key stakeholders, experts from multiple areas, working at multiple organizations who has expertise at multiple level to showcase their systems, technologies, best practices, etc., and the challenges and opportunities on adopting multi-hazard early warning systems. The symposium has specifically put in extra effort to bring in the experts from UN, national disaster management agencies, state disaster management authorities, intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations, and disaster research centers, so that their learnings, their knowledge can be delivered to the future generation, and a discussion can be initiated which will bring up where are the gaps, where are the solutions, so that the knowledge can be shared among us, so that there is a larger access to the available outputs and disseminate what we need, so that we jointly hold our hands and move forward and provide better solutions for the future. So one of the major things what we are looking in this whole symposium is also what are the integration of technical solutions, technological solutions, and how we have to integrate technological solution with indigenous or local knowledge to understand the role of community members in early warning processes rooted in traditional and indigenous knowledge. This is one of the key areas world around. People are looking into it because each and every location, people have a lot of knowledge. Earlier, we as scientists or as the officials, government officials, we most of the time has forgot this, that the indigenous people have a knowledge, they are using that to save by themselves. So now we have learned that we have started collecting these details to bring in better disaster risk reduction policies. So let us see how people have done that. We also want to explore the opportunities for universities and think tanks to engage in research and collaboration to enhance the access and availability of MHEWs to make communities resilient. Formulation of coalition of experts from the global north and south that include government and non-governmental, private and community members that can work together in building community capacity and resilience among the general population and special needs group is another major initiative we are looking forward in this symposium. What is the most important is how can we collectively build a disaster resilient communities around the world by enhancing access to real-time hazard knowledge, by designing, developing and deploying the intervention tools and techniques to ensure timely warnings and life are safe. While putting up this program, guided by our Chancellor, Srimata Amrita Devi, Amma, has been at the forefront of disaster risk reduction and mitigation initiatives, and her knowledge has been and her direction has been utilized in building this symposium also. And she had actually showed us the unique blend of technological solutions, bringing out based on the compassion-driven approach. And that has helped the university to build the world's first wireless sensor network system, which has later upgraded to the AI integrated Internet of Things system for the detection and early warning of landslides in Western Ghats and Himalayas, the two major global landslide hotspots. And this has led the university to be being conferred with the title as World Center of Excellence on Landslide Risk Reduction by the International Program on Landslides. We have not stopped with that. We have moved forward looking into multiple disasters and trying to figure it out, the innovative technological solution for the design, development and deployment of disaster resilient solution. And used multiple technologies of crowdsourcing, modeling, MI and AL techniques. And we have learned from our parent organization, Mata Amrita's work in the case of natural disasters and their long-term rapid response and long-term rehabilitation across the globe. And these learnings has helped Amrita's faculty to develop the empathy and the concern for disaster management. And this has helped us to develop an ecosystem in the university itself to take forward and integrate multiple disciplines to build in technological solutions. And this has shaped Amrita Vidyapeetham's commitment towards making communities safer and disaster resilient by compassion-driven research directed towards social benefit. I would now like to welcome our eminent guests who have graced us with their presence. Our chief guest is Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, who is the member of National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. He has extensive expertise in the area of disaster risk reduction and recovery, which is substantiated by his 25 years of experience. Prior to joining as a member NDMA, Dr. Vatsa's association with the UN included an eminent role of being a policy advisor, disaster recovery, Bureau of Policy and Program Support, United Nations Development Program in the New York and Nairobi during 2015 to 20. Prior to that, he served as the Regional Disaster Reduction Advisor, South and Southwest Asia in New Delhi for 2008 to 2014. He joined UNDP in 2007 as Early Recovery Coordinator in Philippines. This clearly tells you that Sir is going to bring in more than a decade of experience he has in the disaster management and in building the community scale resilience. And during his course of his career, Dr. Vatsa extensively consulted for several national and international organizations in the area of disaster risk reduction and recovery. He has a Doctor of Science in Disaster Risk Management from the George Washington University, USA, and published extensively on the subject. I am extremely honored to welcome Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa to this August gathering on behalf of Amrita Vidyapeetham and also our parent organization, Mata Amrita Devi. Our guest of honor, Dr. Ian Davis, is a multifaceted personality, an architect, artist, writer, and an eminent academic. He has worked continually in disaster risk and recovery management since 1972. He wrote the first book on disaster shelter and was lead consultant in the first set of UN guidelines on shelter following the disaster. He is the author, co-author, or editor of 16 books on disaster-related topics. In 1996, he was awarded the UN Sasakawa Award for his contribution to international disaster prevention. Currently, Ian is a visiting professor in universities in India, Sweden, Japan, Australia, and the UK. This includes Kyoto, Lund, Oxford, Brookes University, and an honorary visiting professor, Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, and also several other universities in Europe. We at Amrita has the honor of having him as adjunct faculty at School for Sustainable Development and advisor to UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. And he extends himself in providing guidance to all the PhD students working in this area and try to work with the community in India in building a course itself for the whole community. I am delighted to welcome Professor Dr. Ian Davis to this August gathering on behalf of Amrita Vidyapeetham and our parent organization, Mata Amrita. We have with us Professor N. Vinod Chandra Menon, who brings with more than 37 years of working experience, of which a significant tenure was spent in the fields of disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and public policy analysis. He has been in charge of emergency preparedness and response in UNICEF, India Country Office from 2002 to 2005. In 2005, Professor Menon was nominated by then Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh, as one of the founder members of the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India, with the status of a Union Minister of State in the Government of India. He has been invited to address several prestigious international conferences by UNDP, UNISDR, World Bank, and GFDRR. He has a long-standing association with Amrita Vidyapeetham, including his role as an adjunct faculty. And it is indeed an absolute honor to have Professor Vinod Menon grace the inaugural ceremony today. For me, from the year 2009 onwards, I have been closely working with Sir, and it's indeed a privilege for us to actually work with him and to get his insights in developing our capabilities to serve the community. I am delighted to welcome Professor N. Vinod Chandra Menon to this August gathering on behalf of Amrita Vidyapeetham and our parent organization, Mata Amrita. The symposium spanning across 2 days will showcase around 30 speakers from 14 countries. In addition to keynote addresses by leading experts, the symposium also provides a platform for young PhD scholars to present their work in the area of climate change and risk management. As of today, we have more than 1,000 participants, over 30 countries registered for the symposium. I deeply hope that the symposium helps us garner great insights and make us delve deeper to make community resilience a reality for all. By strengthening our collaborative efforts in this regard, let each one of us strive to live in a world where we embrace nature and live harmoniously. Before I end, I would like to quote Amma's words here as a wake-up call for all of us to strive for a better tomorrow. Amma says we are not isolated islands. We are connected to each other like links of chain. Our actions influence others, whether we are aware of it or not. Due to the lack of awareness, unknowingly we exploit our resources, we forget to conserve, we develop materials which are not biodegradable. All this we initiate since we are thinking of us only. From the self-centered approach to selfless approach, if we can transform ourselves with compassion as the base, with compassion as the driving force, and with love as the foundation, we will be able to bring in light in the lives of everybody. Let this whole symposium help us to build love as the fundamental prevailing feature, which will be driven by compassion to bring in light for the lives. Let us pray that God's grace will shower on all of us to bring in the awareness in each of us to serve the world and spread love and light for world peace. Om Lokaha Samastaha Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Once again, I welcome one and all to this program. We hope that these 2 days we will be able to engage very closely and develop a plan of action for building solutions, interventions, policies, theories necessary for bringing in safe life for the whole population. Pranams at Amma's Lotus Feet. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Manisha, for such an open-hearted talk mixed with your rich academic experience coupled up with the practical knowledge that you have on working with the communities on ground as per Amma's vision. That also sets the tone for an enlightened welcome for this session. And that is also what, as a student and a scholar, we are looking forward to look into the sessions. I also join Dr. Manisha in welcoming all the guests. As we go through the agenda and we introduce the guests, I would request everybody to appreciate and take the honor also. Let us first go ahead to introduce the chief guest of the evening, Shri Krishna S. Vatsa, who's a member of the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. As Dr. Manisha introduced, Shri Vatsa has been working in the area of disaster risk reduction and recovery for the last 25 years. Prior to joining as the member of NDMA, Mr. Vatsa joined the UNDP in 2007 as an early recovery coordinator in the Philippines. He served as the regional disaster reduction advisor, South and Southwest Asia in the New Delhi from 2008 to 14. He also worked as policy advisor, Disaster Recovery Bureau for Policy and Program Support, BPPS UNDP in the New York and Nairobi from 2015-20. As a career civil servant, Shri Krishna S. Vatsa joined the Maharashtra Emergency Earthquake Rehabilitation Program in 1995 and implemented a large-scale earthquake recovery program for the next 4 years. He has also served as secretary to the government of Maharashtra Relief and Rehabilitation from 2003 to 2006, and then as secretary Rural Development and Panchayati Raj from 2006 to 7. In the course of his career, he's extensively consulted for several national and international organizations in the areas of disaster risk reduction and recovery. Shri Vatsa has a Doctor of Science in Disaster Risk Management from the George Washington University in the USA and published extensively on the subject. Sir, with that double introduction, can we please invite your presence in the session?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Manisha. Thank you, Mr. Devashish Brahma. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. Thanks very much for the invitation to this workshop. Thanks very much for your kind introduction, generous introduction. It's good to meet with Professor Ian Davis, and after a long time. So good to see you, Ian. And so good to see you still being so active. You have always been a source of inspiration for us. You are a doyen of the discipline, and we always remember you with so much of respect and reverence. Thanks for being here. Also, big thanks to Professor Vinod Menon, longtime colleague who inspired me to join this symposium. It's always good to be reconnected with colleagues, practitioners, and scholars. So thank you very much. I think the symposium is happening at a very right time. Early warning is becoming increasingly important as climate change is becoming, posing more serious challenges to us. The frequency of climate hazards has increased, and in the context of the nature of hazards, the frequency and severity that we are experiencing, the precision in getting the information is becoming increasingly important. And we definitely welcome such initiatives. And we hope that at the end of the symposium, whatever be the recommendations are, they would be conveyed to the NDMA. We would like to have such communications so that we are guided by the scholarly exchanges in developing our strategies for early warning as well as preparedness and response. In the last few decades, we have made a lot of progress in the area of early warning. It's true of India, it's true of almost the entire developing world. The governments have invested more in early warning systems. Early warning agencies are more proactive. They are also getting more support from different quarters. Our satellite-based science also has become much richer, and we are getting a lot of images. So, across the developing countries, I would say that the mortality due to floods and cyclones has gone down, thanks to investment in early warning systems. India has been one of the principal beneficiaries. We are tracking our cyclones much better. We are predicting our landfall with much greater precision, and we are able to evacuate large number of people. And this has reflected in much lower mortality. And I think the same could be said about the floods. Our mortality due to floods has also gone down across the country. And we are able to understand the floods better. We are able to forecast the floods better. And we are able to take all the precautionary measures with much greater precision. Yet there are challenges, and these challenges relate to the impact forecasting. We need to improve our system so far as the storm surge is concerned. We need to also improve the level of improve our understanding of the level of inundation. To what extent are the people going to be affected? To what extent the storm would affect the people living inside the coasts? And in the recent cyclones, we have seen that the cyclones are becoming more unpredictable. Both Cyclone Yas and Cyclone Tauktae, which affected our coast on both the east and west coast, we had some mortality, which could have been reduced, which could have been prevented with better understanding of impacts, likely impacts. So this is one area which definitely needs to be improved. But we have much greater challenge so far as smaller climate hazards are concerned. We are seeing an increasing incidence of lightning. With the increase in temperature, the lightning incidents have gone up considerably. We are also seeing the impact of heat waves across the country. And this heat, of course, the heat waves has become a global phenomena. Almost all the countries are affected by heat waves. But we see that the impact of heat waves could be very, very adverse for the poorer communities. And there is a huge health hazard attached to that. We also have flash floods, and the mountain hazards. People dying in flash floods. We have also avalanche, glow, and rock falls. All this happening due to increasing level of hazards triggered by climate change. Now, these are the events that happen at the local level and in remote areas, and there is not much of lead time available. So we have the real challenge of developing early warning systems for these hazards, which could be disseminated to the people at a short notice. The way historically our disaster management system has developed, you would see that we have some disconnect or disjunction between the disaster management system and the early warning systems. Disaster management system works at the grassroots level. The districts are in charge of response and evacuation. Early warning systems are driven by the central agencies. We are getting the early warning systems more and more decentralized, but we still have some way to go. So what is very, very important in the next few years is that we have a more decentralized early warning system, and we have perfected those models which can improve the very local level climate hazards. We should be able to reach out to the people who are exposed to, say, risk of lightning. A large number of people dying in lightning work in open fields. How do we reach out to the workers in the open fields? That remains the central challenge. We can develop very good apps for issuing the warning, but those who are working in the open fields do not have the access to apps. So it is also a socioeconomic problem. It's a problem of poverty. It's a problem of lack of information reaching those who really need this information. So what I see is that in the next few years, we need to work on developing those local level systems through which we reach out to the most vulnerable segments. We also are now thinking of, or we are actually working on early warning systems for landslides. And landslides actually represent a class of hazard which are between the climate hazards and geological hazards. Landslides are triggered by earthquakes, seismic activities, but they can also be triggered by heavy rainfall. And now I'm glad Amrita University is working on developing early warning system for landslides. So are many other agencies engaged in developing early warning systems for landslides. But here again, what is important is that we need to state the underlying assumptions very clearly. We need to bring a much greater understanding of not just the working of the sensors, but also how exposed the slopes are, how stable the slopes are, what kind of soil are we dealing with, where are the interruptions to the natural drainage. It requires to go beyond the early warning systems. It needs us to monitor the local level situation very closely, which means that all those who are working on early warning systems need to coordinate with the disaster management practitioners on the ground so that they understand which are the areas that are more vulnerable to landslides. There is a distinct community that is working on the earthquake early warning systems. And again, here, we need to state the underlying assumptions very clearly. The early warning systems for earthquake would actually consist of the difference between the time that it takes for the P wave to travel and S wave to travel. It is a difference that explains that it's a difference of few seconds. Who should get the early warning system? How should it be disseminated? Sometimes we are not very forthcoming in explaining some of these technical issues, and we present it as a kind of, a quick solution to the problem of earthquakes, a quick solution to the problem of landslides. This is not really the case. We need to be a little more honest and forthright about the limitations of the system. And we need to work with a community of people who are actually working on these issues. We need to build bridges with the practitioners. And when we do not do this, and we are just working on an isolated basis in our laboratories, in our centers, we tend to overstate the benefits of these systems. We need to guard against those things. I think it's time that we develop a whole early warning system which consists of various kinds of early warning. And I'm glad this symposium is being organized. That would be a contribution to developing this early warning system within the disaster management practice. But at the same time, the early warning system needs to be connected very closely with the world of preparedness, the world of response, the world of disaster management practitioners. Early warning community still remains a very distinct community. It's a community of scientists. It's a community of specialists. And at times, the communication tends to be not as strong, as robust with the disaster management practitioners as it should be. So, as we are growing, improving our early warning systems, we need to be a little more circumspect about what we are really offering, how we are reaching out to the practitioners, how we can make early warnings available at a more decentralized level, how we can improve our communication with the disaster management authorities at the district, state, and national levels. These are some of our important challenges. And we need to address these challenges in a very, very ethical and honest manner. So this is what I would like to suggest here. We would be very happy to receive the findings of this symposium, the key recommendations. And we would also like to work more closely with all the people who are working in the early warning system. We definitely need to improve early warning systems at the national, state, and local levels. And it's not just a challenge which is limited to our country. It's a challenge that extends to all the countries. India would be the president of the G20 this year, 2020. And we definitely would like to to take leadership. India would definitely like to take leadership to disseminate more technology, more understanding, and more global action to improve early warning across the countries. So this is our task. This is our challenge at the national level, at the global level. And I'm so glad that this symposium would be an important contribution to enhancing the understanding of the early warning systems in a world where climate change poses very stark challenge. Thank you very much. And I'm again very, very thankful, very grateful to Amrita University, to the organizers of this symposium for having invited me here. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very detailed summary of challenges in the area of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation, and for paving a way forward to solving them. There is indeed an urgent need to develop initiatives and build bridges for a cohesive multi-hazard early warning system and for community resilience, now more than ever. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words of wisdom. We're indeed very happy to collaborate. I now have the pleasure to introduce the guest of honor for the evening, Professor Ian Davis. Since 1972, Professor Davis's primary work has been disaster risk and recovery management. As an academic, an author, a researcher, a consultant, an NGO board member, and as an advisor to the government and UN agencies. He wrote the very first PhD on disaster shelters at the University College of London from 1972 to 85, and coordinated with the first UN agencies on guidelines for shelters after disasters in 1982. He has co-authored, authored, and edited over 16 books and over 90 articles on disasters and development-related fields. Currently, he's serving as the adjunct professor at the Amrita School for Sustainable Development and advisor to the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. We're very honored to have you, sir. And over to you.
Well, it's a great pleasure and honor to take part in this symposium. Thank you very, very much for the warm invitation, and a great joy to see Krishna Vatsa again, my dear friend, who I worked with back after the Maharashtra earthquake when we first met. I think that takes us back, Krishna, to 27 years, a long time back. So great honor and a great pleasure to take part in this very important subject. It's such a critical area. And I agree strongly with the words of Krishna that there's been great progress made in early warning systems. And many, many people owe their lives to effective warnings, but there's much to be done. And this whole symposium will plug, I hope, some of the important gaps that exist. They say that form follows failure. And what happened after the tsunami was really quite a remarkable change. The Indian Ocean tsunami warning system was put in place. There have been many, many developments, and I took part in many meetings on these subjects. And maybe I could just begin with a story. Just after the tsunami, UK was celebrating its the fact that they were the president of the G20. And Tony Blair was our prime minister, and he decided to have a working group on warnings and forecasts. He asked the government chief scientist to organize it, and I was invited to go as a kind of generalist, I suppose. And I think there was one other disaster person. And we went into this room full of about 25 people, and we had lunch, and then we were going to be talked to about what our task was in developing this warning system, which Blair was going to present to all the world leaders at the forthcoming conference. I sat down next to 5 people I'd never recognized. I didn't know who they were. And I said to them in all innocence, what disaster, what brings you here? What is your area of expertise? And they all answered exactly the same way. They said, we all work in NEOs. Well, I'd never heard of an NEO. I didn't know what that meant, but it means near Earth object. And they were all astronomers, or they were space technologists, and they were hoping that Tony Blair would propose a global warning system to protect the world from asteroids destroying the planet. Well, I was intrigued by this because I'd never met anybody who knew about it before, because I was working as Krishna is and as this university is on landslide warning, flood warning, cyclone warning, etc. And I had no background at all in NEOs. So I said to one of them in all innocence, what's the return period of impact of an NEO on the Earth? I said, is it a high incidence? He said, yes, very, very high. I said, well, what's the frequency pattern? He said, well, it's between 15 and 25,000 years. I said, years? They said, yes. I said, well, we're dealing with days, hours, minutes. I said, so it's going to be a very strange meeting, this one, because here we are embracing two widely different subjects. And it made me realize just how complex the whole warning business is. And we proceeded with our gathering, and it got increasingly difficult because, as Krishna is mentioning, there is a bit of a mismatch between the technologists and the scientists and the practitioners, or the practicing agencies, or the disaster management community. And the chief scientist put together a proposal while I was working in the South Pacific. I came back, and there it was on my computer, and we were having a meeting the next day. So I sat up till about 3 o'clock in the morning, writing a very strong letter saying, it's no good isolating the warning system just to the technology of the warning. It's got to be, how do you make it work? How does it relate to people? And I told them a story of what I'd been doing in Vanuatu in the South Pacific. And I'll just tell you this story because it relates to it. I was there with an Indian from Australia, and we were looking at the effectiveness of the cyclone warning system. And we were asked to go and meet the government director of the warning system. We found a little hut in a wood, and we waited there. There's nobody in it. And after about half an hour, somebody arrived on a bicycle. And I asked him who he was. He said, I'm a government official dealing with warning systems for Vanuatu, which happens to be the most vulnerable island in the South Pacific. And he said, I'm very sorry I'm late, but you see, I have 3 jobs and I have to do these other jobs before coming here. I said, well, what would happen if a disaster happened where you're doing one of your other jobs? He said, well, all hell would break loose. And this was the problem, that this man was the weak link in the chain. They had a very good warning system, which was coming in via satellite, and it was going to be disseminated, but the dissemination really relied upon him. He had to get that warning out by radio or TV. So I said to him, how do you disseminate the warning? He said, by radio. I said, do you use other means? He said, no, because we only got one system. I said, don't you have any backup? No backup. He said, I cycled down to the port because I want to get the warning out to the fishermen to come in, because they're coming in before the cyclone. They need the warning before the population. Well, it was obvious that this man was hopelessly undermanned. I mean, he was doing his level best to make it work, but the system was inadequate. And so I hope that in this meeting, we're going to talk a lot about links between warnings and disaster management. Do you remember Katrina? After Katrina in America, which devastated New Orleans, there was a good warning system went out, but it was a devastating tropical, what they call hurricane, which of course is the same as a cyclone. But the warning system was not connected with evacuation planning. And so people couldn't get away. And so in the lower 9th ward of New Orleans, where I visited, people were killed in large numbers because they had no way of getting away. They didn't have cars, there were no trains, and no provision had been made to get them away. Fortunately, that has been improved greatly in the US since. They've learned from that mistake. But so one of my key points is really just to reiterate what Dr. Vatsa said, that we've got to get a better linkage between the different parts of the system. That's really quite crucial. In fact, I think that there are many W's involved in this. Well, first of all, who is going to get the warning? Who is that? The warning has got to go to the people who are most vulnerable. And as Krishna mentioned, they might not have the app. They might not even have a mobile phone. And so how to get the warning to the people who need it most? And that's going to be always one of our biggest challenges. So we need very detailed studies made. And this is where Amrita are doing a great work with community-based disaster risk reduction, looking at the local community and how we can work with them on that. Who? When? Well, we need lead times for this. I was very impressed working in Hong Kong at one stage to see just before the hurricane season, they call them they call them cyclones or they call them typhoons. It's the same hazard. The whole community on the island where my son was living were all put to work to clean out all the culverts, check all the drains, get all the plastic out of the drains because the wet season was coming and with it the hurricane season, and they had to avoid landslides, and which always were accompanied by heavy rainfall. The whole community was mobilized. That had a great effect because the government provided bins where they put the plastic, and the government officials were there with people. But all over the island, people were working in one weekend only to clear the drains, to clear the culverts, to check everything and make sure the water would flow easily, because so often that water had influenced both flooding, flash flooding, as well as landslide risk. And so part of the early warning was really right at the beginning of the cyclone season. But then there were additional warnings, of course, as they got landfall data in for forthcoming hazards. So when is another critical factor. Where? Well, we're getting much better at hazard maps. We know where things are going to happen, or do we? We've got to really keep checking on the hazard plans. And one of the lovely things about location is that once you know about them, they can be linked into disaster preparedness. Again, a very quick story. I'm going to finish in a moment. Working in Vietnam, to see these trees with little signs on them, flood, 1995, flood, 1997. They were done by school children who put rings around trees with a number. That was with an enlightened school teacher just taking these children out to mark the flood levels. And of course, if you're putting foundations for your house, you don't put them in the place where you see there's been persistent flooding. So there's a lot of disaster planning can be almost at no cost. And that's got to be really developed, no cost disaster risk reduction. And I think this with whom, who is the warning linked to? The lesson from me from that G20 seminar group was that we were disconnected. I was working with scientists who were disconnected from the disaster management community. And I happen to be one of the bridges with that. And I think that one of the tasks of scientists is to say, who needs my message? Who do I need to learn from as to what message that is and what format it's going to be in? So universities like Amrita and all the other universities collaborating today, one of our tasks is to form bridges between the scientific, academic, and the technical communities. And the technical communities do a remarkably good job, but often they're isolated. Sometimes the disaster management groups are isolated as well. So how do we look outside our cabbage patch? How do we form links? That's really all I want to say. But I just have a footnote to say, we in England are celebrating a new Prime Minister, the first Asian Prime Minister in our history, and the youngest Prime Minister for 200 years, a wonderful Indian, born in Southampton, so of Indian parents. So we're so grateful for this new Prime Minister who's going to join us, and it's a great chance for our country to form better links with India and also to help put to death some of these dreadful post-colonial legacies, which are really no help to anybody. So it's a wonderful day for us here in Britain. We have a new king and we have a new Prime Minister, the first Asian in our history, and that's worth celebrating. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Davis. It's always a pleasure hearing from you. They say it takes a heart driven by compassion to bring anecdotes into academics and to bring the soul and life into research and into theories. And Professor Davis has never missed a beat with both his wisdom and the warmth of his presence. We are grateful for your presence, sir.
Thank you.
And also we join you in congratulating Mr. Rishi Sunak. I have the pleasure to now introduce Professor Vinod Menon. Professor Vinod Menon is the founding member of the National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA in India. Professor Menon has 37 years of working experience. He's worked in the fields of disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and public policy analysis. In 2005, he was nominated by the Prime Minister of India as a founding member of the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India, with the status of Union Minister of State in the Government of India. He is on the governing bodies of several organizations working on resilience building, emergency preparedness, and response. He is currently a member of the Peer Committee on Technological Preparedness to deal with national disruptions established by the Indian National Academy of Engineering, the INAE. Professor Menon is also an independent consultant in the fields of disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and public policy analysis. He's a consultant to the UNDP, to the UNICEF, the UNESCO, the World Bank, the Global Facility for the Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery, the GFDRR, the Asian Development Bank, the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center at Bangkok, Economist Intelligence Unit, and several humanitarian organizations and networks, state governments, and also national government. He has published extensively and has co-edited a book on humanitarian logistics published by Springer. He is the recipient of the SKOCH Challenger Award 2010 for his contributions in the field of disaster management. Dr. Manisha has already said very kind words honoring Professor Vinod Menon. Sir, we are very honored to have your presence. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Debshish. I think I am very humbled and very honored to be in the august presence of people like Dr. Manisha, Professor Ian Davis, and Dr. Krishna Vatsa. We actually have worked very closely together. Dr. Krishna Vatsa, after the Maharashtra earthquake in 1993, when he was the Deputy Secretary in the Department of Disaster Management, he had helped lay the foundation for a very strong disaster management architecture and institutional mechanism in Maharashtra. And I was actually at that time in 1996, I became a professor of disaster management in the Center for Disaster Management, which was established after the advice of the World Bank, the UNDP, and others in Yashoda, the Yashwantrao Chavan Academy of Development Administration. And so we worked together for developing district disaster management plans, the state disaster management plan, and also creating an architecture for a disaster management information system, designed it with the Maharashtra Remote Sensing Application Center. So we've worked very closely in the last 3 decades of his involvement and engagement in the field of disaster management. So I'm very happy that he is the chief guest of the day, inaugurating this international symposium on multi-hazard warning and community resilience, which is actually happening at a very appropriate time because the COP27 is getting convened in Egypt, and the discussion is on multi-hazard early warning systems. And this year, on 13th of October, when the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction was being observed by the UN, UNDRR, and all the international agencies, the theme was early warning for all. But it was actually been reported at that time. There's a publication which came out from the World Meteorological Organization, which actually revealed that only half of the countries in the world have early warning systems, which are reaching communities. And it was also mentioned at that time that the target G of the the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction talked about increasing substantially the early warning systems. But when the early warning day was actually discussed as early warning for all by the International Disaster Risk Reduction being observed, it was actually mentioned that Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, said that in the next 5 years, he will try and see that the early warning systems will be available for everybody within the next 5 years. And this is being announced during the COP27 in Egypt as an international global initiative. And Dr. Krishnavatsa and Professor Ian Davis talked about the early warning systems globally. There is this early warning information system called Common Alert Protocol. And the Common Alert Protocol is being observed by 170 countries. And in India, the Indian Meteorological Department is leading on that. So I think it will be very, very useful that we are actually discussing this, because one of the reports actually which was released just recently, just in the last few hours, this report has come out, which is called The Cost of Delay, Why Finance to Address Loss and Damage must be agreed at the COP27. And this has been published by the Loss and Damage Collaboration. And the COP27 is meeting, and it's probably going to be the first COP meeting which is actually going to discuss loss and damage. In 1991, Vanuatu had actually proposed early warning systems. And after so many years, now we are talking about early warning systems. And we know that what was mentioned by Dr. Manisha, that in 2021 alone, 432 disasters had actually cost $252 billion in damage, 252 billion with a B. And if we had 24-hour warning systems, then we would have been able to reduce this economic damage by 30%. And she mentioned that, and which is the highlight of one of the reports which talked about early warning systems. And I think that we have actually seen that in one of the reports in 2019 by the Global Commission on Adaptation's flagship report, which is titled Adapt Now. And it mentioned that early warning systems provide more than a 10-fold increase on investments, which are actually happening. And so that is important, that we are actually able to save substantially. There are 4 major frameworks: Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the New Urban Agenda. And they are all there for the period 2015 to 2030. But when the target G was actually being talked about, and it was actually being discussed in 2019, they took a review of how many countries have early warning systems. It was found that for goal 1, only 14 countries reported about multi-hazard early warning systems. And for goal 2, only 19 countries had monitoring and forecasting systems. And for goal 3, only 31 countries had coverage of early warning information. And goal 4, only 23 countries in the world had the local governments had plans to act on early warnings. And goal 5, only 17 countries had disaster risk information and assessment mechanisms. And goal 6, only 7 countries in the world protected their population through preemptive evacuations. India can be proud of the fact that preemptive evacuations for cyclones was actually appreciated by the world when, for Cyclone Philin, India was actually able to show in Odisha that we were able to bring down the loss of life to only 23 after evacuating more than 1 million people. And in 2013, Cyclone Philin's emergency response by India and by NDRF and the Orissa State Disaster Management Authority and the ODRAF, the Orissa Disaster Rapid Action Force, was actually lauded all over the world. And I think these numbers of reports which are actually talked about, the number of countries with early warning systems, actually make us to sit up and then see what best can be done for improving the preparedness in our countries by strengthening our early warning systems. In May 2022, at the UNDRR Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in Bali, in Indonesia, the Bali Agenda for Resilience highlighted the need to consider end-to-end people-centered early warning value chain, from risk assessments to infrastructure and also community last mile outreach. And that is what Amrita University is trying to do with communities, strengthening the early warning systems. And Dr. Manisha's work in landslide early warning and monitoring was actually in 2009, the WINSOC work, which actually helped in implementing and installing an early warning system for landslide monitoring in Idukki district in Kerala, was actually able to alert the district administration of an impending landslide. And they were able to evacuate people from the village and also able to save lives. And so this was in 2009. And now we are in 2022, and we really see that even now landslides are happening and loss of life is happening in many states in the country. And so we need to really strengthen our early warning preparedness. And I'm very happy to mention that this Center of Excellence in Landslide at Amrita University, which is globally getting recognized, is now also discussing collaborations with the DPRI in Japan, in Kyoto University, for strengthening the preparedness for early warning, not only for landslides, but also for many other disaster typologies. And I think that if you really look at 1991 to 2021, in the last decade, in the last 3 decades, we see that 676,000 deaths happened in developing countries due to climate change and extreme weather events. And on an average, 189 million people were affected annually by climate change. 189 million people in the world affected annually by climate change between 1991 and 2021. And 97% of people affected by climate change and extreme events are living in developing countries, and 87% of them are actually happening in the Asia Pacific region. If you look at the UN ESCAP documents, you find that 87% of hydrometeorological disasters, triggered by climate change, are actually happening in the Asia Pacific region. And we are very happy about Professor Ian Davis's association with the University College London. Now we have Dr. Karina Fernley, who is the head of the UCL Warning Center, is actually also going to be one of the resource persons who is going to address this international symposium. So I'm very happy that we have this discussion happening today and tomorrow in the international symposium, and the Common Alert Protocol is now happening in 170 countries in the world. And we feel that community resilience is important. Amrita University is working with 180 communities across several states in India. And we hope that with the blessings of Amma, Mother Amritandamayi, and the leadership of Dr. Amrita, Dr. Manisha Ramesh, and also, we feel that, we will actually have a substantial progress through the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, and also the Amrita School of Sustainable Development. I hope that, we will actually continue to ensure that, loss of life will be minimized, economic damage will be minimized, and the loss of livelihoods will also, and the disruption of livelihoods will be minimized. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share a few thoughts, and I wish this international symposium all success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words of guidance and encouragement, and for emphasizing again on the need for an inclusive early warning system. It's always such a pleasure to hear from you. I would now like to invite Associate Professor Balaji Hariharan to deliver the vote of thanks. He's a research scientist at the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications at Amrita University. His areas of research include video and multimedia applications and wireless areas, software-defined networking, and network function visualization. Mr. Balaji has nearly 2 decades of experience in the industry. He served as the director of Kisina, a worldwide leader in video-on-demand systems and applications. Prior to that, he was in various engineering and management positions at National Semiconductor Corporation, USA. He pursued his BTech in electrical engineering from PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore, and Masters in Computer Science from Temple University, USA. Over to you, sir. I request you to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Hari Chatana. Om Teshwari Namaha. A very good afternoon to all of you. Our most valued guest, Dr. Krishna Vatsa, member of ATMA, Dr. Ian Davis, visited professor at Kyoto, and honorary visiting professor at RMIT, Sri Vinod Chandramenon, founding member of NMA, and our dear provost, Dr. Manisha, and everyone else gathered here. It's indeed my privilege and honor to have been asked to propose the work of thanks here on this occasion. So I, on behalf of the Center for Wireless Networks and Applications at Amrita, and the entire supporting team here together, on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all of you here for gracing your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinion today. Of course, with all your combined experience, this is really, really valuable. First of all, a big thank you to Dr. Manisha Ramesh for her introduction to the International Symposium MWCR, highlighting the increase in multi-hazard occurrences globally and the importance of early warning systems. She also talked about the aim and objectives of the symposium and how collective participation of responsible stakeholders can help vulnerable communities to be resilient to all kinds of multi-hazards, both natural and man-made. She also highlighted the efforts taken by Amrita in providing rapid response and long-term rehabilitation for various natural disasters. She obviously had a lot of experience in this area, being working on the landslide early warning system for over a decade and a half now. She also emphasized the efforts towards using technology and also using traditional and indigenous knowledge and combining the two together so the end outcome can be more effective. Thank you, Dr. Manisha. Next, we are very grateful to our chief guest, Dr. Krishna Vatsa, member of NDMA, for his talks on the need to work on developing local level systems to reach out to vulnerable segments. He also mentioned the need of going beyond early warning system and the need to coordinate with disaster management systems on the ground, and the need to build bridges between scientists, theorists, and disaster management practitioners to be connected to the world of response. He also highlighted challenges at the national and local levels and provided very, very valuable suggestions. Thank you very much, sir. Your experience in this area is greatly appreciated, and thank you for sharing your experience with us. I would also like to put on record our sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Ian Davis, for sharing some of his experiences in dealing with disasters across the globe, which highlight the need, the complexities, and the challenges involved in early warning system. He also emphasized the importance of decentralizing and backing up the dissemination system, and also emphasized on the need to get better linkage in the major parts of the disaster management system. And to build bridges between scientific, academic, and technical communities, re-emphasizing the points made earlier by Dr. Vatsa. Thank you again, Dr. Davis. I know you all have a very, very busy schedule, and thanks for taking the time to share your experiences with us. And we join Dr. Davis to wish Mr. Rishi Sunak and the UK government all success. And we hope there'll be further Indo-UK cooperation and collaboration at various fronts. Last but not the least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Sri Vinod Menon, who spoke about the 4 important frameworks in disaster management apart from Target G. He also mentioned how many countries have complied with the goals and the performance of India, especially in Odisha, for cyclone preparedness. I would also like to tell you guys that we are also working on the Tsunami Ready program, the UN's program for our Kerala coastal area, similar to what people have done in Odisha. He also spoke about the Bali agenda and the need for end-to-end risk assessment and infrastructure, and highlighted the work of Amrita in Idiki, the early warning system that we have in place. He also presented some statistics that emphasize the increased frequency in hazards leading to increased loss of lives. Thank you very much, sir, for providing all this information. As you know, we also, in our experience, a decade and a half experience with our early warning system, we also are able to observe this increased frequency of hazards, and also one hazard, driving another hazards. And that's why we have started this program, a multi-hazards program right now. So I sincerely thank all of you for sharing your experience. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to the entire organizing team. As you know, an event like this cannot happen overnight. It requires planning and bird's eye for details. So we've been very fortunate to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues who know their job and are very result-oriented. Thank you all. And a very special mention to today's MC, the Devashish Brahma and Hari Chandana. Once again, I want to state that we are most grateful to all the speakers. We want to thank you for being with us this afternoon. It's been a great pleasure. We look forward to a very fruitful rest of the day today and tomorrow, and we are sure the symposium will result in tangible and implementable outcomes for the benefits of society and humanity as a whole. So thank you all very much indeed. Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Professor Balaji, it's such a blessing to hear from you, and so has been the theme of the inaugural. And I would like to join all the esteemed scholars and delegates here in acknowledging on their behalf the intent and the vision behind this wonderful initiative that has brought forward such auspiciousness. And with that, we are now ready to dive into the first plenary session for the day. This is also the first plenary session for the entire symposium. It will be followed by one more plenary session and a panel discussion today. The first one is on global and national perspectives and solutions for multi-hazard early warning. But before that, let's take a quick small minute, 5 minutes break to regroup ourselves. And we reconvene back at 4:25 Indian Standard Time, 4:25 p.m., which is 16:25 Indian Standard Time. Hope to see you back very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
For over 4 decades, our Chancellor, Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, Amma, has travelled to all 6 continents, addressing and bringing solace to over 50 million people. Her embrace, that began as a sheer expression of compassion, has over the years shaped out to be the largest global drive to create a sustainable future for all. Love and compassion towards all beings are the very foundation of our existence. Amma is the living embodiment of these very values. Amma says, "We are not isolated islands, but are connected to each other like links on a chain, with an unparalleled vision to revive, nurture, and protect nature." Amma has for more than 40 years continuously strived and pioneered various initiatives to restore harmony and embrace sustainability as a way of life. Amma's initiatives are aligned towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. As a member organization of the United Nations Billion Tree Campaign, through Amma's initiative called Green Friends, Over 1 million trees have been planted across the 6 continents since 2001. Amma has promoted the cultivation and consumption of organically grown vegetables in 101 communities, adopted under the Amrita Serve program. Along with this, organic gardens and farming initiatives such as Haritamritam and Growin have been established. To make clean drinking water accessible to one and all, Amma's organization has launched Jeevamritam, a $15.2 million clean drinking water provisioning project for 5,000 villages in India. Along with this, Amma has initiated several programs to provide water access by implementing a number of solutions. Through Amma's Amalabharatam campaign that started in 2010, more than 7,500 cleanliness drives have been organized by mobilizing 10,000 plus volunteers, clocking over 500,000 hours in 23 states across India. One of the largest drives has been the cleanup of the Holy Pampa River at Shabarimala, which hosts one of the massive religious gatherings in the world annually. The cleanups have been mammoth efforts of 72 hours of hard work of 5,000 plus volunteers from over 12 countries.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll now have our first plenary session of the symposium and of the day titled Global and National Perspectives and Solutions for Multi-Hazard Early Warning. This session will be chaired by Dr. K.J. Ramesh, former DG IMD, and co-chaired by Dr. Dhanya, Assistant Professor, Amrita School of Wireless Sensor Networks and Applications.
Thanks, Hari. K.J. Ramesh, sir, was a senior advisor to the Ministry of Earth Sciences before he took over as the Director General of the Indian Meteorological Department, the IMD, which is under the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. Mr. Ramesh has been an advisor to the Ministry of Earth Sciences on atmospheric sciences and climate science since 2007. Prior to that, he has worked at the National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting. He holds a PhD in numerical modeling from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology at Delhi and specializes in atmospheric sciences. The senior scientist has worked with the government on disaster mitigation and management along with climate change, and as a scientist for the Department of Space Science Technology, and also as a part of a working group on disaster management for the Planning Commission.
And Dr. Dhanya M. currently serves as the Assistant Professor at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She completed her PhD from the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum, Kerala. Her research was focused on data assimilation and satellite observations for improving the forecast of heavy rainfall events. Presently, her research involves analysis of extreme events such as cloudbursts, as well as utilizing data-driven models for landslide early warning systems. May I invite Dr. Ramesh and Dr. Dhanya to chair this session. Over to you both.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all colleagues, distinguished colleagues and participants who have joined online to this important event. And let us have the first speaker, keynote speaker of the day and the session, Lalit Kumar Dashora. He is a senior multi-hazard early warning system specialist from Asian Disaster Prediction Center, Bangkok. And he will be talking to us on impact-based forecasting and warning in Southeast Asia. As you all know that now early warning has to become early action by the agencies involved to minimize the loss of life first and the loss of property and minimize the socio-economic impacts and the overall economy and infrastructure and resilience. So I'll invite Dr. Lalit Kumar Dashora for his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Dashora.
Good evening, sir, and good evening, participants and colleagues. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to ADPC and myself to talk about the recent applications of an advancement in multi-hazard early warning system, what regional institutions like ADPC and RIMES they are doing in the region, and how we are closely working with the NMHS and NDMOs in the region to provide impact-based forecasting and warning. So I will upload my presentation quickly.
You have 15 minutes, Dr. Dashora.
Sure, sir. So I hope my slides are visible.
Yes,
and I'm
please.
audible.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So my presentation will be on the impact-based forecasting and warning in Southeast Asia, where we are working right now. ADPC, let me briefly introduce about ADPC, which is an intergovernmental organization based in Bangkok headquarters and established by 10 member countries in Southeast Asia and South Asia. Let me give you a very brief global distribution of hydromet hazards and disaster in the global level, and it was published by WMO report in 2021. If you see the overall distribution of disasters, hydromet disasters, and if you see the distribution from the regional point of view, then from 1970 to 2019, most of the hazards are category of storm and floods as well. And if you see the impacts of these hazards, these disasters, most of them belongs to this particular category where we can have a very good early warning and anticipatory actions based on the strong and a good early warning. If you see the status of multi-hazard early warning systems, again given by WMO and globally and region-wise. So if you see in Southeast Asia and Asia overall, we have almost nearly 60% countries, they are saying that, okay, they have a good early warning system, functional early warning system. But at the same time, if you review the NDCs, the nationally determined contribution, which was submitted to UNFCCC through a Paris Climate Agreement, then the LDCs and SIDS, they are saying that, okay, still they 88% countries, they have a top priorities, early warning system is there, the top priorities under their adaptation priorities. So we can see that, okay, there is still a requirement for a strong and functional early warning system in many countries. If you go to the next slide, where basically the traditional early warning system, how they are working, and they have like 4 different pillars, which was, proposed by WMO in 2017 in Mexico event. And the 4 pillars are like disaster risk knowledge, observation, monitoring, analysis, and forecasting, warning, dissemination, and communication, and preparedness and response capabilities. So these are the 4 main pillars proposed and suggested by WMO in 2017. But the main focus here is that, okay, what the weather will be, and main focus is that, okay, how the weather will, and what is the approach and how it will have a different. But if you go to the next slide, where basically we are talking about the impact-based forecasting, and this is, I think, the future of forecast and warning, from the what the weather will be, from the what weather will do actually. And I think this is the where we are looking for, and we are working with the NMHS and NDMOs together. And we have developed a kind of a like W category question that, okay, how the IBF will work with the different agencies, and what is the sectoral requirements from the different sectors. And according to their needs and their priorities in the countries, I think NMHS and NDMOs, they have to produce a kind of a meaningful impact-based forecasting. So from moving from the traditional forecast towards the impact-based forecasting, that is, I think, the need of the hour at this moment. If we define the IBFW, which is a structured approach for combining weather forecast with hazard, exposure, vulnerability, and risk information to identify the impact and support in decision-making with the ultimate objective of encouraging anticipatory action. I think this is a very important thing, what like Professor Dr. K.J. Ramesh was also mentioning, that, okay, anticipatory action, and how we can do that and how we can achieve that particular thing. And which is also, I think in our SFTRR target G is also giving and highlighting that particular target. Let's go to the next slide. What are the key elements of IBFW? So if you see that, I think in the first, the 2 boxes, I think the weather and climate extremes are very much highlighted there, where our NMHS, the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, they are very strong. And I think they are very good, and they're actually giving a timely warning and forecast. But now how to include and, a link with the exposure and vulnerability and risk information into those forecasts, and, work towards the anticipatory actions. And then accordingly, we can quantify and reducing the impact. So quantification is very important. And I think that will come from the risk assessment approaches, and then we can convert into the impacts, the social and economic impact. If you see, these are the few actually approaches which we are adopting. And I think these are from the suggested by UKMET, and also we are actually, we are modifying as per the requirement of in this region. And then we are saying that, okay, we need to work as a co-design the IBFW, co-produce the IBFW, and co-deliver the IBFW. So we cannot work in silos, we cannot work in isolation, but I think we have to work together between the NMHS, the NDMOs, National Disaster Management Organization, at the same time with the sectoral agencies, including especially the agriculture or water or health or civil aviation. I think and disaster management as well, where we are working with the NDMOs. So, and then produce a meaningful impact metrics. And I think this will vary from hazard to hazard. It will vary for the flood, it will vary for the drought, it will vary for the tropical cyclone as well. So I think from hazard to hazard and location, we have to redesign it, modify it as per the location specific requirement and location specific sectoral requirement. If we see the approach which we are adopting in this particular region, so in co-designing of the IBFW, the level of understanding about the IBFW is very important. The stakeholder mapping and the governance system, I think it is also very important, where we are working with the Mekong River Commission in the region. And I think each country have their own governance, the national governance, but for the common cause, I think they have established a Mekong River Commission where they are working and where they are putting resources to work closely and provide a downstream countries to a meaningful, anticipatory early warning and impact-based early warning. I think the risk impact and assessment is also very important to co-produce the IBFW and IBFW generation and then dissemination. I think this is also a very important role where our the country level agencies, where basically we are working with the Monterey and the Mauram in this particular region, which are the Met agencies and hydro agencies in the country, and then they are actually working with these particular sectoral agencies and provincial agencies to provide them the forecast. And I think impact verification is also very important to understand that, okay, how the information is reaching to the last mile people sitting on the ground. Let me give a very good example from Indonesia, and where basically BMKG, which is the NMHS, and the BNPP, which is the NDMO, they are working together, and how they are basically providing improved real-time warnings to the sectoral agencies in the country. And the main impact here is that, okay, the BMKG, which is the NMHS, they are focusing on the weather forecast and climate extreme events. And at the same time, BNPP, which is the NDMO, they are working with the exposure, vulnerability, and socio-economic impact. And I think both agencies are working together to provide a meaningful impact information to the sectoral agencies in the country at the same time. And I think this is a very good example of impact metric which we developed for one of the province in Jakarta. And then these are like responses which they are looking for the sectoral agencies at the same time. This is again from the same particular Indonesia example, where they develop a kind of the action metrics, where which particular level with what kind of actions will be required and what is the severity level for each particular hazard for each island in Indonesia. Let me give a very good example of Cambodia and Laos PDR, where we started with the IBFW readiness assessment. Basically, what is the requirement from the country point of view? What are the needs of the countries to develop the impact-based forecasting products? And then to do that, actually, we started with the readiness assessment. So to do that, actually, what are the current challenges and what is their future requirement? And we did a very good assessment for that one. And then next to that one, what are the national priorities given in the different documents like NDCs and other documents? And then according to that one, we develop a strategy and action plan, which now the country is looking for kind of a next level of funding from GCF, and then they will be implementing in the country soon, I think under cruise program in next year. And then implementation of IBFW will start from 2023 next year. So these are some of the documents which we prepared for the Cambodia and Laos PDR with the readiness. We started with the readiness assessment, and we developed a kind of a strategy and action plan for multi-hazard impact-based forecasting for these two countries in Cambodia and Laos PDR. So at this stage, I think we are closely working with these sectoral agencies in the country, where basically the important role is playing by the NMHS and NDMO together, but definitely the sectoral agencies, including agriculture, water, health, and civil aviation, I think they will play a very important role while working with the and implementing the impact-based forecasting in the country. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. K.J. Ramesh.
Dr. Dashwara, for bringing out the important issues related with impact-based forecasting systems. A lot of readiness is required to blend early warning institution, which is generating the early warning information by science-based tools, interfacing with hazard, risk, and vulnerability and exposure information, where geospatial information and a lot of socioeconomic data at the local level has to be made available by disaster management agencies, and several remote sensing and other geospatial agencies of the government, sectoral agencies, their topographic and thematic layers also become important in the process of building effective IBF application for each sector. And wonderful effort done by your team. And now we have to focus apart along with IBF is the cascading and compounding effects associated with the hazards, because one extreme event can trigger multiple cascading and compounding effects like landslides, flash floods, etc., depending upon the local geography and local geometry. So that's where the focus and planning for IBF, comprehensive IBF, makes it more challenging, and preparing responses and making the communities ready for those impacts becomes very challenging. Wonderful effort. And now we'll have discussion at the end of the session, and I'll invite the participant to post their questions on Q&A chat box, so that we'll take up one by one from the distinguished speakers towards the end of the session. We'll have ample time for that to have. Thank you so much, Dr. Lalit Kumar Deshwara. Please stand by while the other speakers complete their presentations. Wonderful. So now I have the privilege of inviting Dr. Karina Fimley, is the Director of University College of London Warning Research Center, very distinguished academician, and she will be talking on enhancing multi-hazard early warning effectiveness, which is very crucial, and the new dimension of IBF to have integrated with multi-hazard early warning. Over to Dr. Karina for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak at this wonderful conference. I've really enjoyed the discussions so far, and there's been some wonderful points made about the importance of us looking at warning systems. And of course, it was actually mentioned by Shri Vinod Shlandra Menon before about the Early Warnings for All initiative. And so this has really, of course, set the agenda for the next 5 years, set by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who, of course, as was already highlighted, has made the point that numerous people are not covered by warning systems, that more of us are exposed than ever to multiple related hazards. So coming back to your point, Dr. Ramesh, about multi-hazard warning systems, as a result of our population growth, urbanization, and really that we need to establish that forecasts for what the weather, or indeed any hazard, will be are no longer enough. It's about what the people need to do that's vital to save their livelihoods. And so really important topic this year, which is a wonderful delight for me, having spent well over 15 years of my life dedicated to the study of warning systems. So it's lovely to see it back on the agenda. And earlier this year, I actually attended the Multi-Hazard Early Warning Systems 3 conference in Bali and the United Nations 7th session of the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, which was a wonderful conference hosted in Bali, Indonesia. And I came away with a number of different findings that I felt they're sort of a little less academic and empirical, if you like, but my findings were somewhat that no one really knows how to do multi-hazard warning systems. There are some really good examples, but how those can be scaled up or looked at across different regions is yet to be examined further. Of course, we need to learn a lot of lessons from COVID-19, which gives us a phenomenal opportunity to look at how one particular hazard event has impacted the global community and looked at how each of those nations, regions, different groups responded. It gives us a phenomenal learning opportunity. That people are still talking about the last mile, but far less about that first mile. And that warnings are still generally spoken of as technocratic tools. As Professor Ian Davis was highlighting earlier, the importance of us to integrate society and people as part of that system is absolutely vital, whilst, on the other hand, of course, taking advantage of phenomenal new technologies that can aid the process. So it's great to have this huge interest, but to me, it's very clear there needs to be some more input, particularly through academic expertise. And that's what we're trying to do at the Warning Research Centre, which I'll come back to at the end. So what I want to do in my few minutes is just highlight some of the key recommendations, if you like, based on our studies so far as to how we can better enhance warnings. And what we feel is that from the research that we've done and the analysis we've done, that it's really important that effective early warning systems, or any warning system, consider multiple hazard, cascading events and integration across stakeholders. And this needs to include natural hazards as well as human-made hazards and threats that clearly we're seeing more of, and that could be either accidental or even intentional. That we have to deal with challenging multi-hazard events that may happen at the same time or be relating, may lead to cascading events. And of course, we've all got these emerging risks that we can see from new technologies, climate change, and so on. So you can see in this table here, that this diagram, that integrated early warning system is about bringing together the 4 elements of the warning systems as devised by the United Nations at Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, the multiple users, multiple hazards, and integrating those together. So how can we do that? Well, we recommend there are 4 key characteristics. One is to do with creating accurate information, being flexible and adaptable, creating timely warnings, and being transparent. Now, these are, of course, all great ideals, but how these actually play out is a little bit more challenging. And that's because hazards vary in terms of their spatialities, their temporalities. Our warning systems have different functions or requirements, different processes. And of course, we're dealing with different hazards that have different dynamics. So a study that I completed with Carolina Garcia back in 2012 looked at a number of warning systems all around the world and found that actually it wasn't so much the 4 elements of the warning systems where there were disasters or even successes happening. It was actually to do with the things that link those 4 elements. And these are things like communication, education, multi-hazard scenarios, putting research into practice, good governance, trust, accountability, responsibility, and participation. And all of this had to be within the context of being local, so locally relevant and flexible. And so we think that those links are utterly important if we want to think about how to enhance warnings. Indeed, a further study that I completed with Simon Day in 2015 tried to think about warning systems in a slightly more defined way. And so we came up with different classifications of warnings just to help us think a little bit more about our timeliness and our spatialities. And so we can think about having a permanent warning system. So that's something that's in place all the time, that's automated, like our common alerting protocol, which, as mentioned before, covers 170 countries around the world, which is phenomenal. And our Earth observation systems, very useful for famines and droughts. Then we have our anticipatory systems. These are our systems that we use to anticipate a hazard. Typically, this is a volcano, which is my area of expertise, where we need to work with the community and we need to integrate traditional and indigenous knowledge into those systems and bring together multi-hazard early warning systems. The responsive type of system is more responding to an event that's already happened. You know, an earthquake has generated a large tsunami and we can respond to that. Indeed, we can respond to an earthquake. We sometimes have 50 seconds to do a fair amount. So there are all sorts of wonderful different ways we can classify this. And an integrated warning system tends to try and bring together from lots of different aspects into one system. And a good example is the Global Information Early Warning System on Food and Agriculture. Now, what we have to be careful of is that warnings need to be considered holistically within the extensive toolkit that we have of disaster risk reduction tools. And, you know, ideally what we would want is for all of our DRR strategies to be developed and applied together. And for some countries, that is possible. But more commonly, this has evolved haphazardly over years as our knowledge and technology and building capacities have developed. So it's not really been systematic. And what we end up with is the concern that we can actually get a mix of strategies that can interact in unexpected ways. Just to give you a brief example, what we saw in Tohoku in 2011 was quite simply an underestimate of the size of the magnitude of the earthquake and the fact that the seawalls and the evacuation structures, the vertical evacuation structures were designed to a magnitude 8 earthquake. Of course, we had a larger than magnitude 9 earthquake. The tsunami generator was larger, overcame the seawall and actually swept many people away in the vertical evacuation structures because it wasn't all tied up. So we need to think, how can we design our system so we're reinforcing within our warnings of putting people into safety? Another second really key point is working across silos. And we find that it's so important that we need to overcome these silos, both in terms of disciplines, institutions, hazards, political groups, different ideas and different values. And so we need to encourage and exchange and develop trust and connections that support action when a crisis can happen. And there's a number of tools that, of course, many of us already use, but things like having a warning expert committee or initiative, developing training exercises, integrating public engagement lessons that we've learned, designing warnings to be flexible, facilitating multi-directional feedback, and evaluating the value of standardization of warning systems and what levels of scales those can work, and the types of decision-making processes. We also want to think about not reinventing the wheel. With climate change adaptation, we can already see that they work across a number of different silos to various successes. And we want to make sure that we're not, creating new silos, and actually see climate change adaptation and DRR have a lot in common. And in many ways, we could argue that we would like to see climate change adaptation within disaster risk reduction, i.e. the key is to reduce the risk and not to adapt it. So we kind of want to break down those silos and work together. But of course, we totally understand the reason those silos exist, partly because of our short political terms that exist. And of course, I once again want to congratulate Rishi Sunak on being our new Prime Minister. We are delighted to have our first Asian Prime Minister today. Great timing with Diwali as well. But political terms cannot be changed. We have institutional, academic and funding barriers that stop us from working across these silos. There's difficulty in creating legitimacy between the scientific concerns and the policy domains and the economic capabilities to respond to that. And of course, a lack of public engagement at all levels across different nations. So finally, what I want to end up saying is that our third key recommendation is that warnings are a social process. And this comes back to that idea of the first mile being really important. It is so vital that the key to success is that the people who need the early warning system information are assisted in providing that information and should be involved as a first and not last step in that process. What we want to do is make sure we're getting that upstream engagement, making sure they are at the center of that warning process. And essentially what we want to see is warnings to be part of everyday life, that they should be integrated into the fabric of society so that they are part of our day-to-day, decade-to-day functioning, and people can understand how warnings for lots of different hazards can fit into those mechanisms on a local level that can adapt over time. This, of course, is ideal and is rarely met, but it is possible. And it seems that this is really the best way for us to bring together a number of different issues around climate change adaptation, sustainable development goals, warnings, and so on. So in conclusion, our three recommendations are that warnings require integration across different vulnerabilities to respond to multiple hazards, sequences and cascades, that we require all stakeholders to work across different silos, and that warnings are long-term social processes that require public engagement to empower people to identify their own warning needs for enhancing preparedness and response behaviours and actions. And quite often getting them to be the citizen scientist as well gives them the responsibility so that they can be community-based driven or community-based run warning systems. So we want to expand that warning agenda, cut across the range of vulnerability and different hazards and threats, and help reframe what warnings are. And this is exactly what we're trying to do at the UCL Warning Research Centre. We are a joint venture between the Department of Science and Technology Studies and the Institute of Risk and Disaster Reduction at UCL. We were founded in 2020 to focus on all aspects of warnings for all different risks, disasters, vulnerabilities, and geographies. We bring together experts at UCL, along with other businesses, government, non-governmental, agencies to focus on these elements of warnings. And we are the first dedicated warning research centre for both natural and human-made hazards. So we have a number of key objectives to really create a community around warnings, help create that academic input into a number of different policy agendas, including that by the UN. And we are delighted that Mami Mizutori was able to launch our centre in 2020. So finally, this is a page that shows you some of the people that we are currently working with. And we're partnered with the Anticipation Hub and with REAP. We have a website where you can access our webinars, where we record information about different hazards, different aspects of warnings. We've also, on International Day of Disaster Risk Reduction, as mentioned before, celebrated that this was on warnings, and we have started to release our warning briefing notes. And these are a two-page short note that is able to give a state-of-the-art, a case study, some guidance and some core references around different issues of warnings, whether that's inclusivity, enhancing warnings, warnings for tsunamis, whether it's about first mile versus last mile, the cap, and so on. And this is really designed to help people who are incredibly busy but have to make important decisions around warnings to very quickly get the information they need that will then either be able to make them the decision or get them to the resources that they need. So please do check out our website and our social media and resources. We would love to hear from you, would love to have you part of the centre. And I'm so looking forward to the rest of the conference today. It's such a wonderful topic. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, Dr. Femley, for bringing out and highlighting all dimensions of multi-hazard early warning systems and the attributes of vulnerability involved in the impacts got to be accounted fully to build an effective multi-hazard early warning system where the challenge of human-induced risk and vulnerability by the climate change got to be dealt in a comprehensive manner in line with the natural hazards which are already there in different parts of the world. And the vulnerability is increasing because of the mix of human-induced activities and the natural hazards compounding on the impacts. So that's where you have brought out the issues involved in the process of building an effective multi-hazard early warning system and building a community resilience in the process. That is the ultimate target. So we'll have the discussion at the end of the presentations. Thanks very much. Please stand by for the discussions to happen. Lovely. I'll have pleasure now inviting Professor Sudha Arlikatti, who is a distinguished and celebrated academician from the Amrita University, and she has very wide-ranging experience working both in the United States and the Persian Gulf, and she has worked in several areas of disaster risk reduction, early warning communication, covering across the multi-hazard tsunamis, floods, etc., etc. And she will be talking to us on using the protective action decision model, lesson from 20 years of research and the development in the area. I'll invite now Professor Sudha Arlikatti for her presentation on this occasion. Over to Professor Sudha, please.
Thank you so much, professors. It's such a great conference. Please let me know if you can hear me. I've been having some
yes, please go ahead.
With my
yes,
microphone.
go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Oh, I just lost my screen. Hello, Vaishak.
Yes, ma'am. Now we can share, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Ma'am, just check whether you have switched on your video. I'm not seeing your video. I'm able to see the slides, but not the video.
My video is on.
Okay, then go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Can others see me? All right.
We can see you, Doctor.
All right. All right. Thank you. So, the topic is using the protective action decision model, and the this model was created by Professors Michael Lindell and Ron Perry in 2004, and then they revised it. And I've been using it for all my studies. Dr. Lindell was my PhD advisor, and I've been fascinated by what this model can do. So I just thought that I'd go through some of the studies for which I've used it. Most of my studies have been quantitative and field research based. So what I would like to do is a little bit of an explanation about the model itself, and then the lessons that we've learned about risk communication after the 2004. I mean, there have been other smaller hurricanes and earthquakes and things like that, but I'm going to focus my talk on the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, the 2005 Hurricane Katrina in the US, and then the 2011-12 mega floods in Thailand, the 2013 flash floods and landslides in Uttarakhand, and then finally Ebola and the COVID pandemic. So in all these studies, we used the same model, but we used it for different hazards with different lead times and very different populations. So from the United States to Thailand to India and to other nations. So I just wanted to show the value of doing these kinds of studies, because you see almost repetitively the same kinds of problems being generated in risk communication. So to go to talk a little bit about this model, the protective action model, as I said, it is a theory that Lindell and Perry came up with many years ago. They studied many different disasters, and they came up with this multi-stage warning protective action model. What they said was that if you want to warn the people and want to ensure that they actually take action in multiple stages, it's not like you just give them the warning and they're going to abide by your warning. There are so many different reasons why they may or may not, or there may be delays. So on the left side, they talked about the various cues that we get. As human beings, we look at the environment. So has it started raining? Has the sky changed color? Or are the animals behaving in a different way? Have they climbed the mountain? Or are they running helter-skelter? Things like that. Or the social cues. Is my neighbor doing something? Or my fellow workers, they decided to do something? Was the government agency deciding to tell us something? Also about the information sources. Who's actually giving me the information? Is this person really trustworthy, or is it the military? Are they trying to get this from me, get me to do something that I really don't want to do? So the information sources really matters a lot to the people. And more so in today's world where the social media is so much out there, so you're getting false information. So we absolutely need to cross-check whether the information that we are receiving is authentic. And then the channel preferences, depending upon your age. So right now we have a lot of our young students who are on Facebook, and not Facebook, no, that's an older generation, but on Twitter and on other handles. Whereas somebody like my father or my mother would prefer the newspaper or maybe a WhatsApp message. So we have to think about the channel access and the preferences by age groups, and also by the accessibility, whether there's a digital divide in a particular country or not. And then the warning messages themselves, are they simple to understand? Is there too much of jargon, and because of which it's so much is lost in translation, or whether it's not translated at all into the various languages that the people are speaking in that particular community? And of course, the final one is the receiver characteristics. That is, are they old, young? Can they read? Are they illiterate or literate? And various other aspects of it. Are they from a minority community? What religion are there? Because of that, are there any restrictions, and so on? So the left side really matters. So no matter what kind of information a government entity is trying to give, if they do not think about these various aspects of it, you are likely to not reach that last mile that we are talking about. Then we have in 2004, they did have the left side, but then in 2012, when they modified the theoretical framework, they started saying that a lot of it also depends on the perception of threat. Unless a person really feels that they are in danger, they are not going to do anything about the warning that they receive. And then the protective action perception. So are they sure that that action which they take will protect them or their families, or is it really just going to be expensive or put them more in danger? And then the last one is the stakeholder perception. Who is actually going to take care of me once I listen, once I evacuate? Is there a government entity on the other side taking care of my needs? Can I really trust that? So that entity, or is it my family member or other people who are around me, the society who's, so what is my perception of those various stakeholders in my society? Do I depend on them or not? And on the basis of this is what they do. So they decide to take the action or not. So no matter how much we improve the warning systems, if we don't think of these various aspects, we are not going to have success. And the final aspect, even when you decide that you want to take a protective action, what can happen is that the situation may not facilitate it. And I'll give you some examples of what I mean by that. And each person comes with a different behavioral response. Some might believe that they are being punished by God, or some might not even have the knowledge required to take those actions, or they don't have the coping mechanisms. And so those are those situational impediments. So I found this protective action decision model very, very powerful over the years. And I'm just going to quickly run through some of the examples to let you all into it. So in the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, we all know tragically there were no tsunami warning systems in the Indian Ocean. So because of that, there was no concept, there was no idea at that time that what a tsunami is. In fact, a lot of the social sciences books in India after 2004, 2005, they started introducing the word tsunami. And so now they are making them aware, the children are aware of it and the adults are. So there was no perception of threat at all, what a tsunami is at that time. The other thing is that the fatalities, large numbers of women and children who seem to not have received the information. A lot of people say the fishermen received it on their boats. They knew what was probably was safer because they were on the high waves, but the women and children on land were at risk. And then they didn't know once they actually the other countries, not Indonesia per se, but other countries, when they did get the information that there was something like a tsunami wave coming, they didn't know what to do with it. So at that time, from fast forward, we've come a long way from that. We have a great tsunami warning center here in this region. We have INCOIS that is doing that. In 2005, the Hurricane Katrina in the US, what we found over there was that there was a lot of shadow evacuation. If the friends decided to stay back, then people didn't move. So if in the 9th ward, people just stayed either because they didn't have any transportation network like Ian was mentioning, but also they had been living there for so many years and they always felt that those sea walls or those levees that were there would hold steady. And so there was this over dependence on protective structures, and they either waited till the last minute or didn't move at all. And so that created a lot of problems. Also, there was this new, at that time is when we realized that the elderly at various facilities or even living at home needed immense assistance. And there were some tragic deaths on actually a bus that was evacuating the elderly population. There were also stories of the elderly being abandoned in nursing homes because the nurses or the doctors or whoever, the care facility people, wanted to escape with their family. So there were those very sad stories that came out of Katrina, which told us the problems with the warning and evacuation systems. The other very evident problem was that a lot of the information was in English and Spanish, but we have a huge Vietnamese and Chinese population living in the coastal areas of Mississippi and in Louisiana, that they did not receive the information in the local languages, that they did not know what to do and where to go. There were also very little support for the poor who did not have dependable transportation. So we had these maps, these evacuation maps, which are on the right, which are by zip code and so on. Earlier, they were not by zip code, they were more on category of storm, which is very confusing. So we have to be very careful about what kind of disaster information we put out there. Can people really understand it? Or is it just us making beautiful maps? We have to be very, very careful about that. Then came to 2011, 2012, mega floods in Thailand. We went there, interviewed people, and what we found out was there was a huge divide. There was this feeling for a lot of people that the government preferred the citizens who lived in the cities rather than the poor who were living in the rural communities. And it's because Bangkok is the capital and the seat of the government, and also where the king and his family lived. So Bangkok was protected by sandbags, and a lot of people perceived that there was some kind of favoritism. When this happens, warnings will fail. Disaster warnings will absolutely fail because people will keep trying to cross-check, and that delays the whole process. So we have to be very careful whether whoever is giving the information out can be trusted. People really feel that they are they have their interests at heart, and so they will listen to them and abide by them. Number 3 was the role of faith-based organizations. We saw a lot of what the Buddhist monks did and how the people really depended on them and trusted them. And then we also found that the rural communities were much more resilient than the urban ones because they were used to it. They'd been helping each other. So that social network that we talk about so much, they might not have had the finances, but they had the social capital, which helped them come out of it. And finally, we saw a huge influx of students and academic institutions that helped with the warning systems and also with the rebuilding. Then came the 2013 flash floods and landslides of Uttarakhand. And here I talk about the situational facilitators or lack thereof, or the impediments. And what we saw here was that there was a difference in lead time in the mountain. So, which is the Kedarnath temple at 11,755 feet. There was no lead time, so there was this flash flood, and a lot of people died there. But by the time the warnings reached at the bottom to the plains, there was some time for people to evacuate. So we have to really be very aware of these kinds of impediments because of the situation, because of the terrain. So we need to map these kinds of things. There was also a huge
Mrs. Sudha, you have to be fast.
Wind up. All right, sorry, this is the last slide. So then, here we found out that because of the fatalistic beliefs, they thought that God was punishing them or God will take care of them. And there were also tourists who were people caste who were more vulnerable. So there were some other cases from the crisis in Ebola crisis and the vaccines. But similarly, what we found overall was that there was a difficulty in reaching the last mile. And this is a new kind of a model that has been proposed following the multi-hazard early warning conference, and we'll come back to it later. So thank you so much for your attention. And I'll
wonderful, Professor Sudha, for bringing important important issues for building protective action and decisions associated with that for safety and resilience of the people, communities, and the systems associated with early warning. And very important factor you brought in. And a lot of work needs to be done to bring synergies across the institutions and the communities from in a sequential manner, in a service delivery mode. So this is a very important aspect, and a lot needs to be done, and a lot of hazard specific and local specific informations got to be built into actions. So we'll have a discussion towards end after a couple of presentations. Now I'll have the pleasure of inviting a very celebrated person, Dr. Saibal Ghosh, who has been working on landslide early warning systems for the country, and a very, very challenging work. And he has been successful in building all necessary systems to have an operational landslide early warning system for the country. And to know more on those developments and advancements, I invite Dr. Saibal Ghosh for his presentation on this very important symposium, international symposium. Over to Dr. Saibal Ghosh.
Thank you very much. I am not finding my screen.
You will come. You will. Now we can share. Please share your screen.
It is not coming right now. Just 1 minute. Sir.
Yeah, please.
I got it.
Yeah, go ahead. We are able to see. We are
Yes,
able.
yes. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, and thank you, Manisha, and the entire team of Amrita for having a very wonderful conference and also inviting Geological Survey of India. And now we will be dealing with a particular hazard, which is slightly different. Different in that way that just if we depend only on the early warning, it will not suffice. That is my point. Because you know that there are deaths, there are damage of the land, which we sometimes ignore, and that damage is permanent. Now, another challenges we are facing is that the challenges of anthropogenic activities. Okay, natural reasons are there for which landslide can occur, but there are plenty of reasons for which also landslide can occur. You can see that about one study was there by the Durham University group, and they showed that around 28% of the landslides are construction related. But one good thing is that whatever landslides we are facing on a day-to-day basis is mostly triggered by monsoon rainfall. So if we can see the monsoon rainfall pattern, then we can manage little bit of landslide risk. But the first and foremost problem is that this country is having 12.56% area landslide prone on a variable scale, and we have 85,000 landslides. So is it possible to warn or do some sort of warning on a large scale? It is just really, really challenging and difficult. And another thing, the landslides are basically a stochastic process. It occurs at a place, and even the place which is adjacent to it is not slided. So it is it is really a very difficult proposition. Now, this challenge was posed to GSI, and GSI took this challenge and launched a national program. And now we have completed at a particular baseline scale the landslide database. That means the susceptibility conditions and these things. But I just wanted to tell you how dynamic the situation is. This is a data which is of last, I think, 5 years. And you can see the number of landslides which are being added to the, while we were working since 2014, so many landslides were added. And this is very, very important. And another thing, I think one of my friend is here from the Uttarakhand State Disaster Management Authority. Last year was a really, really very bad year for the landslide people. And we had huge number of landslides, sudden spike in the landslide, which actually gives some impression that yes, perhaps the climate change is on the anvil, and we have to. You can see the average of the last 3 years of the fatal landslides and the number of landslides which occurred in 2021. This was just a glimpse. And now another thing is that our landslide problems are not a very simple problem. We have various types of landslides, starting from small landslides to the very large Himalayan landslides. Typical type of flows creating problem in the impact and the runout zones. Lot of shallow translational landslides leading to flows. Very active landslides which are retrograding in the Himalayas. And there are plenty of areas where you can see this particular landslide. In the last 9 years or so, the count was around 500 meters below the national highway. And in 5 years, it crossed the national highway. So such a dynamic process is there. And now you see this landslide. Now there was some lull in activity. So the landslide is showing some sort of recuperation. So this is a peculiar picture of landslides, especially in the Himalayas, where the land use changes are very rapid. So what you need to identify the areas which are less landslide prone, which are high landslide prone. So what I just wanted to mean that apart from, besides the landslide early warning, you should have a very good quality multi-scale landslide susceptibility map. GSI could only complete a base level scale on 50,000 scale map, and that has been completed for the entire country. Now we have jumped into the 10,000 scale work, and this 10,000 scale work when we are doing, this is also an interesting factor. If you see from our 50,000K database, that you will find that there is a high spatial association of landslides and the road, which is very, very important and interesting. And that's the reasons are that if you see our landslides are in many cases are occurring on a very steep cut slopes, and where the risk is also very high. That means the exposure, the vulnerability is also high because in hills you will see the settlement are always along the road. So that is another big challenges to us, and this is a problem where just doing the early warning system wise early warning will not solve the entire purpose. You should have a very good geospatial data product at multiple scale, and also club with the regional and site specific early warning together. Now, this is the entire data is now available, and with the data of Arunachal Pradesh, now the total landslide incidences is 85,000. This is the map, but this map will not serve the purpose. It gives you some sort of a baseline information. Now you know which states are more landslide prone, which states are having more landslide incidences, and even we know that which districts are more landslides prone. That database is also we are having, and we are sharing with the state government. They also know, and this database is freely disseminated through GSI's Vukosh portal. And apart from the GSI users, there are nearly 6,000 users who are non-GSI users from nearly 450 different affiliations are also using this data, apart from the state government. Now, GSI alone is not working in this arena. You know that a lot of agencies, including Amrita University, they are doing fantastic work, but obviously GSI has a pan-India presence, and we have around 100 people are working. So our number every year we are taking 50 to 60 projects, but our main focus is to cover pan-India, create new pan-India database. Now the most important challenge now we are facing is the preparation of the next level geospatial database, that is the 10,000 scale, which is very, very important. Using this database, you can do some sort of zoning regulations, you can use it for statutory warning and these things. And for that, since I have shown you that there are different types of landslides, so here the susceptibility map is being prepared on different failure mechanisms and then combining together. Apart from that, we are actually collecting huge number of site-specific informations, because here the focus is for a smaller area, not very larger area. So you have more detailed information. And apart from that, because susceptibility actually gives you the idea from where landslide can initiate, but we have been witnessing huge amount of damage in the runout zone and the impact zone. So we thought that for that particular scale, we have to also associate the impact probability, and we are adding the impact probability informations also. So we are preparing a combined landslide susceptibility initiations plus accumulation zone or impact zone, and then producing a hazard map, and then we are utilizing it for the 1:10,000 scale landslide informations. And apart from that, to help the state government, we are preparing one landslide management map. The area where we are working, there may not be all the places are very hazardous. So we are trying to actually prepare a risk map, some sort of a very qualitative risk maps, and providing it to state government, because it is not possible for the state government also to monitor each and every place. It is very, very difficult. But if they have a landslide management map with them, so they know that which landslide is more difficult to tackle, where they can put their shelter homes and these things. You see, if you see the Himalayas, the vulnerability is so high. Even locating a shelter home, the hospitals, these things are becoming very, very difficult for the local disaster managers. This is another example of a landslide management map. And this 10,000 work, GSI has completed 57 sectors. And this year we are doing on 35 sectors. And we have a prospective plan to complete it within 2026 or 27, around 200 such sectors. Apart from that, we are also delving our energies for the site specific, because this is required to give you the engineering solutions to permanently to give solutions. And here we are using one instrument called terrestrial result scanner. Recently, one publication has come from our group. You can see from the current science. And this is another area which I think that can be utilized for a regional landslide early warning or monitoring. That is the use of the radar data for the interferometric SAR analysis, and we are also working that. But one important point I want to mention: some landslides you cannot tackle, some landslides you cannot stop, so you have to avoid that. This is an example in North Sikkim where, with our suggestions, Border Roads made a short tunnel and avoided this rockfall zone. So we have to be a little bit flexible in our approach. We have to study the area, and we have to see that how we can permanently solve some of the problems. This is also another landslide in the Himalayas where a huge protective structures has been built by the state government, by the road maintaining authority, to tackle a very perennial landslides. So what things are more important nowadays, the challenges are, because the infrastructure development is going on in full swing. So we have to see these critical points, that we need to do the mandatory geological investigation at multiple scales, and plan remediation and mitigations. And also at every critical space, we have to evaluate the risk. In Himalaya especially, old landslide zones are very, very dangerous areas. Those things to be identified, because those are always the chances. If the weak lithology and structures are there, it will lead to reactivations. And while you are constructing the roads or other civil infrastructures, please apply some concurrent support measures. Do not allow them to degrade. This is a very basic principle of engineering geology. We have to do that. And let us have some brainstorming on the short-term and long-term measures in the road alignment. So we can take some of the area. But one very fundamental challenge is there in the road sector, because a road engineer, when you ask, they tell that we cannot go beyond 30 or 40 meters both sides, because that is they call it ROR. Even we presented this thing before the Ministry of Road Transport also. We told that you have to look into this ROR also. On the site-specific sector also, we have completed very critical 30 landslides, which are being taken up by NDMA. Many of them are taken up by NDMA for site-specific landslide mitigations. Now I'm coming, Amrita University was very much involved in this project. Here we are doing a work along with a lot of stakeholders, including the state government. Now, most important thing is that for agencies like GSI, it is very, very difficult. If we develop some model, we cannot apply it if we do not take the state government who are having the local knowledge on board. The way we are progressing for a regional, we are trying to give a block-wise maximum up to the down to the block-wise landslide early warning from a short range and a long range or medium range landslide early warning. In 10 states we are working, and in 4 places, Darjeeling, Rudraprayag district, Uttarakhand, and Kalimpong district of Darjeeling and Nilgiri districts. Presently, during the monsoon, we are issuing bulletins and we are testing it. So our plan is that we will be operationalize some of the system in phases from 2025 onwards, so that by the end of 2030, after the end of the Sendai framework, the country should have some operational early warning system. And here, many agencies, including NRSC, ISRO, and all the state departments, we are signing MOUs with all the state departments, so that from the very beginning of the development of model, they are with us. This is a just sample of the warning message which we used to give at 2 o'clock every day. And this is the perspective plan. Already it has been integrated into the National Disaster Management Plan that we are working now in 10 states. And we will be phasing out these things to the operational phases from 25 onwards. We are developing one very sophisticated landslide early warning center at Calcutta. And our 10,000 is our main focus now. And by 25, we will be completing 200 sectors. And site-specific, we are also aiming to complete around 100 sectors by 2025. Now, let us come to the gaps. What are the gaps? Still, there are huge gaps are there. The
Dr.
fast
Ghosh, you'll have to
sir, I will take only 1 minute.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Date and time and volume and impact informations are very much essential for hazard, risk, and landslide early warning. And this is a pathetic situation in India. It is missing. So we have to take care of that. The local administration has to help us also by giving some information to that. Depth to failure surface is another important point, which is also missing. For you cannot have a very good engineering solutions. Dense network of rainfall stations are absent in many places. This has to be stressed. And multi-scale, as I told, that geological and geotechnical investigations, it is not being utilized properly always by the developers. This should be utilized. And R&D endeavors, yes, there are huge number of universities and institutes are working on fantastic R&Ds. Let us adopt those R&Ds and take some real life examples, real life applications on the ground. For GSI, it is not possible to do R&D always, but you can do the R&D and help us and do the implementations on the ground in collaboration with the state government. And the baseline data which we are preparing, it is not a sacrosanct and the fixed one. It needs to be updated the day by day. And if we have a very good quality multi-scale, that means medium scale, large scale, and site-specific scale, we can definitely use it for the land use zoning regulations. And mitigation of the site-specific landslides must precede detailed site-specific informations. So these are the things. From the gap, I have my conclusions is there that we have to use a lot of multi-scale analysis. Apart from, so it should be a concerted effort from mapping to identification of hazard, and then the landslides, the early warning. Everything has to be done together. Thank you.
Wonderful, Dr. Ghosh. Very, very challenging work. And Amrita University was the first one to demonstrate sensor-based landslide early warning system in Munnar. And several efforts through you are happening and strengthening the efforts of early warning. Thank you so much. Dr. Ghosh, you have been doing a lot of work, and Amrita University has been the pioneer in implementing landslide early warning system in Munnar. And your effort is strengthening at different parts of the country where challenges of landslide early warning are increasing day by day. And as you said, the land use development and the anthropogenic activities are putting more challenges, and more so it is true in the state of Uttarakhand, more challenging situations with the changing climate patterns of rainfall and increased vulnerability and challenges from the Chardham Yatra routes, widening of the all-weather access to pilgrims, putting more challenges to the scientists. And in this context, none other than Dr. Piyush Rautela will be the right person to tell how coordination and help from GSI and the local knowledge and meeting the demands of the local people. So I now invite Dr. Piyush Rautela for his presentation on this session. Dr. Rautela, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. I'm really grateful. I'm neither a scientist nor an academician. I've neither done great. I'm unable to share the contact if the people out there can share it.
But you are the important person who has to manage the disaster.
Yeah, sure.
And you have been doing it very effectively.
I'll be.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. I'll be talking about, say, what we are doing in Uttarakhand and what are the major disaster challenges. Uttarakhand is essentially a hill state. We share the international boundaries with China and Nepal. Disaster causes are there. And we've been witnessing disasters. Say disaster is not a new thing for us in Uttarakhand. And way back in 1893, we had a major landslide in Ganga. We all are talking about the warning and other kind of things. At that time in 1893, a lake was formed behind this landslide with Gonatal. It was monitored for a year. A dedicated telegraph line was set up at that time in 1893. And exact date of this breach was determined. The warning was for 24th of August 1894, and the breach took place one day later when the Alaknanda was flooded. Before, 24th of August, all the habitations along the Alaknanda were evacuated. Even 6 valley bridges, what we call suspension bridges, were dismantled and kept at safe places. And there was only one casualty in this entire episode, which caused a lot of damage all along Alaknanda till Rishikesh and Haridwar. Then in 1880, we had a major landslide in Nainital, what we call Sher Ka Danda landslide. And it's 151 people died in this instance, 43 were Europeans. And in 12 days, just after the landslide, on 22nd of September, 18th was the landslide day. After 4 days, a committee was formed, and in it gave detailed recommendations, and based on its recommendations, things were done. Amongst it was monitoring of the slopes. All the slopes around the Naini Lake were monitored using theodolite stations and fixed observation pillars, and this continued till, and there was a SOP put in place, warning how to warn people, how to evacuate people. That procedures drills were put in place, and once this was actually implemented, when the slopes started to crumble down, they evacuated the people and the casualties were averted. And this slope monitoring actually continued till 91, when because of various administrative and other kinds of hassles, this continued. Then we had Garhwal earthquake of 1803, which caused damages till Delhi, Agra, Mathura, and we have really not experienced the major earthquake after 1803, though we have had 1991 and 1999 earthquakes at Uttarakhand, Shamoli. But so we in Uttarakhand consider monsoon to be synonymous with disaster season, when we have a number of there is sudden flooding of rivers. You can see in one day the entire valley could be flooded. It can the flow could be very unpredictable. Here's the bridge is intact, but the flow has taken an entirely different kind of a course. Assets are washed off. There is heavy loss to habitation. And even the habitations are obliterated. If around, who have been to Kedarnath, this used to be a major stop, which we call Rambala. It was, entirely washed off in 2013 floods. Then there is major loss of infrastructure. Loss of bridges are washed off. People are stranded. Highways are obstructed. People are in large number, have to be evacuated. They are obstructed at different places. So, and even this kind of devastation takes place in regions. Most of the times we consider anthropogenic interventions or the man-made changes to be major causes of these disasters. As in Malpa, most of the disaster took place, as also in Madmaheshwar in 1998. Most of the devastation took place in areas which had little or no anthropogenic intervention. But lately, what we see, disaster pattern somehow changing. We have seen, most of us who are working in Uttarakhand or on landslide, we know of Valnavat landslide. It was a huge landslide in it affected the city of Uttarkashi, and it happened after all of the southwest monsoon. It was in September, towards the end of September, when the hill started to crumble. Scientists said it is because of the monsoonal, poor water pressure or the percolation of water which has caused it. But the disaster actually took place after the monsoon has withdrawn. Likewise, in March 2005, there was a major landslide in Tehri Garhwal, what we call Ramolsari landslide. It was, in dimensions and others, it was equal to Varnavat landslide, and it took place in March, before the onset of monsoon. Then previous year, in 2021, during the winter season, most of the glacier-fed rivers, they have a minimal discharge, minimal flow. But during 2021, on February 7th, due to various regions related to avalanche and others, there were major floods in Holiganga and Ganga rivers. And in 2007, 207 people died in this incident. Entire, 2 hydropower projects, one at Vishnugad, other was at Rini, were washed off. The one at Tapovan was entirely silted. You can see before and after. This is the scenario. Then previous year itself, after the withdrawal of the southwest monsoon, in October we had major rains on 17th and 19th, and entire Kumaon region was devastated. Around 70 people died in these incidences. Thankfully, the warning was well in advance from IMD. People could be saved, but there was heavy loss of infrastructure, railway lines, bridges, and others were devastated. There was major losses. Likewise, in this year, you must have heard, on 4th of October, we had a major tragedy in Uttarkasi district, wherein a group of trainees who are undergoing a training of Nehru Institute of Mountaineering, they were all trainers. It was the advanced mountaineering course. They had already done a basic mountaineering course. They knew how to face an avalanche, how to react to an avalanche, how to save their lives, how to save their peers. But 29 people died in this incident, and 2 are still missing. This happened after the withdrawal of the southwest monsoon. So here in Uttarakhand, earlier on, except for earthquake, we used to think most of the disasters, the hazards will take place, be it flood, landslide, cloudburst, or others. They will take place only during the monsoon season. But lately, we are feeling that the disaster trend or the hazard incident trend is changing, and one has to be prepared, all through the year. And that's a major challenge for the state. And as per the early warning and other kind of things, we are the only state which is running a earthquake early warning system with the support of Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. And we have a earthquake app for getting warnings. We are also setting up sirens and others at various places. And we are going to expand it further. For flood warnings, we are already setting up a detailed network of hydrometric stations. We have already set up around 170 hydrometric stations, from which we are providing live feeds, real-time feeds to research scholars, research institutions, as also IMD. And we are further going to say augment this. We have already undertaken hazard risk and vulnerability assessment of the entire state for earthquake, flood, landslide, flash flood, and industrial hazard. And we have 2 compact radars, 2 Doppler radars, say operational in Tehri and Nainital district. Third is coming up in Polygalwal, and the areas not covered are wherein we are going in for the installation of compact radars. State government is funding that. Together with that, we are lightning sensors. We are in touch with some of the groups. We are also going to have lightning sensors, lightning warnings, and others. But major challenge is warning communication, for which, apart from common alert protocol, we are working with various other kind of technologies and other things, through which the warning people could be warned and the lives could be saved. That's all. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Hope I'm well in time.
Yeah, wonderful, Dr. Rautela. And we had very, very distinguished speakers informing on the technological advancements and knowledge advancements, at the same time challenges in dealing with the disasters and multi-hazards to the participants here. So we have about 10 to 12 minutes of discussion. I open up now for Q&A session. And we have a couple of questions from the audience already. So before going to them, I request Professor Manisha, who has been working on landslide early warning systems, for her brief remarks on the presentations and the way forward. Professor Manisha, please.
Thank you, Professor Ramesh. Thank you to all the participants, all the keynote speakers. It was indeed a very informative talk. Each and every talk was bringing in very good perspectives, detailed perspectives, bringing from multiple domains actually. So if I go with first, when I was looking at Dr. Lalit's presentation, it was I was very interested to see that how we can take forward those implementation in different states in India itself. I would look forward to see that where are the gaps in that. The second thing, when I looked with Professor Karina's work, it was really very detailed one, and it has brought in different perspectives of the gaps we have, and also what are the areas we can work in. So I think both the presentation is giving us an idea of what should be the key points we have to focus as we move forward. Completely different perspective, I think Dr. Sudha was able to bring in majorly with respect to the people's perspective, and how in each of the case scenarios, it was different, the way the challenges they had to take care of, and how their responses were also different, which is, I think it is a very good way of us to go a little more deeper into the challenges, into the different disasters, and understand. The same thing I can see when Dr. Piyush was also talking about different disasters. Each disaster is different, and his statement of that they are varying, their patterns are varying, is very true. And that is the challenging thing which we have to. And when Dr. Saibal has talked about the very detailed landslide work, I'm very happy that because I'm closely working with him for so many years and know both of the work happening in every part of it, and very great effort and detailed effort GSI has initiated on coming up with regional landslide warnings and people-centered warning. And we look forward to collaborate also. And especially I like the last 3 slides where he says what is lacking today, because there are a lot of PhD students who are attending this program. And I think it's a very good resource for them to take up these different challenges and build solutions for the society. And thank you to each and everyone for contributing. And Ramesh sir has really pulled through the whole conversation in the right direction. And thank you, everybody.
Wonderful, Professor Manisha. And lot needs to be done in this context in the country, and we have achieved so much in last 5 to 10 years. And advancements and efforts with the local administration, particularly in Uttarakhand, are commendable. And seeing the challenges and the complexity of the terrain and the number of pilgrims coming and visiting various places, religious places and places of worship, and those challenges will remain, Professor Rautela, and the whole country is working to empower your disaster management capabilities. And in this context, we need to have in an international perspective, particularly in terms of impact-based forecasting, where local information and local conditions have to be integrated with the warning systems. So I'll invite comments on this particular context, keeping Uttarakhand in mind, from Dr. Lalit first, and then Madam Kalni from University College of London. Over to Dr. Lalit and to the Madam. Lalit, are you here? Okay, Dr. Karna, please.
Thank you for such an interesting session. It was just so great. I think the session really shows that there's a lot of commonalities between our different areas and the work that needs to be done. And I think the more we look at different case studies and different examples, I think the more we see we're all facing the same challenges, but all slightly different flavors, you know, with the different local contexts. So I think there's so much more work to be done, but there's already been lots of work that's been done that's wonderful. Some really great case studies presented today, and lots that we can draw from and learn and see how we can apply that in different areas. So I learned an enormous amount from the session. Thank you.
Wonderful. Remarks from Professor Sudha Arlikatti on the way forward.
I really honored to be on the panel. I think what the states are doing is tremendous, and also the government agencies, and to make sure that the data is more accurate at a more finite scale, and that will definitely help other work as well. And what Dr. Karina has said, and what I feel, the way to bring the special populations into the forefront, that is the way forward, because no matter how great our data sets become, if we can't get it to the people, especially the people who are transient, who are visitors, who are migrants, or who are the tourists. So trying to take care of them would be important. And I think all of us have, we are all working, engineers separately, social scientists working separately. So if we can all work together.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sudha. And Dr. Saibal Ghosh, you wanted more stations to come to improve your landslide early warning systems. So Professor Dr. Rautela is already putting additional stations, additional radar systems. So tell us how soon we are taking towards operational early warning system in Uttarakhand.
Yes.
And what are your additional needs? You can tell him now, and so that he will make it convenient and make it available for you.
Yes, yeah, you are right. Actually, I told these things because we have identified some of the specific districts which are more landslide prone in every states. We cannot attack all these states together. So Rudraprayag district is one of the very important districts. So definitely we have to pull in all the resources what state government is actually building there. And as far as we are working in very close coordination with Rautela's hub. So he knows our planning and programming, and we also know his planning and programming. But one important thing I just wanted to tell here, that about the dissemination, because we play in such an area Recently, I was coming from one of the areas for my personal visit, where I found that my mobile is not working. So you have to understand the practical aspect of the warning. See, we have to definitely we have to take the help of the local administrations. I am stressing this very much because you see the local administration has a very good networking with the local village levels. Our Panchayati Raj institutions are very well established. So I think in this matter, our state government are knowing more than what we know. So they have to suggest something where the non-structural means of communications should be there. There might be one satellite phone which is connected to the DC with the agencies, but you cannot have many number of satellite phones, but in every places we have seen that during the disaster, the networking goes. So we have to have some other means, which is very redundant, sustainable means of communication, so that information to the last mile is being sent. And that is possible if we involve the local administration, say village panchayats, the block level officials like that way. And I think all the state disaster management authority has a system inbuilt. Only thing is that system has to be more, I think, operationalized, and that is the main thing. And some of the states like Uttarakhand is doing excellent work in this manner. So there should be some role model states where other states which are a little bit behind, they can take the lessons from that. That is my take.
Thank you, Rautela Sahab. You can seek your immediate demands for improved disaster management in Uttarakhand from the panelists. Over to Rautela ji.
Basically, Dr. Ramesh, thank you. Say people have been living in this hills since ages, and the impact has suddenly increased. People were more resilient previously. Now suddenly they have been exposed to new threats, new kind of vulnerabilities. So we, as a scientist, say we don't educate heed to the traditional knowledge of the people, traditional systems. They used to have traditional systems for landslide mitigation. They used to avoid it for poor water pressure control and other kind of things. They have traditional kind of things. One way or the other, we have, say, roads are being built along the rivers, and people are being forced to migrate from their safer places, say their habitations at a higher reaches along the roads, because their livelihood, all the economic activities we have centered all the economic activities along the roads. People have no option. Knowingly, they are settling down at a vulnerable places. We are literally pushing people to vulnerable locations. So we have to have developmental things where with development we say strategize, say in such a way that people are discouraged or certain areas are restricted where developmental activities that don't take place there. That's my take on this. Thank you.
Wonderful, Rautela ji. We had wonderful discussion and enlightening answers by the panelists. And we have one practical question from Shri Suresh Kumar ji. He's asking, is it possible to connect district emergency operation centers with multi-hazard early warning centers to ensure district level multi-hazard early warning centers to ensure dissemination of warnings through its Apada Mitra volunteers to communities across the world? Rautela ji, aap answer kariyega, please.
No, basically, district emergency operation centers are already, say, connected. We are through various modes. There is a common alert platform through which we are disseminating warning. And Apada Mitra is a new kind of it's a volunteer training program which has been initiated. We have been undertaking volunteers training programs since 2010 and have trained around 16,000 people. So it's not, we are giving warning many a times. Warning is not, people cannot interpret these warnings in their local context. If they say the flood would be 1 meter above the danger level. People don't know where is the danger level. What does your heavy rainfall mean? How does it translate into his life? That's the kind of context people are not able to correlate even if they get the warning. They don't know what to do, what not to do. Those kind of issues are there. So the connecting the DOC, LOC and other things, these are all connected. That's no issue with that.
Wonderful. One last question to the panelists from Professor Vinod Menon. For the last mile dissemination of early warning, we need to tap the potential of cloud computing, also called edge computing, and sensing devices which can record voice, text feedback from communities and crowdsourcing particularly, and upload them to the cloud servers when these devices are able to reach Wi-Fi zones. Any of the panelists, please, including Dr. Manisha.
Thank you, sir, for the very relevant question. I think as we see that in each of these presentations, the dissemination, the information what we need to collect and the dissemination of the messages, both are heterogeneous. And we may have a good connectivity in a normal time. When a disaster scenario comes, we lose the connectivity, which basically make our systems to fail. So it is very important to bring in a fault tolerant systems for each one of them. But as everybody says, we cannot populate with too much of infrastructure also. So how do we come up with the trade-off between the sensing system and at the same time the community-oriented systems with the participatory approaches? So this requires a collaborative work with the interdisciplinary domain. Experts from interdisciplinary domain has to come up with practices and procedures for building it. There are systems for IoT systems. There are systems based on AI systems, etc. Are there? Systems are coming more and more cheaper. But what we also need is we have to, as the domain experts, we have to analyze the risk levels of each area, the geolocation's risk level. And based on that, particular solutions has to be chosen and train the community to use it and take forward. So this will help us. The third thing what we are majorly facing is the lack of data. Historic data is needed for us to even to come up with any models, any thresholds. So we are, I think we are in an era where we started collecting the data. We don't have the historic data. So uncertainties are high because of that. Over time, I think we will cope up and we will take forward. But I think every state disaster management is required to build this capacity in their administrative sector and also in a community scale where we have people at different levels of capacity to handle these systems, take forward these systems. And I think academic institutions can play a great role by working with the research institutes and the government departments, especially with GSI, IMD, etc., and take forward this initiative. We'll be very happy to see that how we can bring in this community-based approach, like a multi-stakeholder approach to be brought in so that multi-dimensional early warning system can be brought in based on by considering all the trade-offs.
Thank you, madam. It is true, sir. We need to build a framework where early warning information from the professional agencies, knowledge generating agencies, and the operational agencies integrated with multi information sourcing platforms with IoT, AI, ML algorithms, big data analytics, robotics, a lot of automation to bring in geoinformatics and scenario analysis and the modeling also. So we have to build a framework of all the integrated information from multiple sources in a dynamic manner to have a community-based early warning system and an integrated multi-hazard early warning system. Truly, it is very much needed, sir. Now we identify those things. Now the strengths for doing that and means of doing that are getting established, and soon we'll have such frameworks operational in the country to come. So I'm thankful to the organizers for giving this opportunity to host this session and interact with very learned and distinguished panelists. And thank you very much. Over to the organizers.
Sir, just one point, because since all of us are from different areas are here, I feel like the inputs which have been brought in based on each of our knowledge is heavily wealthy for the students and the future generation. If we can form a small working group later and then go over these case studies and come up with the interrelationships, which will be a good output we can give to the future generation. And if your time permits, Amrita will be very happy to form such a working group to look at each of the case studies, their differences, how it is challenging to build an early warning system, where are the gaps that needs to be addressed. I think that if we can bring out, I think that will be very useful for the world.
Yeah, surely. Framework for multi-hazard early warning systems involving lesson learning and case studies we'll have to build. Please take that initiative forward. Over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We will now have a 5-minute break and then start the second plenary session.
Human settlements in rural areas have always enjoyed a direct link with the surrounding natural environment. However, with rapidly depleting resources, many villages in India have entered into sustained poverty. In 2013, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, guided by its Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, launched the Live in Labs program.
We have made this program in such a manner that it has closely knitted the interdisciplinary domains together to bring in the solution. We give the students an opportunity to see the rural community, be in that environment, in the rural community, along with them, live with them. So automatically, compassion will be generated in their heart, which provides them an opportunity to find out what are the challenges they are facing and how their technical knowledge can be used to provide it as a solution.
The Live in Labs program continuously strives to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals by fostering self-reliant communities. Bachelor's, master's, and PhD students from all over the world can spend 2 weeks to 6 months working with Amrita faculty and students at one of the program sites. After a comprehensive orientation session and team formation, program participants will live in and explore the village to identify challenges and co-design a proposed solution. Implementation, evaluation, and making improvements will happen after testing the solution in the university's labs.
For any technological solution to be viable, to be sustained, you need to be with the community in designing the solution. That is one of the major things we train them in the whole process, where they'll work with them in coming up with the design. They look into it, what is their needs, so that they can come up with affordable, adaptable, sustainable solution, which will make sure that the technological solutions will become a success.
The program draws on principles of human-centered design for the development and deployment of sustainable solutions in the areas of energy and environment. By developing pathways to access renewable electrical energy, utilizing smart energy technology, and encouraging sustainable practices to protect the environment and conserve natural resources. Water and sanitation. By designing micro-water distribution and management systems, implementing water filtration systems, and fostering water-wise communities. These are joined by initiatives in rural sanitation, which develop sustainable models for toilet construction, fostered through democratic participation. Health and hygiene. By implementing hygiene awareness programs to increase community health and well-being, developing low-cost technologies, diagnosis units, micro-healthcare management devices.
Welcome back, everybody. We will now proceed to the second plenary session titled Multi-Hazard Early Warning for Disaster Resilience, Implementation and Lessons Learned. The session will be chaired by Dr. Sudesh K. Vadhavan, Retired Director General of the Geological Survey of India and Adjunct Professor at the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, Amrita, as well as Dr. Yogesh Velankar, Program Director, UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development and Associate Professor at the School for Sustainable Development, Amrita. Over to you both.
Okay, thank you, Hari, for a very kind introduction. We will start our second plenary session. It has been a very important and very, very insightful session so far. And I'm sure this session will also throw up a lot of highly informative, insightful presentations. This is focused on multi-hazard early warning for disaster resilience. And we'll be hearing more and more on implementation and lessons learned from the case studies. In fact, we have listed the 7 eminent resource persons for this session. And we'll be hearing on a lot of experiences from some of the leading states, particularly Kerala and Sikkim. They are the leading states wherein they have done outstanding, extraordinary kind of work on ground. And we are really proud of their achievements, and we'll be hearing more about what they have done. And also on specific guidelines, which are based on the lessons learned from global good practices. We have Professor Ian Davis with us, and there are other leading scholars, including we have Shri S.A. Raman, IS. He is the Director of State Disaster Management Authority in Tamil Nadu. So we'll be hearing more from the administration point of view, how the things are being implemented and what really are the gaps which need to be addressed. So without eating into the times of our speakers, I will request our first speaker of the day to please take the stage. And our first speaker is Dr. Khanal from Sikkim. Dr. G.C. Khanal, are you presenting? Okay, Khanal no. And Koirala Saab. So please go ahead with your presentation.
So I would request Mr. Keshav Koirala to start with the thing, since he's presently practicing disaster management authority there in Sikkim. So I'll back up his person.
Please go ahead.
So
please go ahead. Sure.
Keshav Koirala to start. Yeah.
So Koirala Saab, please go ahead.
Audio.
Please upload your presentation. Keshavji, you have a presentation?
Sir, we don't have a presentation. We just have a small talk, if that's
okay.
fine.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead then.
So a very good evening to the chairs and ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely humbled and thankful to Amrita, Vishwa, Vidyapeetham for inviting Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority to this international symposium on multi-hazards warning and community resilience. So Sikkim, which lies in the foothills of Eastern Himalayas, has a fragile geomorphologic setting. It is a multi-hazard prone state severely affected by earthquake, landslides, forest fire, flash flood, and others. Climate change is a major challenge for the Himalayan state of Sikkim that faces large-scale climate variability and is very, very vulnerable to climate-mediated risks. The state has the largest forest cover in the country, and in 2021, Sikkim was ranked first in Niti Aayog's Index for Sustainable Development Goals in the Northeast region. The geo-environment of Sikkim is increasingly getting more susceptible to a number of impacts of changing climate that include soil erosion, landslides, prolonged dry spells, glacier recession, erratic precipitation, and rapid loss of habitats and biodiversity. Sikkim thus faces twin challenges of dealing with extreme weather-related disasters and adapting to the impacts of climate change. This has resulted in exacerbation of climate-induced disasters like forest fire, glacier lake outburst flood risks, hailstorms with thunder and lightning. Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority, which is the nodal agency for disaster management in the state, was established in the year 2010. However, the trained manpower was hired only in the year 2013. Since then, we've been regularly conducting mass awareness and sensitization programs, training and capacity building, preparing disaster management plans and multi-hazard risk vulnerability analysis, which was also helped by Dr. Lalit, who was one of the panelists in the earlier session. We've also been conducting mock exercises for various hazard scenarios, implementing mitigation strategies for different hazards, and coordinating response and relief operations. We are currently implementing the school safety program in the state to build a culture of safety and preparedness amongst children. Programs like Apada Mitra, which is backed by National Disaster Management Authority, have greatly benefited the youth to be a part of disaster response activities. About 500 volunteers have been trained in basic disaster response in an intensive training schedule spanning 12 days. They've also been provided with emergency response kit. We were amongst the first states in India to complete the training in the given time. The mitigation project at Mangan landslide site is achieving fruition. The last 2 monsoon cycle observations is encouraging. The state-of-the-art technology used has stalled the downward movement of the slope. We will soon hold a workshop to present the findings with the experts in the field of landslide management. Following the 6.9 Richter scale 2011 Sikkim earthquake, the State Disaster Management Authority has been taking an active role in preparedness. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030, which is the global blueprint for disaster risk reduction, also emphasizes on the importance of linking disaster risk reduction, adaptation, and lays emphasis on an urgent need to finance to undertake activities for early warning system, disaster risk reduction, loss and damage assessment, and capacity building at all levels. While the level of disaster risk exposure can be reduced by regional and urban planning, the resilience of a society depends on physical, social, and economic factors that are also the foci of sustainable development strategies. Early interventions can help save lives, mitigate suffering, and significantly lower the cost of responding to humanitarian consequences of shocks. While forecasting and communication of early warnings improving over the years, work has also advanced on translating early warning into early action. In this context, SSDMA has partnered with different stakeholders to improve early warning mechanisms in the state. I would like to mention 4 such initiatives. Number 1, we've partnered with the host, Amrita University, to develop a wireless sensor network system for detection and early warning of landslides at a landslide hotspot region of Chanmari, which is near the capital of the state. The system has been a positive development for landslide management and research in the state. We are working with Amrita University to develop a protocol for real-time information exchange, which will further enhance the utility of the project at Chanmari. Number 2, in the United Nations Development Program and Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority collaborated project on strengthening climate resilience, we've identified 16 Gram Panchayat units, which are the village-level governance structure. The objective of the exercise was community-based hazard risk and vulnerability mapping. The exercise was conducted using participatory rural appraisal and was community-led. We were able to generate detailed village maps to identify hazards, vulnerable locations, physical and social infrastructures, as well as possible relief shelters, evacuation routes, nearest response centers, and health centers. We will now scale and replicate the program to cover all the 1,000+ Gram Panchayat units in the state. Number 3, as has been mentioned by Dr. Saibal Ghosh, the Geological Survey of India is developing rainfall threshold-based regional level landslide early warning system. We have signed a memorandum with GSI to implement the same in Sikkim. We are now in the initial phase of the project where data is being collated and shared. And lastly, Sikkim is highly vulnerable to GLOF risks. We have identified 14 glacial lakes whose area is over 50 hectares in size and are rapidly growing. About 10% of the total population of the state, as well as major infrastructure along the Teesta River Basin, is vulnerable to GLOF risks. Therefore, we've partnered with National Disaster Management Authority and Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation to A, identify most suitable engineering intervention to mitigate the risk, and B, most importantly, to build a network of integrated early warning system with last mile connectivity to alert the vulnerable communities. Our Swiss partners are currently engaged in finding the right solution for our needs. The National Disaster Management Authority has also been assisting the state disaster management authorities in introducing tools to improve information exchange systems, which is one of the most important factors to saving lives during a disaster, as has been reiterated over and over again. The Common Alert Protocol, which is a SMS-based information exchange system, and Emergency Response Support System, a national level common distress number, and are encouraging programs in this direction. In the end, I would like to mention that after having been working in the field of disaster management for over 10 years while performing various roles, I'm extremely hopeful to see and learn about innumerable positive research that is being undertaken in the field of early warning and forecasting around the world. Likewise, the initiative of Amrita University to bring stakeholders together is very timely. Our common objective is very simple, which is to reduce the suffering of the most vulnerable and importantly, to save their lives. I'm happy to be part of this endeavor and wish everyone the very best. Lastly, on behalf of Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority, I would assure you that our office is open for all meaningful collaborations. Thank you, and I hope you all had a happy Diwali.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Khanal, you want to add something on this, please? Please unmute. Mr. Khanal, please unmute. Mr. Khanal, please unmute and then speak.
So, Mr. Keshav, who is a disaster management authority and presently very active in Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority, has explained most of the things that the Sikkim State Disaster Management is working with. And then, so I would like to add on the real, working, culture in Disaster Management Authority. In fact, it started with the Sikkim earthquake of 18 September of 2011. So, so there were earlier earthquake also in Sikkim. The earlier major one was Bihar Nepal earthquake of 1934, and then in 1988, and then the Valentine's Day earthquake of 2006. That also had although with a lesser magnitude, that also had a very impact on the buildings in the area. So, so those are the earthquakes. So the earthquake-induced landslides or the rainfall-induced landslides are very much like what we can assume is within Sikkim there are 63 casualties due to earthquake in 2011, but then in 2012, because of the landslides, there were around 47 casualties itself within Sikkim in various landslides. So landslides are also frequently happening disaster which needs to be cared. And then the most important, one of the important impact of the landslide is what we think stretch lifeline from Gangtok to Siliguri, which is only the connectivity with the mainland India and rest of the world is almost disrupted from say May to September, October. So that needs to be taken care of. And earlier also the mitigation or the remedies were being done, but then again the scenario is still there. So we'll have to go on those lines that at least there should be a proper connectivity, and these landslides are needs to be dealt with proper specific use of science and technology for the particular landslide, because we all know that, the landslides are of different kinds, like, it's like a different persons having different moods. So we'll have to tackle with that, landslide of the person in a different way with the use of science and technology. So we'll have to do with that. Then, so the interior roads are also of the same situation. So these landslides are to be dealt with, teamwork, not only the disaster management, but all the stakeholders, including the government and the non-governmental organization, should be together in that. So the other, due to this, climate-induced factors, as Mr. Keshav said, that the glaciers are retreating and the size of the glacial lakes are increasing day by day, which has a possible impact on the happening of our glacial lake outburst flood. So if that happens, so in Sikkim there are two major river systems, the Tista and the Rangit. So if they are flooded or flash flooded due to the glacial lake outburst flood, we can imagine the amount of damage along the river systems, how many dams are there, hydropower projects and other infrastructures, the small towns, they all will be washed up. So we'll have to think in that. So in landslides, we have started collaboration, or in fact, the Amrita University has established a landslide early warning system in Chambari area. So now with that technology, because what we have found is that technology for real time informing the increasing threshold condition of the landslide is working good. So we'll have to do for other type of things with such universities which has the capacity to do it, because they have the real time laboratory, 24/7 running laboratories which can monitor these things. So we'll have to now work for this. As Keshav said, there are around 14 major glacial lakes which are vulnerable. So they are the data generated from the data of National Remote Sensing Agency and modeled by Central Water Commission. But now we'll have to make a team to go to the ground and do the ground truthing. So in fact, Government of Sikkim has formed a committee of including the Geological Survey of India, Central Water Commission, and other governmental and non-governmental organization to go for the ground truthing, which is very important and the need of the hour. So the government, there should be a political will, there should be a sense of working in SSDMA and other supporting agencies, like on the head it is NDMA. So we'll have to go to that approach, because if there will be a big loss, then the loss will be a very big, so which we cannot think at this point of time. So we'll have to think that way. So there are other disasters also.
Okay,
like
Mr. Khanal, I think we can take up few more issues during the panel discussion.
Okay.
We are really sorry, we are really tied up with the time. So we'll take up more of your points. In fact, this GLOF and glacial retreat business, this is a real serious thing. And earthquake-induced landslides are also very, very important. And they are the extreme hazards, actually. We have been talking more about low magnitude, high frequency hazards, but these are the low frequency but very high magnitude events which take place in a vast time span, but they are much more devastating, and Sikkim is really very vulnerable to these aspects. So thank you very much, Colonel sir. We'll come back again to your points, and there are a few other questions which we'll be handling during our panel discussions and during our QA session also. So now I have the pleasure of inviting Shri S.A. Raman sir. He is IAS and Director from Tamil Nadu State Disaster Management Authority. He will be speaking about his experiences about implementation and lessons learned, particularly in Tamil Nadu State. So the stage is for you, sir. Raman sir, please.
Good evening, sir. Thank you very much. First of all, my congratulations and appreciations to Amrita Vishwa, UNESCO Chair on Experimental Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. Amrita School for Sustainable Development and the Center for Wireless Networks and Applications for jointly organizing this international symposium on multi-hazard warning and community resilience. I'm also happy to know that Amrita University has been conferred the title of World Center of Excellence on landslide in Western Ghats and the Himalayas. Sir, in recent times, there is an increase in the number of natural disasters. It is directly attributed to the climate change. So it calls for a change in our response strategy. It requires preparedness all through the year. Understanding disaster risks and the early warning to reach out to the last mile becomes more important. Tamil Nadu is prone to urban flood, cyclone, storm surges, fluvial floods, flash floods, earthquake, landslides, lightning, drought, heat wave, gale wind, pest attack, etc. In such a context, the theme of the International Symposium, Multi-Hazards Warning and Community Resilience, is more relevant and timely. I thank the organizers for inviting me to deliver the keynote address. In my journey of 20 years, I had the opportunity of handling disasters like tsunami, Chennai 2015 flood, in between series of floods and cyclones, Varda cyclone 2016, drought 2017, Gaja cyclone, drought 2019, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Managing these disasters is a complex issue. See, the Tamil Nadu Disaster Management Authority is headed by Honorable Chief Minister. The policy and the guidelines will be given by this authority. The State Executive Committee is headed by Chief Secretary. This committee has been closely monitoring the preparedness and reviews the response and the relief activities and the approvals for the proposals. The Government of Tamil Nadu has prepared a state disaster management plan in accordance with the global, national framework and the state priorities. So, with the vision to build a disaster resilient state, the Government of Tamil Nadu has taken many initiatives, such as strengthening the risk assessment, risk mapping, risk communication, multi-hazard early warning, disaster preparedness to manage known and unknown disasters. So, let me briefly indicate the current practices and the proposed initiatives. First of all, the multi-hazard early warning and the last mile connectivity is the core activity in disaster management. A State Emergency Operations Center, that is SEOC, is being functioning in Chennai, which has been headed by the Commissioner of Revenue Administration. He is the State Relief Commissioner. So, with the able guidance of Commissioner of Revenue Administration, this center has been functioning. It is being it receives the forecast warnings and alerts from nodal agencies like IMD, CWC, INCOIS, GSA, and other agencies. So all these agencies are giving the forecast on rainfall, cyclone, floods, flood alerts, droughts, and earthquake, and disseminate the above information to district administration, line departments, other stakeholders, and the general public. This is the main function of the SEOC. The center is also accessed by the public by using the toll-free number 1070. So during the major disasters, the honorable ministers and the higher level officials will brief the media about the magnitude of any such disaster. So the alert and the warning are communicated to the public by using the various social media as well as the email. Messages are shared through print and the media as well. So disaster warning announcement systems, it was funded by the World Bank. It has been established in 424 fishermen habitations in Tamil Nadu coastal area. This has been now has been functioning, and whatever the disaster warnings can be disseminated from our SEOC directly to the fishermen habitations. So apart from that, we have the state-of-the-art technology, that is the TN Smart, a web GIS portal and a mobile app has been developed in collaboration with the RIMES, that is the Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System for Africa and Asia. So RIMES is an intergovernmental organization registered with the United Nations. So the TN Smart has been highlighted by NTMA as one of the best practices in Tamil Nadu. It has a registered users of around 250,000 users. The users can have the option of get the distress messages at the time of disasters. So the flood risk advisories issued through TN Smart were very useful to the response teams and district disaster management authorities in evacuating people from the vulnerable locations to the safer places. So such a separate, now we have decided to develop a separate people-centric mobile app, which is under construction, and it will be very useful at the time of the ensuing northeast monsoon. So apart from TN Smart, we have the common alert protocol. So during the flood waters entering the reservoirs and the reservoirs are open for managing the reservoir management, at that time the people living along the river beds will be alerted by using the common alert protocol. So the polygons made out of these things will be, the various messages will be sent to the people living in the banks of rivers. So various authorities are involved. Apart from SDMA, the alert generating agencies like IMB, CWC and DGRE, FSI will be generating the messages. Apart from that, that messages will be authorized by the SDMAs. Then the messages will be disseminated by the disseminating agencies like various service providers, mobile service providers, BSNL, Airtel, Reliance Jio and Vodafone. So far, we have given around 50 lakh messages during the last 2-3 months when the southwest monsoon was very active in Tamil Nadu. So it has helped the people to know that their area will get the flood waters at the time of dams are opened if it reaches more than 50,000 cusecs. So apart from that, the third one is the aerial photogrammetry study for flood mapping by using unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV. So this study has been conducted with the help of Aerospace Center for Aerospace Research in Madras Institute of Technology, MIT, and Anna University. So they have covered around 5,650 square kilometer water courses and their buffers spread over the 19 districts in Tamil Nadu. So all such data are now processed for generating digital surface model, digital terrain model, digital elevation model. These models will be very useful at the time of flood mitigation during the disasters period. So apart from that, real-time flood forecasting and spatial decision support system for Chennai basin exclusively has been proposed, and the development phase is already completed. So by you know that Chennai floods 2015 has made a havoc in Chennai, and the people faced a lot of problems. So to safeguard the people living in the Chennai river basin, it is mainly comprised of Adayar River, Koom River, Kosaskalaya River, and Kovalam. So all such area put together, that area has been studied and the model has been developed. So the development phase is already completed in September 2022. So by using this project, around 86 automatic rain gauges, 14 automatic weather stations, 141 automatic weather level recorders, and 80 gate sensors have been installed. So all these will be helpful for the management of reservoir management. I mean reservoir opening and their management. So the Chennai basin area covers around 4,974 square kilometer. In such areas, the drone survey has been conducted by the Survey of India. Their data will be collected, and we are going to set up the Hydro Modeling Control Room SCOC, Chennai, as well as the Disaster Recovery Center at Water Resource Department, and the Flood Monitoring Center at 4 district collector office like Tiruvallur, Kanjipuram, Chengalpattu, Ranipettai, as well as the Greater Chennai Corporation office. All such places will be utilized for will have a hydrodynamic model available for guiding the reservoir operations. The project is providing flood forecasting based on the support of satellite data-based models and rainfall informations, and generates advisory for operation of reservoirs. So this is also very helpful at the time of monsoon period. Similar real-time flood forecasting systems are proposed for other flood-prone river basins in Tamil Nadu. So apart from that, we have proposed to strengthen the hydrometeorological monitoring in Tamil Nadu. Now we have proposed to install around 1,400 automatic rain gauges as well as 100 automatic weather stations in all over Tamil Nadu. In and around, it will cover one rain gauge will cover around 10 by 10 square kilometer area. So this will support the other already existing rain gauges, automatic rain gauges installed by IMD, Greater Chennai Corporation, Chennai Metro Water, and the State Groundwater Data Center, and the data available, the various data available from various agencies will be processed with the help of Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. So all such development will help us to receive the mesoscale weather information for the next 5 days. So this will be very helpful to project that forecast that what will happen in next 5 days. So location specific warnings could be provided on heat wave also by using these equipments. So apart from that, we have also we are also going to strengthen the IMD's weather forecasting by installing 2 more Doppler weather radars as well as 2 more upper weather observation systems in Tamil Nadu. So apart from that, actually, community involvement is very important for the any disaster management nowadays. So World Bank assisted program has been launched in the coastal areas, in which around 4 lakh people got trained in various coastal districts, and they have become the part of the disaster management group. So in village level, village disaster management plans are prepared by this group, and they have got the awareness about the disaster. Whenever it happens, they can be ready to face them and get rid of that from the disasters. So apart from that, what the state government has already proposed, and the training has been imparted to around 65,000 first responders in all villages. Actually, the prime objective behind the training the local people is in each and every habitation, at least 2% will become first responders for in particular habitation to respond to the any sort of disaster happen in that area. So from which around 14 coastal districts as well as the Nilgiris district has been selected, and 65,000 first responders are being trained. You know that NDMA sponsored Amrita upscaling of Abdamitra scheme is also implemented. The community volunteers are being trained. So around 5,500 Abdamitra volunteers have also been trained in Tamil Nadu. So whenever the forecast is given by the various agencies, that information will be disseminated to all these volunteers first, and they will alert the people who are all residing in that area, and this will help us to face any disasters, and in future this network will also help us to get rid of the things. So in the these are all the various steps taken by the Tamil Nadu government to face any eventualities in future. So in the time given to me, I have narrated the current practices and the best practices nowadays we are following in Tamil Nadu as far as the disaster management is concerned. So the community-based disaster risk management is very important to improve the resilience of the community. I wish to conclude the symposiums like the one organized by Amrita University will help in bringing out the current developments in field of science and technology, and will provide good inputs to the disaster management organizations across the country. I wish the symposiums all success. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Raman Saab. You have made a very insightful presentation, and we are very, very happy that an expert from administration is taking such keen interest in not only understanding the various intricacies involved but also implementing the possible good solutions. And I personally, I see a great scope for Amrita University to collaborate because we have a huge campus at Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu, and a number of experts are also working in different parts of Tamil Nadu. So maybe you will consider having some good collaborations, particularly on landslide early warning system deployments in Nilgiri Hills and maybe other adjoining areas. And we'll be very happy to be, entertaining few more questions at the end of our other presentations. So thank you very much for sparing time and remain with us. Thank you very much, Raman sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Actually,
yeah.
Actually, in Nilgiris, we had a 77 landslide in 2018, and the NDMA has also sponsored a small program to prepare a draft proposals for all such places. So that work is going on. So if you are involved in that project, that will be well and good. We will explore the possibilities.
Definitely, we'll be very, very happy to be associated with all such research-oriented activities wherein early warning system deployments are concerned. Because Amrita is the leader in this, and we'll be just neighboring state. We'll be very happy to be associated. So nice. Thank you very much, sir. We'll come back to you again.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next speaker is another very illustrious speaker from Kerala. He is Dr. Shekhar Kuriakose, very well accomplished scholar and real good expert in landslides and other hazards management issues. He has actually brought about a lot of good changes and modern changes in the way Kerala state disaster management authorities are functioning. He created a number of emergency cells in different districts. He created those emergency response cells. And we are really delighted to be understanding a little more about your Kavach program that you are implementing in Kerala. So the stage is for you, Dr. Shekhar. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Sudeshi, and thank you, Dr. Manisha, for having me here. Being from Kerala, it's always a pleasure to be associated with Amrita University, and particularly Dr. Manisha, whom I had been closely working for a long time now, since 2009, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm pretty sound and audible to all of you. I'm trying to present to you the new decision support system, which actually amalgamates and integrates everything that centers around early warning in the state. It's called Kavacham, or in English, it's called the SHIELD, Kerala Warnings Crisis and Hazards Management System. This is actually a culmination of a lot of efforts that have been going on for the last 4 or 5 years. Now, for those who would want to know what Kerala is roughly about 38,000 square kilometers, and we have a population density of 859 people per square kilometer, and a high amount of rainfall, which runs to about 3,100 millimeters in a year. So this is broadly in the environment that we work. Nice to see that Professor Ian has come back live to listen to what is happening here. Now, if you look at the recent disaster events in Kerala, quite a bit. Everybody speaks about Cyclone Oki and the floods of 2018. I would say everything started to change in 2012 when we had the first drought with 44 rivers and 3,100 millimeters of rainfall. It was quite surprising for everybody when we said we are declaring drought, and we had to declare drought again in 2016. So things started making a change then, and we are now in 2020. 122, again, we had a couple of landslides. It keeps causing a lot of fatality. Now, when the EWDS was conceptualized, when the early warning designation system was conceptualized, we looked at what we were wanting to do. So we had to look at the risk knowledge, monitoring and warning, designation and communication, and also have to develop a response capability. So these are the stages through which we went through, and these are the things that I'm trying to present to you. And when we speak of all this, we have to also look at it from a systemic thinking perspective. Remember, all these bridges are interdisciplinary in nature, and there are 5 valleys of death. If you don't have the right kind of bridges there, we fall down and die. So with this conceptual warning process and the 5 valleys of death in mind, we kind of try to work around the coverage. Kavacham is by and large a large integrated system that connects a lot of different departments through a virtual private network. It has systems that goes all the way to the vulnerable population, to the general public. It flows through a lot of different departments. It basically integrates science, experience, and planning. It has hazard assessment. It has alert based on threat levels, action based on threat levels. So a lot of integration of SOPs have gone into it. It's an intelligent decision support system. It integrates all geological and hydrometeorological sensors that are available in the state as of now. Integrates forecasting systems of hydrometeorological hazards, backend geodatabase of 280 different layers, scenario libraries of climate change, impact forecasts, and assets generated automatically. It's ML and AL capable with scalability. It's devised to cover 78 taluks, 14 districts, and state via VPN. 1,034 local governments are envisaged to be trained and given access to the system. 128 fire and rescue services and 20 fishery stations are also under one network here. The risk knowledge ranges, we have a risk lab which basically produces the risk knowledge. We started off in 2016 with the version 1 with available data sets. Now the version 2 has been completed. We have now ranked all the local governments based on risk index approach, and the local governments are also facilitated through a funding for risk index based priority actions. Hazard susceptibility is also utilized basically to rank the local governments in terms of their hazard susceptibility. Their vulnerabilities are looked at, and a cumulative risk index is brought in. The risk index basically caters to a disaster management and climate action tool, which is a legal requirement of the local governments as of now, which feeds back to the funding mechanisms that we have. The monitoring systems that basically looks at Kerala in terms of its weather are 100 automated weather stations that IMD and KSDMA co-devised. This was a project that we started after 2018. KSDMA took over 100 sites exercising the powers under the Disaster Management Act, and the instruments are deployed, and those land parcels are with KSDMA as honor, and the sites are basically equipped with AWS by the India Meteorological Department. We have 100 automated weather stations as of now from SkyMet. This is going up to 120 this year. Every year we put in additional 4 automated weather stations through them. We have 30 automated rain gauges of IMD, 13 AWS of the WRD, and 97 ARGs of WRD, and 4 lightning detectors that basically facilitates coverage for the entire state. The water sources are monitored through 46 automatic water level recorders and 800 groundwater observation wells. This is all integrated into a platform called KWARIS, Kerala Water Source Information System, and through an API from KWARIS, this data is ported into the coverage system. We have seismic monitoring systems. We have the National Seismic Center, which provides us through an API all their recordings for the entire India and Indian Ocean region. We also have our own 3 seismographs streaming locally into a database in here, and 3 accelerometers in Idiki, which keeps monitoring the large arch dam of Idiki. From the weather forecast side, we have the IMD WRF and IMD GFS, which kindly Dr. Mahapatra, the Director General, has facilitated through an API and an FTP sharing. So both are available to us. From the NCMRWF, we have the NCUM data sets that keeps coming on a daily basis. We have access to the IBM graph, that is the fastest model in terms of weather alerts. We also have the SkyMet GFS as part of our weather forecast, and we have the 21 ensemble output of IMD. Lightning forecast, we utilize the services of Earth Networks. We have an API-based call for the entire state. 68,000 points covers the entire states, for which lightning hazard forecast is made available. It has a 30-minute advance warning. 1.5 years we tested this warnings with local information feedback loops, and now we are confident to start releasing these warnings to public. So this year onwards, we are hoping that we will start releasing it to public as a bulletin. Coastal hazard forecast, we have the cyclone APIs coming from IMD, the radar streams coming from IMD. Cyclone forecast of the JTWC is also available to us. And from INCOIS through API, we have the tsunami, the tidal, and the high wave API datasets ingested into our systems. We have our own flood monitoring system, flood early warning systems. We have completed the development of Periyar flood early warning system. This is the largest basin, river basin in Kerala, where we have flood early warning system completed as of now with the support of the World Bank under the National Hydrology Project, and the bulletins will start being issued from the next monsoon season onwards. For the Pamba Basin, we have completed an in-house work through the irrigation department. The department has developed. They have a flood monitoring flood modeling team available, and they are the ones who are doing this. And this is now being ported into a single modeling environment with a one state, one model environment approach. So as on today in the morning hours, we got approval for that approach, and we are integrating all these models into one environment, which will have one basis, and the calibrations will be different, but then the parameters used for calibration will be maintained throughout models so that there is no equifinality question emerging out of it. We have the landslide early warning system project, which is co-invested by KSDMA with Geological Survey of India. Everybody spoke about it. We have already started with this, and the data collection of the GSI team is ongoing as we speak in Kerala. And we are also in this, we are also receiving the alert emails from Amrita University as and when there are critical alerts for Munnar region, which Dr. Manisha is kind enough to forward. We would urge upon at this juncture that if you convert it into an API-based alerts, we will ingest it into the coverage system. As you know, Kerala had the first COVID case in the country. We were the first to notify it as a state-specific disaster. And this whole process basically was taken forward by SDMA in-house. We had been mapping and monitoring every case, every single case, and we notified the containment zones. We have our own SIR model. It's basically a refined II SIR model that we developed ourselves. We had our own projections for how the COVID was emerging, and all this started much, much earlier than the country started this. We had the first notified contingency plan in the country, which basically looked at COVID. This notification came out in 30/4/2020 itself. Impact forecast, we have a concurrent scenario library for floods and cyclones. Multi-scenario assessment of impacts are available. Major critical assets are covered. On-the-fly map outputs of critical assets are also generated under the covered system through our risk lab, where we also have a risk-based GIS team working. Impact monitoring covers from lightning to fatalities, lightning fatality, epidemic fatality, road repair costs incurred by the local governments, asset repair costs incurred by the local governments, because all this funding request comes back to us, and then we have a tab on what kind of money is being invested. Sirens and stop lights, we have 126 sirens and stop lights being deployed as we speak. 10 of them have already been deployed. Some of them are on mobile towers and some are on monopoles. They are integrated into 14 DOCs, 78 DOCs, 20 fishing centers, and 128 fire stations. Pre-record voice and hooting incorporated for various warnings. Already it's connected through 2 wired and 2 wireless systems. Can activate from site and also remotely from the EOCs. The siren installation map, you can see these are the first 83 locations in which these sirens are coming up across the coast. The warning is disseminated through a huge number of different instrumentation and web-based platforms. We have websites, WhatsApp groups, emails, hotlines, GSM mobiles. We also have SBM DVT systems available. We are integrated with the 112. We have our own 1070. We have Immersat satellite phones at all dam sites and our own district emergency operation centers. We have standard operating procedures. Probably this is the very first anticipatory actions guidelines under DM Act in this country. We published it in 2019. They are called the Orange Books. The Orange Books this is for the monsoon and associated disasters. It covers 36 departments. It gives financial and legal framework. This is all incorporated in the decision support system. So they are able to expend money based on populating the decision support system. Warnings and anticipatory actions are updated every year. And this is the 4th generation of this Orange Book that you are looking at. These are all available in our website, by the way. We also have the heat and lightning action plans. This is also incorporated into the decision support system. So the warning levels for each of them are also part of these SOPs, which are incorporated into the decision support system. We have localized all these warnings. They are all in Malayalam. Some occasionally we also publish it in Hindi, depending on the scenarios. But you can see daily graphical outputs are provided, which talks about river water levels, different stages of reservoirs, individual reservoirs are covered. The district-wise warnings, color-coded warnings of IMD are converted into maps and provided. Associated Malayalam text is released. Ocean state forecasts are also provided on a day-to-day basis. We are very inclusive in our approach. We are disability inclusive, transgender inclusive, palliative care inclusive, and tribal inclusive in our approach towards warning and disaster preparedness. Disability inclusive, we led the country in terms of how we looked at inclusion. This was also commended by Mr. Kamal Kishore when they published the disability inclusive DRR framework of the country. Response capacity, our community-based systems involves fishermen. It has Samuhika Sannadha Sena, India's only directorate of volunteerism headed by an IAS officer. We have local government emergency response teams, pan-state civil defense, 128 fire stations have 15,000 civil defense volunteers trained 12 days captive inside the fire academy who are available to us. Apta Mitra as of now in Kottayam, 4,500 more are coming up. We also have a wonderful interagency group notified in the state. Every district has its own NGO coordination platform called Interagency Group. Together, they have about 471 NGOs which are integrated into this whole process of volunteerism in the state for disaster risk reduction. Our response capacities, we have 17 specialized shelters across Kerala. All coastal districts are covered. All these shelters are self-sustained and self-sustainable and equipped with response equipment. 20,000 buildings are notified as camps, which can house about 350,000 people at a time. Every year, we release 100,000 rupees to these camps for their maintenance and making them ready just before the monsoon season. We have a virtual cadre in 26 departments. We have 15 officers each. We have separate training programs for each of these departments sectorally. So we basically provide them sectoral training in terms of what they are to do with disaster management within their department. It's not just response, but also planning from the DRR perspective. Kerala did India's first pan-state local government disaster management plans. We completed for 1,034. We went through a very massive training program. All 7 chapters are covered. Localized maps were provided to them. And we completed 1,034 about a couple of years back. All these plans were reviewed at the district level, and 10% of the plans were reviewed at the state level. And we also came up with a consolidated report, which is also published and available online, speaking about what are the strengths and weaknesses. And here again, for the academia here, there's a lot of things that you can collaborate with the local governments in coming up with solutions. The wicked problems need solutions, and local governments don't have in-house capacity to come out with their own solutions for all of this. Behavioral change, mock drills are done every year. One massive statewide mock drill is triggered, and every local government is asked to trigger a local mock drill, and every district triggers 2 mock drills in a year. DC materials are pretty widely available here. We have large international collaborations with which goes all the way to the Dutch, to the Norwegians, with ADPC, with World Bank, with UNICEF, KFW, the Narsen Center. Now, if you ask me about what are the priority projects that we are looking for research scholars to work with us, if somebody is interested, you're welcome. We get a lot of students coming from the Netherlands to work with us, incorporating run-out zones, spatial tool for calculating the disaster loss potential of the houses, mapping urban and rural heat islands, comparing the relative efficiency of SIR and ARIMA models in prediction of epidemic spread. Fatal landslides of Kerala 1960 to 21, are they different? We have a thorough database of that. Wind hazard potential mapping in light of climate change scenarios in Kerala. So these are some potential projects that we already have certain data sets and a concept for going forward. To conclude with, we generally find that a lot of experts looks for science problems and thinks that the public needs have those science problems and we need to solve it. And the public thinks that there are wicked problems and experts have solutions for all of this. But I think the pyramid has to be removed and we have to basically have a consultative approach to problem solving. So some examples are illustrated in these figures as it happens. Thank you. With that, I stop.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sekhar. It was really very, very interesting and such an elaborate database that you have. And Kerala is really the leader. It's not only the literacy rate amongst the people, but even the government level and even the scientific workforce is also doing a very commendable job. And our congratulations to you, you being the leader there. And you are establishing a lot of milestones on disaster, multi-hazard disaster management. But of course, there are many issues which I think there are certain gaps which you want, maybe the panel discussions can address those. Maybe the land use, land cover changes which are happening and which are also creating a new dimension to the multi-hazards. That is one. And I know people in Kerala are, since they are quite educated, they have a lot of legal education at their back, and they are ever ready to go to court and get some redressal. So I think those are the policy issues wherein perhaps we will need to learn more from you. How are you handling all those and all that? So thank you very much. Of course, the time may not permit right now, but maybe at the QA session and in the panel, we'll certainly come back to you. It's always a pleasure listening to you in such details. Thank you very much, Shekhar. Great. Now we'll move on to our next speaker, who is the doyen in this field. And I don't need to introduce him. He's already introduced in a very elaborate way in the inaugural session also. And of course, the time allotted will be quite short for him, but I request him to be within 15 minutes. So, is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, very much. It's been such a splendid morning. I've been sitting here in awe, listening to all these extraordinary accounts, and the progress has been so intense in India in these areas. It makes all my knowledge look thoroughly antiquated. I'm going to talk a little bit about some critical issues. It's really in two parts. The first part is just to highlight two examples of warnings that I've been involved with. My main work, I'm an architect, so I'm mainly involved with shelter and post-disaster housing that resists earthquakes and reconstruction planning. So warnings has always been a secondary interest, but it's cropped up a lot in my career, which is just almost 50 years in the subject. So I don't know if anybody has got my presentation there, but if so, perhaps we can have it on the screen. The opening pitch is called Critical Issues. Is anybody managing it for me? Perhaps not. I don't know if anybody, I did send it to Sudha, who was going to organize someone to show it, but if they haven't, I can talk without it being on the screen. I haven't.
Sudha, hello, Dr. Sudha, can you please help us? Dr. Hari Chandra or Balmukund, please.
Hello, I had asked Balmukund to upload it. So just give me a second.
Balmukund, please upload it.
Forgive me. They were the student volunteers, so I thought that would be done. That's a glitch on my part.
Well, I can keep talking while that's being sorted out.
Yeah, okay.
Just a few of the things that are really impressing me as we have these different presentations are just the sheer progress that's been made. I mean, we're having this whole session on Diwali, where light triumphs over darkness, and it looks to me that what is happening is that there's a huge
Yeah, Balmukund, come on.
effort being made.
What?
Sorry, I'll just.
Sorry?
Mr. Vesak, can you help us? Who's the floor manager there, please? Mr. Vesak.
If it's complicated, Sudha, I don't mind talking without my PowerPoint.
Sorry for this, sir. Actually, we missed your slide somehow.
Are you going to upload or not?
No, sir. Sir, you can continue, please. Dr. Yan, you can continue, please.
You don't have the PowerPoint, Balmukund?
No, sir. I am missing the PowerPoint.
Ian, what you could do is that you see that green, arrow at the bottom of the screen, which says share screen.
Yes.
So you can actually click on that, open your PowerPoint presentation, and then click on share screen. You will see that particular, title screen.
I'm not sure where my PowerPoint is. I sent it, so I won't be able to find it. It's probably easiest if I don't bother with it, if it can't be found. Sudha, you can't find it, right?
Ian, I'm getting it. I'll please continue. I'll get it in 1 minute. Thank you.
Well, maybe I can just carry on by saying some of the things that are impressing me so much about these presentations. I think one of the things that I always feel about disaster risk is levels of devolution from the center to the community. And sometimes people just don't do it. The disaster management can be very centralized. And what is impressive is to see that level of devolution. Let's come on the screen now. I'll just run through a few. I'm going to talk about 1 or 2 critical issues, and then I'm going to, for the last 5 minutes, just carry on reflecting on some of the things I've been listening to while we've been sitting here today. So just, there are many, many critical issues in disaster risk and many in disaster warnings, and I've just picked a couple here for the short time I have. Next, please. Some years ago, I had the privilege of forming a team that went to the Karakoram, which is a mountainous region of Pakistan, right up on the Chinese border. And it is a remarkable area, very high altitude, enormous hazard risk, probably very similar to Sikkim in many of its hazard profiles. We visited many of these communities, and I had a team made up of geologists, anthropologists, planners, architects, engineers. We were a multidisciplinary team, and our job was to try and explore the way local communities manage their risks. And so we went to many houses like this, made up of wooden beams filled in with stones, rather rudimentary in construction. And what was striking, and it will be striking if we went back, is the fact that people wondered what on earth we were doing. Why were we worrying about these risks? Next, please. Can we have the next slide? Yes. We found out that there were 2 issues here. There were some official warnings, but those official warnings at that stage were not being communicated adequately with the local communities. There are still problems like that, I understand, but they're a lot less than when we talked to local people, they told us about their problems. They wanted to know why we didn't help them with real problems. And we said, well, you have real problems. You have tremendous landslides, rock falls, you've had earthquakes, you get flash flooding, you've had all manner of disasters which affect you. They said, yes, but we can deal with those. And we then said to them, and it was interesting how many of them spoke quite fluent English. They'd been in the army and so on. And they described how, for example, when they were working down by the riverside, gathering silt from the edges of the riverbanks, which they put on their fields as fertilizer, or they were fishing, some of them, they would tie ropes across rivers attached to bells, and they would be positioned about half a kilometer upstream when they were working. And then if there was a flash flood, they would hear these bells ring and they would just run like hell up the banks and protect themselves. These techniques we think have been in use for generations. How effective they are, we have no knowledge, but it's a local warning system. And then we found out that in many areas where people were living in very, very hazardous areas subject to landslides or rockfalls, local communities had immediate ways of dealing with it. For example, they would, when there was heavy rainfall, they would send one of their family members, young teenage kids often, to sleep out of doors under a tree or something, and they would listen. And they would listen for the sound of noise up the mountains behind them. And when they heard this noise, they would ring bells and people would run to certain safe places where out of the path of what they expected the landslide to be. And they felt this was quite an effective system. I don't know if it was or not, but it was just interesting to see that system in place. Next, please. The lesson from that for me was that anyone needs to identify any local warnings that might exist. They need to be checked and validated and seen if they work, which we weren't able to do, to find out if they do protect people or whether they're just a pie in the sky, hopeful ideas. But where they do work and where they seem to have a function, they need to be built into the overall community warning system. And it was just impressive for us to see the existence of quite extensive local warnings and local resilience built by these communities. Next, please. The second issue I mentioned this morning when I was giving that little talk at the beginning, I talked a bit about Vanuatu in South Pacific. 64% of the population are exposed to natural hazards. The UN believe it's one of the most hazard-prone countries in the world. And I was involved in a UN team studying cyclone effectiveness. And I mentioned this morning about the huge problem of dissemination of warnings. Next, please. And this is just an example of the most recent cyclone, which has devastated Vanuatu. But they live with the threat of continuous hazards, whether it's volcanic or cyclone or earthquake. Next, please. And what I think grew out of our knowledge from Vanuatu were these points, which have all been emphasized today, so they hardly need repeating. First of all, accuracy. Warnings to be generated and validated by scientists. And I think that India is well advanced in that field, making sure that the warnings are correct, because one warning that goes out that isn't correct, which doesn't, is like crying wolf, and people will not believe it next time. If in fact, if a warning's come, there's going to be severe cyclonic winds and they don't come, you can wipe out a generation of education. Wide dissemination, fairly obvious. Backups. If you've got, the backups are so important. It might be flags being flown from masts. It might be messages going out on cell phones. It might be radio, TV. It might be all manner of backups, but we need the whole range of them. And these local simulations and drills must be used to practice awareness of warnings and actions to follow. And warnings, as we said this morning, linked to planned action. Next, please. And the conclusion I just raised from these points is that managing disaster risk can feel like pushing a stone uphill. It's an incredibly complicated, difficult process. But warnings have had a major contribution to public safety, and they will continue to do so. And it's so impressive to hear the emphasis being given today on them. Now, in just the last few minutes, I just want to touch on some of the things that I've been so impressed with. That's the end of my presentation. That can come off the screen now. The first was, I mentioned devolution. I think this devolving down to the local community. So the local community have a stake in this. but they can do things that the state can't do, and the state can do things the local community can't do. So it isn't one or the other, it's both and devolution of warnings to the people who need it most is so critical. The technology advances seem to be escalating and we're getting huge benefits. But for example, Krishna Vatsa mentioned this morning that we might have cell phones, but do people have the apps that are needed? How are we going to get all this relevant information to those who have to have it? There have been many examples in the presentations today of terrific collaboration between academia, scientists, state and central government authorities. There's been a repeated emphasis on communities. And I think that community resilience is a great concept. And that's what we're working on in Amrita, and that's going to be very important. The multi-hazard approach is great because we can get cross-learning from one hazard to another, assuming that the seismologists are open to learn from the meteorologists, assuming that we can get those messages between different professions and different organizations. But the multi-hazard approach is crucial because when we have disaster management training, we don't isolate it for one, we talk about all of them together. I think that sometimes you might have an education program. I was present in Ahmedabad in a very interesting program for school teachers, teaching them about flood awareness. And they had very sophisticated teaching about it all. And there were about 400 teachers that I was speaking to. But I thought I'd begin my talk by saying, you're dealing with flood problems to do with rivers overflowing. How many of the people in this room can swim? And most of the men put their hands up that they could swim, but very, very few of the female teachers did. So we talked about that with them, and they explained the problem, that it's difficult for women to learn to swim in India. And this whole program had not tackled this issue of how do you get young female students to learn to swim, and they're also their teachers. So you've got to look at the wider implications all the time of these issues. I don't think I really want to say any more, Chairman, except that I think that the progress being made in better risk assessment, in better development of multi-agency systems is great. And I think that this whole workshop is highlighting some of the critical points which crop up. But as far as I can see, I'm feeling very upbeat and very encouraged because I think there's great progress being made, and you all need tremendous congratulations. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Davis. It was again a very, very interesting talk, and you have really touched upon the humanitarian aspects of warning, reaching the right people at the right time. And this is a major issue wherein, a lot of good ideas will come up during this present symposium. In fact, this reaching the last mile and the actual stage-wise connectivity, this is very important. Doing scientific work is important in itself, but then it must serve the community, it must serve the society. Absolutely. That's what Amma has always propagated, that whatever science we do, it must be for societal good. It must reach the society, and whatever early warning for the multi-hazards, our instrumentation, modern technology is actually indicating. If it's not reaching the user end, then maybe we are not serving the society properly. So thank you very much.
May I just add that in the UK, I think there's been a big challenge for particularly teaching engineers in the social responsibilities. The engineering curriculum can be highly technical, highly mathematical, highly computer-based, but how to get accountability built into that system, accountability to the recipient of the engineering advice. This requires new additions to the curriculum for engineers and for scientists. The social responsibility of science is very neglected in many areas, and I think we need to work on that. It's been bad in architecture where I teach, but it's got better over the years, and I think that needs strengthening. So we have to go back to some of the kind of challenges here for integration. And this kind of meeting, this multidisciplinary meeting, is a good step in the right direction.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Davis. In fact, our Indian national education policy, if you happen to go through it, it is really laying this kind of emphasis, wherein the actual scientific knowledge needs to be shared for the actual user in downstream areas.
Right.
So this is actually IIT Delhi is going to change its curricula for the engineers. So how they are going to address the societal issues, and then they must also integrate and work with them. And of course, Amrita is the leader, wherein we have a number of live-in lab programs, wherein our PhD scholars and even internship students, they go to the villages, live with the rural community, understand their problems, and then suggest the solutions which are acceptable to them, which are actually doable as per the local needs. So this is a very interesting topic. I think we'll discuss more during our panel discussions. So thank you very much once again. The time constraint will not permit us to go into more details at this stage. Maybe we'll come back to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Davis. So our next speaker is another very distinguished scholar. He is a visiting postdoctoral research scholar from Colorado, University of Colorado, Boulder, USA. Is Dr. Victor Marchesini. If I'm correct in sounding this name, I'm sorry if I'm not correct. So, Dr. Victor, please go ahead. Take stage is yours. You will be talking about your topic is not it's a convergence of approach to warning systems. So this is another unique and very, very interesting topic. So let's hear more about it from you. Dr. Victor, please.
Thank you, Sudesh and the organizing team for the invitation. Can you please confirm if you are seeing my screen?
Yeah, we are seeing your screen.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm doing a postdoc at the Natural Hazard Center, but my home institution is the National Early Warning and Monitoring Center, the SEMADEM in Brazil, that was created in 2011 after the catastrophe in Rio de Janeiro, when more than 1,000 people died in floods and landslides. So my presentation is structured in forming talks. The main definitions, what's disaster risk, and Professor Ian Davis discussed about it. What's an early warning system? Some research questions that I'm developing in my postdoc, and I hope your help in the near future, and some preliminary findings. We all know that we have a social challenge that is to increase the viability and access of this multi-hazard early warning system, and we should add the people-centered aspects that was taken out from Sendai framework and was very present in Hyogo framework. I think it's important to define what is disaster risk, and usually we forget one important component, that's mitigation, right? And these mitigation actions need to be associated not only to non-structural measures such as warning systems, but also building codes, housing policies, land use and planning. So the association of warning system with these structural mitigation actions are very important, right? And usually the early warning agencies are not connected, right, to other forms of mitigation. Scientists also don't use too much the capacities of people and the importance of social protection mechanisms to increase these capacities and to reduce the vulnerabilities. So one of the important initiatives that we have been doing at SEMADEM is to promote this disaster risk equation to different scientists and to discuss what's my role in these components, what's my contribution. And usually we also discuss this when we talk with civil protection, with universities and other important stakeholders.
Hello, sir. Sorry
communities.
to interrupt. Are you
Yeah.
changing the slide because we are not seeing?
My screen?
Yeah, we are seeing only the first slide. Are you changing them or not?
No, now I will change.
Okay. So can you put your screen on full screen? Slides on full screen?
Let me share again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, can you see my screen, my PowerPoint?
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So now it's the slide with the map of Brazil, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah. We have this a survey conducted by Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics that show that in Brazil, less than 15% of Brazilian cities have disaster risk reduction plans, right? And less than 10% have local warning systems. So this shows us the size of our challenge, right? And Brazilian regions are very diverse, as we have in other countries around the world. So in green, you can see the cities that have DRR plans. In red, that cities that refuse it to respond, right? And in gray, that cities that don't have DRR plans. So I think you discussed in previous sessions what is early warning systems. Just to remember the importance of taking into account at least the 4 subsystems: risk knowledge, monitoring and warning, communication, and response capacities. And usually warning agencies don't cover all these 4 subsystems, right? We have some analysis, for instance, in Latin America that show that sometimes the warning agencies are monitoring without risk maps, without hazard maps and vulnerability maps, right? At CEMADEN, the vulnerability aspects, for instance, and the exposure, we included very recently, right? So this is an example of risk knowledge. We used the database of Brazilian Geological Survey with landslide and flood prone hazard maps, right? For a sample of 900 cities in Brazil. And we crossed this information with the coordinates of public and private schools in Brazil to identify schools in landslides and flood-prone areas. And this helped us to plan some educational activities that Professor Ian Davis mentioned the importance about this. The other aspect is monitoring. So when CEMADEN was created, the policymakers and many of the scientists were only focused on hazard monitoring and forget to take into account in a strategic plan, right, long-term strategic plan, how to improve the communication. So the communication of warnings in Brazil is still a top-down approach. So CEMADEN receive a lot of data and information from different agencies at national and state and municipal levels, and prepare this analysis and forward to the National Civil Defense. But the National Civil Defense is responsible to forward this to state and local civil defense, right? And in this is a official slide that SEMADEM usually present, right, for in the public hearings and talks. So it's usually the institution is still thinking as a top-down approach, right? So based on literature review and also great literature, we try to discuss at SEMADEM and with different people in Brazil the importance of shifting from this last mile or top-down approach to one that consider the local people as the central component to design, implement, and maintain the early warning systems. Other important aspect, how you should take into account the age, gender, race, religious, and other important aspects, the cultural aspects of those people living in at risk. Another important component is how you, for instance, how you should include people with visual impairments in warning systems. And I can show you a brief example about the challenges of doing that, right? So regarding education, SEMADEM started a project in October 2014 to promote a type of local SEMADEMs, the method to transform the high schools in local SEMADEMs where students learn scientific methodologies and develop their own knowledge, analyze data and information, and produce their own knowledge about the risks in their territories, right? One of these methodologies was oral history, where students learn the method and interview elderly people that suffer past disasters. Usually, the history about local disasters are not written in books, right? But are in the memory of people. And this intergenerational aspect is very important, right? To keep the capacity building activities and prepare these young people for extreme events. Another important scientific activities related to risk knowledge subsystem was participatory mapping. That is a well-known methodology, right? We also developed this low-cost rain gauge, right? We all know how expensive is to keep the monitoring network. So in the future, we need to plan these low-cost activities, and students learn not only the meaning of the data, right? What does it mean? 60 millimeters in 1 hour, right? What this data is interpreted and turned into information and knowledge. So students learn how to measure rainfall and analyze these patterns, right? And another important recent effort was the co-development of an app where the students and school teachers and local civil defense can use an app to share this data collected in low-cost rain gauges, creating a safe space, right, to communicate, because we are facing a lot of fake news related to warnings and disasters in Brazil, and this is important. Usually, local civil defense doesn't have funding mechanisms to create apps and to maintain this, right? So we can help them with this. Some of these findings, you can have more information in some of these publications that show that we have several gaps related to participatory methodologies and warning systems for different types of hazards. This another publication was related to how to include people with visual impairments in hazard mapping activities, right? So this was a PhD defended by Gisele Gomes, and she is from education. She has an educational background, and we have the official risk mapping, but how can we develop these tactile maps, right? Tactile risk maps to include people with visual impairment in disaster preparedness activities. And that there are a lot of challenges related to this. Much research is needed. We also have challenges related to how scientists comprehend warning systems. And when I started my activities at Semadem, I worked 2.5 years at the monitoring room, and people used it to ask me, what's a sociologist doing here? So we have many challenges related to interdisciplinary activities. And there are many social scientists facing similar challenges around the world. And you can find some of these social scientists that you can bring together in the projects in this platform created by Natural Hazard Centers. Okay, I'm just finishing. So my postdoc here is related how to build an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary methodology, multidisciplinary, and there are some differences related to this, to promote people-centered warning systems. I have some previous initiatives with my co-workers, but we need a type of research approach to help us. And one of these approach that I'm learning at the Natural Hazard Center is the convergence research approach that that's an approach that promotes knowledge production, transcending not only the disciplinary fields, but also the organizational boundaries. I think this is important. When you map these organizations at national, state, local level, and other important levels to help them to understand the governance aspects, and to show that sometimes there are competition between agencies in some of these warning systems, right? So the Converge project in Natural Hazard Center promotes some steps to use this convergence approach. And I'm trying to apply these to tailor them to think about warning system. And I need help, and I hope you can help me in the near future. So I think I can share with you the presentation, and you can have an idea about the next steps involved in this postdoc project, which also involve participatory workshops. And I think I have many researchers here that can contribute to this collective effort. So thank you very much. And I hope we have a next panel that we can continue this conversation with some of the gaps that we have been discussing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victor. I must apologize for this firecracker noise in the background, because this is festival season in this Deepavali. So a lot of fireworks are going all around. So please excuse me for this background noise. And it was very, very interesting talk by our young research scholar. And you have emphasized on the dissemination of knowledge, particularly the indigenous knowledge, through modern technological applications. And this is the very essence of the convergence of technologies. So thank you very much. We'll again come back to you during our QA session and panel discussions. So thank you very much, sir. We move on to the next speaker of our today, Dr. Gopal Krishnan. He is Associate Professor with Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. And he'll be talking on early warning signals for impending hazards, a data-driven approach. Again, it is related to the warning associated with a lot of data which is generated by the scientists, but how it reaches the public and what are the various issues involved. I think Dr. Gopal Krishnan will do a good justice to it within the given time. So the stage is yours, Dr. Gopal Krishnan, sir, please.
I hope I am audible and my presentation is visible.
Yeah, your presentation is visible. Please make it slideshow, expand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
So my humble salutations to all the experts, scientists, dignitaries, scholars, and all the participants. So here I will be presenting slightly a different perspective of this problem. And first of all, I would like to thank WNA and our provost for giving me this opportunity. And I am very humbled by the presence of experts like Professor Davis here. And let me start my presentation. So we have several hazards or several, say, critical events that are happening. It can be like extreme rainfall, or it can be flash floods, or it can be drought, as one of our experts was saying, or it can be just like a cyclone that is emerging. Now, the question that we are trying to ask, or the question that I'm trying to answer during this presentation is, can we predict the occurrence of these impending hazards? Impending in the sense that before their occurrence, can we predict by some methods? And the methods that we are going to see are mathematical methods based on statistical physics and what is known as complex system theory. So this is quite possible if we are modeling the Earth system as a complex system. So the Earth system is actually, it is a complex system which has many interacting subsystems. And what do we mean by complex here? The term complex is not rhetoric. So you can see that there is a beautiful flag there, but you can very well understand that it is a flag created by people. So there is no central agency which is creating this pattern. However, there are some interacting subunits, and their interaction creates this pattern. So a complex system is one in which you have these units which are interacting with each other, and their interaction is often nonlinear, and those interactions result in patterns, or otherwise we call those interactions as transitions, or more the term that is more close to early warning signals or multiple hazards is tipping point. That means a slight change in some of the system conditions can lead to a big change in the state of the system. And this is a very famous book by Malcolm Gladwell. Some of you might have gone through that. So how little things can make a big difference. And this is what we call tipping points in the theory of complex system. Now, one quick story that I will take you through is the story of Sahara. So as you all may be knowing, as you are all experts in this field, that Sahara was actually a very fertile ecosystem years ago. And what happened is that there is a transition that occurred, and that transition turned Sahara into a barren ecosystem. So the question that we are asking is, are we able to predict this transition? And if you see the graph that I'm showing there and the red circle that is being shown there, you can understand that there is a sudden shift that has happened in the system behavior for a slight change. That is, as you are tracking the system over time. So now this geohazards or these impending hazards, we can view them as transitions or tipping points that are occurring in Earth systems, and we call them as bifurcation-induced tipping. Bifurcation-induced tipping, by what we mean by that, I will explain in a minute. So you can see here that there is some variable that is changing, which is there in the x-axis, and there is something that you are tracking there on your y-axis. So when you are there in the upper curve, so you are thinking that you are assuming that everything is fine. If you are here, that is something is changing, but that change is not drastic. So your x-axis, some variable is changing, but you are still here on the upper curve. But suddenly when you reach this point, which is called as the tipping point, what happens is that you just get a shift from one of the stable state to an alternate stable state. And what makes things difficult is that you can't just get back to the original state by reversing the condition. And this is what happens in most of the climate transitions, and most of the geohazards that we are witnessing are actually the results of such transitions which are happening in our climate. Now, going further, this tipping, to make things worse, this tipping, sometimes it can be non-catastrophic. By what I mean by non-catastrophic here is, you are changing the system conditions here and the system state is changing. But you can see that if I reverse it, if I start building some resilience, then I can get my system back to its original state. So this is a non-catastrophic transition. But unfortunately, many transitions are not non-catastrophic, they are catastrophic transitions. So just like the one which you saw in the last slide, you can see here that once the transition has occurred, then even when you reverse the condition, even when you start rebuilding the system, you cannot get back the system to its original state. And most often the shift happens to a state which we do not desire. So it is an undesirable transition from a human perspective. Now, the same thing can happen, the same transition can happen not only because of the change in the system variable, but also because of the fluctuations present in the system. So which are called as the noise-induced tipping. So the noise can push the system from one state to the other state, so which we may not even actually track properly. Now, can we be forewarned, or can we develop some kind of early warning systems? It is possible based on some of the complex system tools. And because this is a famous example of the high school example of a marble which is there in the two valleys. So you know that the marble can move from one valley to the other valley. And as you are approaching transition, what is going to happen is that the depth of one valley is going to reduce, and the one valley is going to disappear as you are moving completely to the other point. So we say that there is the rate of recovery or the resilience of your system is reducing, and finally you are getting transferred to the other alternate stable state, which is not desirable from a human perspective. So if we are tracking these quantities, which are like the recovery rate, or which are like the autocorrelation, or you can say the standard deviation from the time series data that we are measuring, we can in fact create early warning signals for the impending transition. That means well before the transition occurs, we can get some useful warning signals. So now you can see this here. The warning occurs at F1 actually. And however, we can see that the warning signals have started increasing well before F1. So if we are able to develop such systems, we can track these transitions. And again, this is one experiment that we did in a laboratory scale with an oscillator model. So which we published in one of our journals, published in 2016. And now another approach to see this is not just from a single time series. We saw that many researchers were pointing out for the sensor networks. Many of them were telling about sensor networks. So you have a whole lot of sensors deployed across your region. So these sensors are giving you outputs. So can we develop a network from these sensor outputs? Can we develop something like which is called as a complex network? And this network is supposed to change its topology as we are approaching a transition. So the topological changes that we are measuring during the changes or during the transition can also be one good early warning signal for us. Now, do we have any other mechanism? Because one point that came out during the discussion was the anthropogenic activities or anthropogenic triggering that happens to this system. This is quite possible because you can have changes, or you can have this tipping, not only because of parameter change, not only because of fluctuations present in the system, but also because of the rate at which the parameter is changing. Suppose that you are in this state, that is, you are here, this is your desirable state, this may not be desirable state. Now your initial condition will take you either down or it will take you up if you are in the region which is marked by the green rectangle. So the problem with the green rectangle region, which we call it as the bistable region, is that you can go up or down depending upon your initial condition. So at this point, what happens is that, suppose this is again representing the same state in the form of phase space. So the central blue dot may be the state in which you want to remain, and the outer blue circle, you do not want to go there. So this red circle is the valley which is separating them in the stability landscape. So suppose your initial condition is somewhere in between this red circle. So you are supposed to come down to this blue dot, which means you are safe. So all your measurements will tell that there is nothing going to happen. You can be safe. But what happens is that if the rate at which the parameter is changing is different, if you are changing it at a very high rate, then what happens? The red circle itself shrinks, and then your initial condition becomes outside that, and then you end up in a state which you do not want. So it is not only the parameter change, but the rate at which the parameter is changing. And this is again another depiction in a mathematical model. So you have two conditions. One, the blue dot, it can go down to the stable state, or it can take the green curve if the rate at which the parameter is changing, which is here in this case, it is R. So the mu dot is the rate. So if the rate is above a threshold, then what happens is that you are actually observing another form of tipping, which is known as rate-induced tipping or R tipping. And you can ask me, can this occur in a real system? Yes, this occurs in a real system because of global warming. You are observing these kind of fires, and we are yet to see these rate-dependent transitions, how it affects in all other systems that we are observing. And where is the data coming from? Like, can we use the traditional statistical measures to predict these rate-dependent transitions? The answer is the traditional measures are not so effective in actually capturing these transitions because the rate can be varied. So you can issue some warning, but it will be of no use. So what is the alternate? The alternate is we can use the data-driven methods, which are like the AI ML methods, where you are using the machine learning algorithms or you are using the deep learning algorithms. So if you are using a deep learning algorithm, something like which is known as the long short-term memory network or LSTM network, then you can train the network with the data, and this network can be used to predict an impending transition. So again, we have seen this in a model, in a mathematical model. So the result that I am showing is in a mathematical model. And this AI-based EWS works perfectly, like much more effective than the traditional statistical physics-based measures. So now what is the option for us? Option for us is to use a judicious combination of the statistical or the complex system-based measures and the data-driven measures. Because now you have data available in plenty in the form of sensors and sensor outputs. So there are studies that we can conduct in which we can even decide how to deploy your sensors. What will be the most intelligent way to deploy your sensors so that you get the most effective way of capturing the data? Because that is one important problem. Another problem is that, are you observing some shift in the patterns? For example, if you are following something like rainfall, can you observe a shift in the pattern of the rainfall, which in turn can tell you about or help you to develop early warning systems for something like floods or drought that you are going to observe? So there are many data-driven techniques or data-driven modeling techniques which we can use from using the available data that we have. So there is a very increasing scope for that. And to conclude, I would say that we can view the Earth systems as complex systems, and the hazards or these critical events can be viewed as transitions that are occurring. And these transitions can be either due to the parameter change, or it can be due to the fluctuations present in the system, or it can be due to the rate at which the parameter is changing, which is often increased or triggered by anthropogenic activities. So then you can predict these transitions by employing tools from the complex system theory and from the modern AI perspective by combining them. And we can make what is known as the physics-based AI models to predict these transitions. I thank one and all for giving me this opportunity, and I would like to end with one quote from our Chancellor and our spiritual master, Amma, that is, the conservation of nature will be possible only when we recognize that we are also a part of the nature. Thank you once again for patiently listening to my talk. I'll be happy to answer any question when it comes during the question and answer session. Over to you, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Gopal Krishnan. Very interesting talk, and application of modern technology, particularly AI and ML and deep learnings and all that. One important aspect, I think you will also agree, is the ground validation. How do we test these models on ground? So that will really lend a lot of credibility to whatever you have been speaking. It's very, very interesting talk. So thank you very much, Dr. Gopal Krishnan. At the moment, we may not have time immediately to discuss more. Maybe Q&A session, we'll have some more discussions. So let us now come to the last talk of this second plenary session. That is also very important. And this talk is by Dr. Bhavani Rao. She's a leader. She's director in Amachi Labs and holding UNESCO chair on gender equality and women empowerment. She's a real leading light from Amrita University, and she'll be talking on Amrita's, actually Amma's mutt basic considerations towards the community resilience and all that. So with this, I'll simply hand over to Dr. Bhavani Rao, because I'm not competent to talk more on the subject that you are really master of. So Dr. Bhavani Rao, please take over.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a
Thank
pleasure
you.
seeing you again, at least virtually, and being a part of this session. Sorry, just so I'll just share my screen and I'll try to make my presentation as short as possible. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, it's an organization here. It's an organization theoretic excellence in humanitarian operations. This is what the talk is going to be about. Apologies for my phone. Yeah, so just quickly, the motivation, of course, I mean, everybody is very familiar with this, why it is that we are talking about disasters, but sorry. Yeah, we know that disasters are rampant, and we know how exponentially disasters are happening in the world, and that the study of humanitarian relief operations is actually incredibly challenging. We've been talking about things that are done, but if you go into the nitty-gritties of how exactly to manage operations at the ground level, as and when a disaster is happening and as it unfolds, and how you work on things right after in terms of rebuilding. This area, it's very challenging because it's a very complex situation, and to have effective delivery at that level is quite challenging, and that's why this makes it very important for us to study. And organizational approaches to humanitarian in this area is not that well studied. Sorry. Yeah. so that I will go over why humanitarian operations are difficult to understand, what are the possible frameworks we could use to actually approach this. And as a case study, I will talk about some of Amma's work in the hardcore operations across India, and then how to actually understand this using a theoretical lens. So why humanitarian operations? I kind of touched upon it. There's a lot of uncertainty. We don't know really when something is going to happen. We are getting better at it because of our early warning systems, but still our capacity to actually predict when something is going to happen is pretty low. Disaster, and as the population of the earth is growing, we also know that most of the disasters actually happen in developing countries, and this is where you have very large populations, and therefore the impact of the disaster is quite large. There's also a confluence of physical, economic, political, and sociological factors that actually exacerbates the impact. And disaster management has multiple phases. As we know, it has preparedness, response, recovery, and rebuild. So it's not a very simple thing. It's in time and in what you need to do at each stage, it changes. And there's no any one organization that works in this sphere. It's multiple organizations, multiple level of coordination and control that happens, managing assets and resources and flow and relationships. And this all kind of add to the complexity of humanitarian operations. So, yeah, so a lot of this, if you look at the management, disaster management literature, there's a lot of operations management that actually happens in the relief and response area of the thing, but there's not that much that has been actually done in terms of the long-term recovery and rebuilding, even though this is pretty intense in terms of the operations, but this also actually involves a lot of stakeholders, very complex relationships, and it's not that many studies that actually have looked into this part of it. So just looking at the empirical data, there's not that many theories that explain how to actually effectively and efficiently organize to run humanitarian operations. And we know even the best of the countries like the United States can have some very disastrous operations management failures. For example, in Katrina, they had about 900 million manufactured homes that were destroyed, and they had ordered like about 182 million pounds of ice because to keep food cool and because the temperatures were really high, but they lost about 60% of what they had ordered because of just bad management and bad operations. So so even very advanced countries can make some really can goof up pretty badly, just because it's the nature of the beast is that there's so much of unpredictability and uncertainty that is there in disasters. So it's very critical to understand how to manage these resource flows, both from a control and a coordination perspective, also in terms of planning resources and in terms of communication. So what is the right humanitarian operation structure? Is there a right humanitarian operation structure? What is the level of integration or de-integration? What are the patterns of connectivity? Do we work in networks? Is it a cluster or is it a chain? These are all questions that we still, some things work in some places and some things don't work in some places. It's not anything that is consistent. So I mean, you could look at this because it is a complex problem. You could have multiple theories that you could actually look at it with. So we've used the resource-based view from Barney. It's a modified resource-based view, and that's what we've used to actually analyze the case study. So, the reason how we look at the way we look at humanitarian operations is these operations are for humans. They're by humans and of humans, and therefore providing well-being and care with empathy and dignity for all those who are concerned. This is the bottom of what we need to consider in terms of humanitarian operations. So we look at the case study of the MAMUT, which is Amma's organization. It's an international NGO with ECOSOC status at the United Nations. Amma, as you know, is a very well-known, renowned humanitarian and a spiritual leader. And sorry, please excuse me 1 second. Yeah, so the network is not just in India, but across the world. And the network of institutions within the MAMUT is not only that of an NGO, but it also has educational institutions, hospitals, a wide variety of services that are offered by the MAMUT. So the humanitarian initiatives and recognitions, there are plenty, not just the ECOSOC recognition, there is multiple levels of engagement by the MAMUT and by Amma, who's the spiritual leader of the MAMUT, as also the chancellor of Amrita University. So the initiatives include disaster relief, fighting hunger, care homes for children and old age people, research for societal impact, empowering women, and many, many more. So the methodology over here is an exploratory case study research and for grounded theory building. So we've taken 4 different types of natural disasters in India. If you ask why India, because India has a very large geographical, social, political diversity. We have mountains and rivers and deserts, and we're also a very, very populous country. It's the 2nd largest population in the world, very, very highly vulnerable, and we're affected by many, many kinds of disasters. Why MAMUT? Because MAMUT has it has multiple services that it offers, but it has also been involved in all stages of the disaster management cycle. It has had all kinds of specializations and specialized services with participants from all over the world. So the data collection for this was done through surveys and interviews with multiple personnel, coordinators, doctors, relief and construction workers. The information with this data collection, we have had information on response, recovery, and rebuilding activities.
We cannot hear you. Dr. Bhavani, we cannot hear you. Please unmute. Hello, Dr. Bhavani, we cannot hear you. Please unmute.
Sorry, there was a bit of a glitch here. Yeah. Okay. So you can see my.
Go to the previous slide. We could not see that.
You could see it, right? Okay. Yes. All right. I can. Yeah. So these are the 4 disasters that we picked. One is the Uttarakhand landslide, the Bihar floods in 2008, the Gujarat earthquake in 2001, and the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004. These are all very large scale disasters. They're from different parts, different geographies of India. They're different kinds of disasters. And their impact is though it is severe, there is slight variations in the kind of disaster. So specifically, how they're different is in the uncertainty or the speed of onset. So, for example, you'll find that there was the Bihar floods. It took about like a few days before the flooding actually happened. So it is not like it happened overnight. Even though the gradual buildup was there, the sudden the uncertainty was not as drastic as, let's say, the Gujarat earthquake. That was probably the most drastic. People had absolutely no warning, and there was no way to give a warning also for this kind of an earthquake. And so the 4 disasters have different of uncertainty and the speed of onset. This is directly related to the preparedness of the community in terms of how prepared they could be in terms of evacuation and things like that. Of course, there are other factors that would determine the preparedness. definitely the speed of onset is something. And so this is the thing. And just a quick overview of, I won't go into too much depth because I don't think I have that much time, but of these 4 cases. Gujarat earthquake, again, very short time frame. It was like almost no warning. There were 20,000 deaths and about 166,800 people were injured. This was the first major disaster response that MA was involved in. Gujarat, as we know, is probably more socially and economically advanced than most states, and definitely much better than most of the North Indian states. It had progressive political climate, but yet there was pretty much a large economic and infrastructural disparity. Many international agency and national agency were involved in the relief work. Not just that it was the first disaster management experience of the MA. Before this disaster, India did not actually have a national disaster management agency. So NDMA had not formed. It was actually the Gujarat earthquake that actually prompted the country to actually have a strong central authority in terms of handling disasters. So what did the MA really get involved in? They were there on the ground within 72 hours with a team of immediate relief workers who were pulling bodies from the gravel, getting food to the people who needed it, but also doctors from the hospital joined the team. And it started with a small group of people, less than 20 people, and boots on the ground, first-hand assessment, working with the government, getting information on what to do. Many humanitarian agencies, MA stayed on a long time after even the other agencies had left. So most agencies stayed out only about a month or 2. But MA stayed on to actually rebuild 2 entire villages. As far as 1,200 houses, which included schools, roads, and community halls and medical center. The immediate response involved shelters, cleanup, medical surgery. They used a lot of the local human resources. There's a few people that went from the actual from headquarters, but most of the people were actually local people who just knew and admired Amma, and it was a lot of goodwill and access in terms of accessing information, funds, and the freedom of movement and freedom of action. There was a lot of inter-NGO reciprocation and collaboration, and the design of the rebuilding was, they designed earthquake-resistant houses. So the key takeaways from this is that they utilize both permanent and temporary assets and resources. Very interesting combination of both a vertical control and a horizontal coordination. So vertical control in terms of specialized resources, whether you're talking about the doctors from the hospital, and the horizontal coordination was like the local things, whether we had to have things built or transportation, and these were all local and general services. And the volunteers, they came from a very, very diverse group of people. We even had students from Japan coming in to help build houses in Gujarat. So there's a lot of team building efforts and job rotations, so different kinds of things to reduce volunteer fatigue. What started off as a very informal way of engagement then slowly became formalized in terms of procurement. And then the scope was initially just immediate relief, then expanded all the way to rebuilding entire communities. A couple of pictures in the picture of the village that Amma had rebuilt, and you can see the entire span. The other one is, of course, the Indian Ocean tsunami. 2 very populous states, several states were affected, but in India, particularly 2 very populous states, which is Tamil Nadu and Kerala, were affected. Socially and culturally, these areas are pretty advanced compared to the rest of the country. One was politically more progressive and one was less progressive in comparison. There were many international agencies. This was probably one of the largest humanitarian influx of international NGOs and just in the world, I think the world has ever seen. So the MUT was involved in all stages of disaster management. And yeah, like 6,200 houses were built. provided financial aid immediately, medical aid, delivered vocational training for 2,500 people, fed about 15,000 people every day for 3 meals a day for several months, I think for over 6 months, all the way to very, very complicated interventions like recanalization of those who had actually gone through sterilization procedures, birth control. So the level of detail of engagement of the Indian Ocean tsunami is a study in itself. But going very, very high level for this particular, the response was immediate because the organization was directly impacted, but also immediate relief in Tamil Nadu also, direct material and emotional support, massive operations using own and donated supplies, food, shelter, cremation. The extent of damage was such that the governments were not able to handle it themselves. Coordination with not just the government, but also between other agencies, construction, healthcare was emphasized, use of local human resources, or there were about, at any point of time, there were close to 1,600 or more volunteers working with the organization. Telemedicine, super specialty hospital access played a very critical role in the humanitarian operations. There's also a focus on de-stressing the community by involving recreational and vocational activities. Again, build back better, tsunami-resistant houses were specifically designed and culturally designed with the input of the local people to what made them feel safer in the house. So, for example, some people wanted 2 floors because they were too worried about another tsunami coming in and they didn't have a higher ground. And so the houses were actually designed to make the people feel safe at home. Customized solution. This is something that is very difficult to do because needs are diverse. It's important to customize solution. And this is something that is very difficult to achieve because cookie cutter approaches for scale is something that is doable, but customized solutions in the scale is something that's very, very hard. And the fact that the MUT had such a lot of strong social infrastructure was one of the things that was the highlight on how effective coordination could be. Again, centralized high-level coordination with decentralized operations. And this allowed for a certain kind of consistency, but also that allowed with the flexibility. So even though you had a very high-level centralized coordination, the operations at the grassroots level were quite decentralized. Zoe,
please, time constraint. I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Conclude. Please
All
conclude.
right.
We have
I
to
will
get
skip
into
to the
panel
other
discussion.
studies. Yes. Main findings.
Yeah. Please conclude.
Okay, so I'll just finish maybe with this slide and not go. So main findings, the key capabilities are to put the victims first in the process and the structure next, to have local involvement and access to resources to provide benefit of the last minute supply chain. Government support and confidence should be maintained, developed and maintained. Accounts for different we have to account for different social and political contingencies. This is something very important that we all learn when you're working in the ground. To have access to a strong university structure with engineering, medicine can give you the value add for that in terms of your grassroots operation was something that was very unique and very powerful. And structures and practices emerge dynamically. It's not pre-structured, they kind of evolve from the needs on the ground. And the structure should actually allow for this kind of emergent practices and structures. Transformational leadership. Leadership is strong, but also creates a transformation in people and also can motivate volunteers. So we had a group of highly motivated volunteers, and somewhere the crux of this entire analysis when we had finished it was that it actually honed in finally at this bottom thing, the transformational leadership with highly motivated volunteers with mental equipoise. That's everything somehow converged. While all these other factors also came up, this bottom thing was probably one of the most significant factor that came out from the analysis. I think I will skip I have so much. I think, yeah, I'll stop here, sir, because you wanted me to conclude. I'll stop at that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhavani. It was a very illuminating talk. And we learned so much. The 4 case studies that you were involved, wherein Amma's mutt was involved, and very insightful findings. Actually, one important aspect which you have highlighted is that there cannot be one size fit all kind of approaches. You know, each site specific and hazard specific phenomenon has to be studied in details, and solutions are to be provided wherein the community is also properly motivated to accept it. So thank you very much once again, Dr. Bhavani Rao. We have now come to the end of our plenary session, and I must apologize for the background noise of these Diwali crackers which are happening all around me in Jaipur. So please bear with me. We'll just get into the question answer session, or should I just summarize the presentations? Are there any questions, Dr. Yogesh?
Dr. Sudesh, we don't have any specific questions from the participants. However, one question that comes to our mind, listening to all the presentations, is what are the specific challenges and gaps? And Dr. Manisha has also posed this observation in the chat box that, we are talking about the age of collaborations. So in that spirit, if our panelists can quickly highlight what are some of the significant challenges that they face, wherein academia and governmental organizations, NGOs, and all other stakeholders can come together to come up with sustainable solutions to disaster management.
Okay, can we ask each one of the keynote speakers to respond to this, please? Can I request Mr. Khanal and Keshav Koirala if they are there? Okay, and the next is Mr. Raman from Tamil Nadu. I think they have also left, and of course, Shekhar, I can see on the screen. Shekhar, can you please respond to this, the gaps and the kind of collaborative initiatives that need to be taken from as a takeaway from this particular association? So you have some comments, please.
Yeah, one of the very interesting things probably Dr. Manisha could consider bringing out is your app which you have developed for the landslide data collection. She has enabled a massive crowdsourcing possibility through an app. Now, yeah, I tried in my way to basically try and use it so that over time there is an inventorization of a lot of such events happening through it. But then one of the bottlenecks that we have to realize, yes, it's a world of collaboration, but you must realize that government is government, and what is not government is never government. So you really need to, and you being in GSI knows it better than me. So what we probably should consider is making this application probably owned up by the state government through some methods or some ways of kind of promulgating it through state systems by having state government also as a party to this whole app. SDMA had always been open to that approach. Second, yes, I have had specific research domains in which I would be very interested if research scholars and your master students are willing to come and work here. We get students across the world coming here and doing internships and working on these different little problems that we provide them with data. And second aspect of it is when, yeah, you have a lot of core capacity in terms of systems designing and implementation, but maybe we should also look at spinning some of this into products, some of this into the startup environment with the support of the state government. For example, the 10-year long observation and the way that you have invested in the landslide early warning systems of Munnar. I know it from the days that it was conceptualized. I was very happy to work with Amrita on this on those days, and then those systems should actually be converted into products. Now, Professor Vinod Menon is asking if we could consider Amrita University as a knowledge partner. I don't know whether if you are aware that Dr. Manisha is part of our landslide advisory committee, the statutory committee constituted under the Disaster Management Act. So there is no need that we need to have anything special for doing that. We have also extended a letter of request to Amrita University asking if you would propose certain projects to us, particularly in probably looking at co-funding your landslide early warning system. So this was also sent a while ago. We hope that it will be considered, and if you react to it, then probably we'll also look at funding options in investing, co-investing and co-learning with that process. So Vinod sir, rest be assured, she's part and parcel of the system already. So what kind of develops as knowledge there, there are also platforms wherein we are able to share it with her. Now, yet another aspect of it is something that is that I had been very passionate about. I have had myself gone to the Amrita school, the kids. Now,
you are muted.
Am I muted?
Muted, sir?
Can you hear me?
Dr. Shekhar, you are muted.
Am I muted?
We cannot hear you.
Dr. Shekhar, you are audible to me. Dr. Sudesh,
yeah.
I can still hear him. Perhaps please continue, Dr. Shekhar. Yeah, go ahead.
So I was happy to actually go to the school where I found a lot of initiatives by the kids based on the living lab approach. I went there to kind of speak and interact with the school students there at Karanagapalli, if I remember correctly. And it was very, very interesting actually to see how they were getting involved in a lot of these designing and co-learning from a living lab perspective. Now, the state has decided that it will be going on with school safety clubs in all schools. Wayanad has already started it with a lot of curricular and activity. But all the school safety clubs currently talks about maybe capacity building, spreading the message, taking the messages down. But maybe the school that I visited of Amrita Fraternity was talking about co-learning and co-creating devices and systems and knowledges. At that age, I was very excited to see these kids actually coming out with eccentric ideas, let me put it in double quotes, things that go out of the box. So I had suggested then to the school, and I think I also had messaged to some of them later, but then soon after that, we had this COVID coming in. We could basically invite some of the schools together to SDMA and have these students interact with them and communicate this message far and wide to these school safety clubs, that it's not just about being passive or actively involved in community activities, but they could also be little inventors, you know. So that's something that I was very spirited about to do. Unfortunately, COVID probably disrupted it, as I saw that disruptions were also some things that Gopal Krishna ji was talking about. Having said that, it disrupted our systems of engagement. I would really love to host those kids here and have some development in terms of these systems with them, with the kids. So not with the gray hairs that we all have, but I would really love to host the less than 16 who are there in the schools to co-create and co-develop and co-learn, because that's where all the bright ideas are. And I was very excited about it. So with that note, I stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shekhar. And I'm sure many of our faculty colleagues and student researchers will take up your invitation to join hands and work together. Thank you so much. Dr. Sudesh, we are almost out of time for our session. So if any of our esteemed panelists have any concluding remarks? Maybe we have another 1 minute before we need to close. Any final thoughts from any of our panelists? Please feel free to share with us.
Dr. Vadhavan, if you would permit me, I would like to just take
please go ahead.
30
Please
seconds.
go ahead. Menon sir, please go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to just express my sincere appreciation of Dr. Shekhar Kudyakos for his offer of collaboration. And I would like to see that, if this could be, explored as a public-private partnership initiative between Amrita University's multidisciplinary experts and identify, and through a collaborative partnership, I think, it will be very useful that technology solutions could have also help along with social engineering, because I think there is a tremendous opportunity of faith-based institutions, trying to support the kind of work which Kerala has been leading. And we have seen that 1.45 million people were in relief camps. So, during the floods in 2018, and Amrita University's work could actually be extremely supportive, and the use of data-driven initiatives would be very helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Manan sir. In fact, there have been some presentations wherein it is very aptly highlighted that there is urgent need to facilitate and provide decision makers with critical and factual data sets. Now, many of the research organizations, including Amrita, we are really very well placed because we have a lot of data already generated, and we are in a position to really provide it in a very systematic manner for decision makers. This is very important. This kind of integration and kind of collaboration with the decision maker who are actually going to implement many of these early warning systems, actual outputs, who are going to create community resilience. So these are the highlights of our sessions, different presentations. And we are really grateful to all the speakers, all the eminent speakers. They have shared their valuable, insightful talks and experiences. And now time may not permit us to go into more details, but we have recorded all your good recommendations, and we'll come back again for these panel discussions. So thank you one and all. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for a very engaging and informative dialogue. We'll now have a short 5-minute break and reconvene for a panel discussion after.
ഒരപേക്ഷയുള്ളത്, യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവർ അയക്കണം. അവിടെ പോകുമ്പം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും. അതൊരു സൈക്കോളജിക്കലായിട്ട് നല്ലതാണ്. എല്ലാത്തിലും അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആത്മാവ് എന്നാണ്. വലത് വെറുതെ തലോടുന്നത് പോലെ മറ്റുള്ള ദുഃഖം തൻ്റെ ദുഃഖമായും മറ്റുള്ള സന്തോഷം തൻ്റെ സന്തോഷമായി കണ്ട് അവരെ സേവിക്കാനുമുള്ള തത്വമാണ് നമ്മൾ ആധ്യാത്മികപ്പടി ഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്.
ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ തലമുറയ്ക്ക് ഇപ്പം കുറച്ച് വെള്ളമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ പൈസ സമ്പാദിക്കുന്നു, കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നു. പക്ഷേ കുടിക്കാൻ വെള്ളമില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തായിരിക്കും? ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ പണസമ്പാദനം കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ അതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labde jnanam.
Welcome back, everybody. We will now have a panel discussion on people-centered warning systems chaired by Professor Ian Davis, Adjunct Professor at the Amrita School for Sustainable Development and advisor to the chair of the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. And it is co-chaired by Dr. Sudha Arlikati, Professor, Amrita School for Sustainable Development. Over to you both. Professor Ian, I would please request you to unmute and speak. Thank you.
Can you all hear me? Good.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
thank you.
I think we're a little bit behind schedule, and the aim of this panel discussion is to conclude by 9:20 Indian Standard Time. So we have about 40 minutes or so, and we've got 3 questions for this panel. And I'm not quite sure how best to do this, but we could probably do them in order and see how we get along with that. They're really summary questions about what's been going on in this interesting discussion that's been taking place today. And I was asked to try and think of themes that we might cover in our final panel discussion. And the first of these, and I'd like any panel member to launch out and say what they feel, but what are the characteristics of a people-centered warning system? And particularly if you could just highlight one or two items which you feel are absolutely fundamental to this. What are the first question, what are the characteristics of a people-centered warning system? The second question, which we'll come on to a little bit later if we have time, there are often problems or gaps in disseminating warnings, particularly to the people who are most at risk, who need them. Do you have any good suggestions concerning ways to fill this gap? How to make dissemination work more smoothly? And the third question is more a technology question. And for those of you who are very technocratic, unlike myself, how can emerging technology assist in creating a people-centered warning system? So perhaps we could just begin, and I won't pounce on any of you. I'd just be very interested if you'd just like to introduce yourselves. But I just ought to just mention who you are, because that's important. And I think that we have a particularly good list here. Dr. Put on my specs so I can read this. Dr. Saibal Ghosh, Director General of Geology in the Geological Survey of India. Great to have that technical input. Dr. Sekar Kuriakose, I do apologize for my poor pronunciation, Member Secretary of the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. So we're getting the government position there, the state government position. And then we have Dr. Victor Marjazini, who we already heard in the last session. And he's from the Natural Hazard Center in the University of Colorado. Very nice to have you. Must be the middle of the night back in Colorado, I guess. But anyway, it's lovely to have you with us. And then we have Dr. Manisha Ramesh, who's the provost. I think, Dr. Manisha, you're with us again, which is great. And so we have these, and Dr. Karina Fernley from UCL in London, still with us. Thank you very much, everybody. And forgive me for not going through your CV information. Now, who have I just missed out? I think I've got everyone there.
I think you have missed Dr. V.K. Sharma and Dr. Piyush Rautela.
My good friend Vinod Sharma from Delhi. Nice to have you, Vinod, from working with the Sikkim State Disaster Authority. Is that correct, Vinod? How you pronounce it?
That's right. It is Sikkim State Disaster Management Authority. Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much. Yeah.
It's lovely to have you all with us here today. And who have I missed?
Dr. Piyush Rautela from Uttarakhand State Disaster Management.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, thank you all so much. So let me just go back to that first question. And would anybody like to just, not everybody needs to speak on each item, but if you have any strong thoughts, the characteristics of a people-centered warning system. Any suggestions? Well, maybe Vinod, I can see you're raising your arm, so you've got something to suggest.
So thank you very much, Ian. You gave us, very, nicely, 3 points, and I would like to give my views, on all the three. One is that the characteristics of public-centric or community-centric, warning system, in my opinion, it is twofold. One is that, there are traditional knowledge, wisdom, which is already with the people, and that is being ignored, Second is that we have developed science and technology, and the knowledge, which we are having, that is not reaching up to the community. So I think the marriage of the two, how community can utilize, because we know that early warning is one of very important part of the preparedness. In case they get early warning, we can save many lives. And this we have seen on several occasions, in cyclone, in flood, in almost every natural disasters. And so this is my thinking that, for example, I just give an example of Bangladesh, that today we are having a, cyclone, Citrang, and this cyclone is affecting Bangladesh. But because of the community-centric warning system, they have, you might be knowing better, that they have flag system, that in case the cyclone is coming on that direction, they have one red flag on the mosque, on high buildings. And in case it is coming approximately 100-150 kilometers, 2 flags. And if it is very near and going to affect the area and there will be landfall, there is 3 flag system. So this, this is very common in Bangladesh and particularly on islands. So this can save a lot of life. And we have seen that Bangladesh, by this system, they have reduced mortality. And I was talking on a TV channel, and I was telling that only 13 deaths, in this big, because it has affected so many islands and so much of area. But the number of, deaths, earlier they were saying less than 10, but now they have confirmed about 13. So you can save a lot of life, because of this. Second thing,
the essence of that is a very simple, understandable system.
Correct, that's right. And the gap is that we have developed technology, but we have seen in Odisha super cyclone, we have seen many times that correct warning is not going to the people at right time. Right time in the sense that, in golden, I mean that because the time given is either too less and they couldn't respond to that, or sometimes, so this is the gap, which we are seeing, that warning is there. But now because, the frequency of disasters increasing, and we have developed, a lot of science and technology. We have radar system, we have Doppler radars, and it's very accurate warning. So I think now we are much better and the gap is reducing. And the third,
just to stop you for a second, I love those 2 comments. I mean, you spoke about the importance of local wisdom and local knowledge and recognizing it. I do agree with you about that. It's often disregarded by some officials who don't believe that local villages necessarily have much to contribute. And then you've emphasized the importance of a simple system. Just before we go on to your other points, I wonder if anybody else would like to add to those points from this first topic. We're trying to identify, for those just joining us, the characteristics of a people-centered warning system. Would anybody else like to join in this discussion or respond to what Vinod's been suggesting?
May I, Ian?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. What Professor V.K. Sharma has told, I fully agree with him. That first and foremost thing is that you need a very, very simple technique of giving the message. Now, technology can be with the system how the message has been derived. That means how the early warning has been derived. But while you are communicating to the people, and as far as India is concerned, we have very varied type of economic, socio, and also educational level in the community. That is very, very important. People are now going to hills by seeing the maps. Who are those people? Those people are mostly the educated lot. But the common people who are living there, they are not that much aware. They may not be having the system because they do not afford to buy that type of mobile phones or these things. So this type of what Bangladesh has followed, a very simple system that a sign language or sign some sort of a thing through which they can actually perceive the strength of the danger. So that sort of thing is very important, and that is only possible if you have a very strong local administrative network. Because what I understand that ultimate dissemination has to be in India, I am telling you, ultimate dissemination of the warning has to go from the local administration.
Right.
That means the district authorities or the local block development authorities, village panchayat, this type. You have to involve those. People means you have to involve the machineries which are already there, because they have already established a connect with the people. So that has to be strengthened.
Good, thank you very much indeed. Somebody else would like to add to the discussion? Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, may I?
Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Ian. Basically, I'm not against a warning or signs or something like that. But the thing is, lately the agencies who are, except for the cyclone, most of the agencies which are generating the warnings, they are calling, say, even if it's a forecast, they are calling it a warning. And there is nothing administrators can really do. Unless these forecasts are very accurate with regard to magnitude, time, and location, the administrators or the local things cannot do it. To be people-centric, people should have faith on the warning, and that will be, people's faith will be reimposed on the warnings only if they see that the warnings given are accurate with regard to magnitude, time, and location. Unless that's there, and once people have faith, they will find their ways to propagate it to their near and dear ones. That would be done.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. From my knowledge, one of the values of the Indian systems is that you're getting them very accurate. Your warnings are much more accurate than, say, when I was very active in the 80s and 90s. So there's greater public confidence in them. Karina, I wonder if I could bring you in here and just ask your comment about the suggestion that we've got to simplify sometimes the systems so that they apply to everybody, and we don't go for too sophisticated systems, although the warning might be complicated, but it's got to be broken down so that everybody can get to it. From your knowledge academically, any reactions to that?
Yes, I think some really great comments so far. I think one of the particular challenges that we face in that context is looking at a local versus an international level. So if we look at something like COVID, that was, we did require a global response to that. And of course, for many hazards, we even require regional responses that covers many different countries. And we try and think about how can we communicate a message to a large group of people. But of course, as we've already discussed a number of times today, is the importance of the local. And I just wanted to highlight a really good example that shows how we can turn a challenge into an advantage. So in Fiji, for example, there was a large issue with a number of flooding events, and women were not getting the warnings. They were not involved in it, and they were not involved in the design of the warning system. So they worked with a number of feminist empowerment groups, and they developed Fiji Women's Radio Watch, Weather Watch. And it's basically a system where women were trained how to, work with the Met Office and pass that message on to other women. And now they've got a fantastic system where they can communicate all sorts of information, whether it's hazard warnings or not, to one another, not just the warning, but information like, what should I do? What's the best way to protect this? What should I do in this situation? So it creates a dialogue. So I think if we can really empower the people who are actually going to be affected, that's where we get the most success. But of course, that requires a huge amount of investment in a very localized, way. It needs to be completely contextualized. And of course, that's difficult. And whilst that doesn't necessarily involve a huge policy or financial investment, it's still trying to convince governments that that investment is worth it. That's the challenge, I think.
Thank you very much, Karina. Victor, can I turn to you? In your presentation, which you gave half an hour ago, you put on the screen a very interesting slide about people warning systems. And you put on it the, I think you compared the long walk or the long or the short. Maybe you can find that for us and put it on the screen again, can you? Do you remember the slide I'm talking about? Can you hear me, Victor? There was a slide. Did you hear the message? There was a slide. I wonder if you can find it. It was one where you showed a people-centered approach. Not that one, no. No, 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 just, yes, that one, this one. I wonder, can you make it bigger so we can see it properly?
Can you see the full screen?
Can you put it on the full screen?
No. Let me try to share it again.
Because I think this relates to what we've just been hearing about. Yes.
And now
some of you might not have been present when Victor was giving his presentation, but he shows here a people-centered warning system, the last mile, and by that, Victor, I assume you're talking about the way it used to be, as compared to the first mile of how it might be in the future. Is that right?
Yeah, this is based on a long scientific literature review and also great literature review of several checklists organized by United Nations and other organizations. Basically, in the last mile approach, people are considered as a warning receiver, right? So you include only people to receive a warning, but you don't question if people know where there are the hazard-prone areas, what people should do. So the decision-making, and Dennis Belletti, the sociologist, discussed this since the 1970s, is not only to receive a warning and evacuate. There are several steps during this decision-making, a process that Dennis Belletti and other authors discuss as a myelin process, right? Receive.
So Victor, what you're saying is, in the past, people have rather been seen as passive recipients of a warning, but what you're proposing through your research work in Brazil is that local people can be far central to it than that and can be much more active in the whole process.
Yeah, we started to work with the schools because in municipalities, there are not civil protection units in all municipalities, but there are schools. So we developed these basic scientific activities, some proposals, right? Where students can develop their learn scientific methods and to study the hazards and vulnerabilities in their territory. They start to collect data and analyze data about rainfall. So you include the people in the different stages of warnings: risk knowledge, monitoring, communication, and then you can work with some difficult issues such as uncertainty, fake news. So it's more than include people during the emergency phase, right? It's before. So
Victor, let me just hold you back there, because this is great. We've got so far we've got the idea that local wisdom is crucial. We've got to simplify warnings, and now you're coming up with a third characteristic is of local people involved. Can I ask anybody else who hasn't spoken, who might like to elaborate on what Victor's proposing there, of local people being far more active than just passive recipients of warnings? Anybody else like to comment?
Professor Ian, this is Manisha.
Yes,
so,
thank you, Manisha.
So what my engagement with the community, what I had seen is like bottom-up approach is what is last long, and you have the basic support to make it successful. But the challenge what you are seeing is each community is different, so you have to bring in interventions multiple times to take care of. The third thing, what you think is also in several of these communities, identifying the right local leader to work with you becomes very important, because several of these communities, there are, local leaders whom people will listen to. And at the same time, you also have to make sure that the way you are disseminating the warning is in line with their thought process. Like, if they see, like even the colors which we use, how they perceive that color has to be used when you want to do the warning dissemination. So when you come to the local level, the implementation side, there is a lot of tweaking which you need to do, and multiple times you have to do the intervention to take forward. That is what I was seeing. The third thing is the how the people perceive on a moving or changing from their location. Even though they know recurrently every year they are having the different disasters, most of the time what I have seen is they're unwilling to move because they have a bigger uncertainty in their mind of what will happen to my location, my things. Even the smallest thing, they get attached at that point of time. So I think there is a gap even today in bringing in multiple disciplines from different domains to come together to understand the behavior, the needs, and how they perceive things, to build a proper warning system that can be implementable. Several times what we have seen is they are very worried. Once they see the warning, they don't know what is the next action to do. So these are some of the gaps which I have seen, and which we need to address as we go along.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we go back to the where we see each other on the screen? Perhaps, Victor, if you can take that picture off. Maybe you can all see each other. I've lost seeing each face. There we are. That's great. Thank you very much, Manisha. Anybody who hasn't spoken who would like to contribute to this? We're talking about the characteristics of a people-centered warning system. Anybody else like to make a contribution?
Professor Ian, Dr. Shekhar here.
Yes.
Let me start with what Professor Manisha was mentioning. There is a bit of reluctance for people when it comes to yielding to warnings, and this is also sometimes very cultural and many a times related directly to the economic background of most of these families. In 2018 floods, we saw that people who were rather very vulnerable in terms of their economic conditions were more forthcoming in terms of moving out. But when it came to people who were rather well-founded and maybe from the upper middle class community of the state, they were unwilling to move. They were fearing that their assets that are stocked within their homes will be looted. While hardly any looting happened during those floods, no thief was having any possibility of moving around to loot. Yet there was a fear of this, and therefore sometimes it has to be not just related to the cultural aspects of it, but also related to the economics of who is being impacted. Second point that I wanted to mention is something about a people-centered warning system, is about how people are themselves observers and how people are themselves the alert generating systems. There are two best practices that Kerala is now propagating in the circles of National Disaster Management Authority. One is we have a set of people in a river basin called Meenachal in Kottayam, wherein they have come together. These are school children plus the youth there, led by a NGO, local NGO, who are observing the river and the river basin with their own little rain gauges and stage height gauges. And the District Disaster Management Authority, through the interagency group platform, the IAG, which I mentioned in my presentation, is supporting them both financially and through empowerments in terms of deploying these little gauges in the rivers. So they monitor, and they basically also have devised a level of warning for each of these sites that they monitor. They monitor at not less than 400 different sites in a small catchment of a rather small river in Kerala. And they are publishing it in public domain. The media, the print media, is also taking this data and publishing on a daily basis when emergencies are sounded in the state. A similar project is being implemented in Wayanad, where the local estate owners and people have come together and is collaborating with the District Disaster Management Authority in sharing rainfall information. And the District Disaster Management Authority has an online platform where they basically data, interpolate it, and co-read it along with the landslide susceptibility maps that we have provided from the state, and also the flood prone area maps. And then they relocate people when there are orange alerts and red alerts that are sounded of rainfall. These are local actions. Yes. They are local observers, and we are just facilitating it through financial and legal frameworks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. I just wanted to add perhaps a comment from my own experience of community work, and that is that I think a people-centered approach is often looking very, very hard for some of the local leaders, not the leaders who are necessarily appointed officially, but it might be a religious leader, or it might be a school teacher, or it might be a midwife. Who do the local people listen to? Who are the people of influence within those areas? How much effort is made to communicate with these unofficial leaders, because they can have a powerful, potent influence in a given area, often non-political people. Any comment about that? It just seems to me that sometimes officials assume that the messages go through the official channels when they might be much richer to go in addition through the unofficial channels. No comment. Okay, let's.
Well, in the case of Kerala, there is a difference. We at the last mile have very strong local governance. Kerala is very famous for its local governance, and these are locally elected political leaders. And we have this WhatsApp groups through which we communicate to them, and they communicate it far and wide. So the social activists are by and large elected community members,
right,
who takes it forward.
Right. Thank you very much indeed. Can I just switch the discussion quickly and just raise this question of technology? Come back to you, Vinod Sharma. Because
okay, yeah, first on the first point which we are discussing, and then technology, just 1 minute. There is very good discussion which is going on, and points which is raised by Piyush Rotela, that the community should believe the warning. I think this is very important. Earlier, when I am talking about traditional wisdom, I remember that, in 300, 400 years back, when there was Akbar emperor, there was a poet in India, Ghag Kavi, Ghag poet, and he used to write, his, warning in two lines. And it is in Hindi, but let me explain to you what it means. It is Adite barse adra, hastne barse nidan, kahe ghag sun ghagini, bhaye kisan pisan. So the meaning is that in this nakshatra, because he was using astrology, and in this astrological events, he was saying that in Adra nakshatra, in case it is not raining, then he's saying to his wife that then the farmers will become, they will be crushed, because there will be no agriculture. Even and people were believing that, because it normally happened like that. And not only that, the movement of animals, he used to say, Andale chiti chade, chidiya nahave dhur, kahe ghag sun ghagri, varsha ho bharpur. So even for rain, he used to predict that in case the ants are moving with eggs, or in case the birds, they are playing in sand or something, then there will be rain, heavy rain, in the region. So I think that kind of thing were there, and that they were believed. And even the king gave a place, the name to him, that he is the agriculture scientist, on those days, 300, 400 years back. So what I am saying is that Rotella is right, that suppose we are giving cyclone warning and all the time the warning is not correct. Nowadays it is different. Because of science and technology, we are giving accurate warning. Forecastings are accurate. For example, flood, I will say that 99.9% accuracy in India. And cyclone is also the same. I think the technology part which you are going to discuss, I say that we have come in a long way in this country. I am seeing in the last 30 years, when we were having only less than 10 radars on the coastal area. But today, I think we are having more than 35, and we have Doppler radars, we have buoys, we have all sort of things. So in cyclone, in almost in every disaster, natural disaster except earthquake, we have achieved a lot. Yes. And there is a role of science and technology, and which cannot be ignored. For example, Amrita University, they are working with landslide, and the experiment which they are doing in Himalaya and Western Ghat, I think this kind of thing should be utilized by the community. We will have to think that how this knowledge, because they have developed sensors and they have developed also all sort of scientific knowledge, but how this knowledge go to the community so that they can utilize it. I think the second point, the gap which you ask us. So I think that should also be discussed, because academic institutions, they are doing very good work. But the minus point is that except government organizations, IMD, etc., it is accepted and it is going to district authorities, it is going to NGOs, CBOs, but the academic institutions like Amrita, like many other universities, what about their work actually? How this can be disseminated, how it can reach to the community? I think this is a point.
Thank you very much, Vinod. Can I bring in Dr. Ghosh? You're a geologist, I assume, or a seismologist. You work with technical data all the time. That's your bread and butter, as it were. What is your feeling about getting the technological challenge of a people-centered system?
Yes, that is more because the technology front for understanding the hazard and those things can be progressed, but the people's front is really very challenging, because in India, really the people you get in Kerala may not be the same people you get in Sikkim or in other places. So there are different community, what Manisha was trying to tell that time, that so if you involve, if you also take the bottom-up approach, which is definitely a more effective approach, but the challenges are many in bottom-up approach, because bottom-up approach, then how to imbibe the technology in that. So that is possible if we can give some sort of very handheld devices, very simple handheld devices to the community to measure something. The example, some of the example I think Shekhar was trying to give, that in some places they were measuring the water gauge, the river water level and these things. So not necessarily the application instrument has to be very tech savvy. The research might be very tech savvy, but the output, the final product may be very simple one, which a person, a local villager can employ and can use. Yes. Those things would be very easier. Simple thing. I work in Darjeeling areas, and I have seen that we require the rainfall data. So we also approached in one particular site for this people-centric early warning system, where we actually gave some simple handheld rain gauges to some local people. But the problem of those rain gauge instruments is that now how they will give us the data at the right moment. Sometimes some education is also required, some training is also required. So those things, empowering the local people, you have to also take help of the technology. And technology, the output should be in a very simple form, not in a very tech savvy form, so that they have to purchase something, they have to utilize that thing. No, it's have to be very simple. And those data has to be integrated by us, because those data are very valuable data. We are really lacking a lot of valuable information. Simple thing, I work in landslides. The landslide dates are not available. If the dates are not there, then it is a useless data to all of us, as far as early warning is concerned. So those things are very, very important. Subtle changes, subtle technological advancements has to be there.
Yes, I like very much the emphasis you place on the necessity of training to go with the technology. You can't isolate, you can't just hand it off the shelf to somebody. Well, our time's nearly gone, but I'd like everybody, all the panel, perhaps to just, so that each of you might contribute. If you were asked what might be the most important thing that needs to change in order to improve a people-centered warning system, what would be your answers? Anybody like to put only one? What is the most important thing that has to happen? For example, let me just start it off by saying, I think one of the most important things is to recognize the importance of local wisdom, and not to assume that because people are uneducated, that they're not intelligent and not able to be responsible citizens. I think I've seen far too many people downgrade local capacities. So I would start this discussion by saying, recognize local wisdom and where it exists and build from it. Anybody like to add as we go along the list?
I would like to add that we need to recognise that most warning information is provided through unofficial communication methods and not through technological methods.
Thank you very much. Next one, Victor.
I think
it's. I'm sorry. Please.
Jan, in my opinion, now government of India, they have a big program for volunteerism. And they are developing, in Hindi, they call it Abda Mitra. They are volunteers, and these volunteers are being trained, and they are given, some equipments, etc. But the basic idea is to use them in giving the warning, to the people in case anything happen. In Sikkim, we are depending on panchayats, actually the local government. And as in Kerala, Shekhar was mentioning about Kerala. Similarly, in Sikkim also, it's a very strong network. And there are very good, knowledgeable people, in the panchayat. There are, there is no gender, this thing, more than 50% women, and very active, I should say. So I think the only thing is that through these, medium is very important. Information, then the medium, and then public should have faith in it. Then it is complete. The cycle is complete.
Great, excellent. We're getting some really good suggestions. We haven't heard everybody yet. Anybody else like to add? Dr. Sekar.
Yeah, Professor Young, from my perspective, a bit of out of the box is required. Many times shocks disrupts, but shocks also lets you have opportunities which lets you reinvent, right? So hence we all speak about building back better and disasters being opportunities. These opportunities are to be capitalized in a manner that we don't look at only Higgs boson scale of inventions for problem solving, but rather should start looking at very localized inventions, things that are probably for this era seems to be very trivial, like a traffic light.
Yes.
So in my perspective, localizing innovations is very essential in this whole process.
Yes.
Very local innovations.
Yes.
Things that might be looking at very trivial.
Give us an example of a local innovation which surprised you or gave you enjoyment.
A very interesting innovation that came to me about 4 or 5 years back was a little life jacket. It wasn't a life jacket in its normal terms. It was 3 bottles, for that matter, tied up into a little device. Now, we all learned swimming using these kind of very trivial things like coconut shells and everything, jumping into ponds with it. But this gentleman, who had one of his friends lost in a drowning accident, decided to reinvent it and come up with a device which has an IP67 certification, which lets you move around much more comfortable than a normal life jacket. And he came to us with its crude form and said, I'm looking to patent this, but I would really like you to certify it, have it tested. So we gave it to Fire and Rescue Services, and they tested it, and the positive buoyancy was 200 kilograms, which is probably double the weight of any normal human being. And we finally certified it. He got a patent. We also facilitated funding through the Kerala Startup Mission, and now he sells it. And during floods of 2018, we picked up some 20,000 of these devices and airdropped it to people across Kerala. Very local. It's called Flotilla for that matter. It's Flotilla. You can Google it and you will find it.
Great story. Anybody else? We're running out of time. Any more suggestions as to your burning concern? Victor, you were about to speak before, I think.
Yeah, include different social groups in warning systems. Because sometimes, right, we are not promoting early warning systems at schools, at cultural heritage sector, and other important sectors, right? And this inclusion needs to show to people that warning systems work daily, not only during emergency situations, but you can have this agenda, right, to promote risk knowledge, participatory monitoring, activities, participatory mapping. I think this is important. This helps to maintain the warning system working.
Excellent. Great. Any other comments?
I have one. We have to increase the conveys of this early warning. Now the government agencies, they are working. I mean, and I think we should give full marks to IMD, CWC, and all these agencies which are involved in early warning system. But I think academic institutions, I think should have some place, and local innovation, which Shekhar was mentioning. For example, schools, climate smart schools, or I think these information should be generated locally, and then it should be disseminated, in a nice way, so that it can reach up to the. So these are the points. And again, I will support that it should be people-centric, but how this link between government agencies and people. There is some change from Odisha super cyclone, because those days, information was going only to district collector. Now it is going to whoever wants this information from IMD. See, it may be non-governmental organization, it may be CBO, it may be academic institution. They give this information to all the agencies. But I think the local generation or local innovation in early warning, this is required, and this can reduce, life loss up to a greater extent in future.
Well, I'm so grateful to you all. You've all got rich experiences of this subject, and I've been learning a great deal today. We're all a bit tired, but we've learned a lot. It's been most valuable, and particularly grateful to Amrita for facilitating this exchange. And it's good that we're documenting this and recording it. So thank you all very, very much for your words on this panel discussion, and thank all those of you who are still watching, and thank the organizers of this very exciting day. There's another day tomorrow, so thank you all and good wishes as we have our first Asian Prime Minister in the UK. That's a very big day for us, and we're all very excited about it. And we thank you very much for the Indian family that produced our Prime Minister. We're most grateful. I'll hand back to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ian. It was nice sharing this with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Namaskar. Namaskar, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. That was an illuminating first day of the Multi-Hazard Warning and Community Resilience MWCR 2022 International Symposium. Thank you to all speakers and attendees. We request all of you to fill out the feedback form posted in the chat, and we would like to see you back tomorrow for day 2 of the symposium at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you, everyone. See you then.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you.
We'll meet you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.